What's up? Ghost Fictions is here and we're back again. This is a story where Issei met Great Red and became the Delinquent Dragon. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into part 2. Chapter 10. Friends and Family. The Underworld, Devil Capital Lilith. In the heart of the Devil territory within the Underworld, a large gathering of highborn nobles was gathered in a meeting chamber. 3 of the 4 Mau were currently present, as well as several representatives from each of the surviving 33 pillars. They were currently watching a more detailed version of Issei's attack on the Astaroth territory that hadn't been made available to the widespread population through the news. This detailed footage was primarily a recording of Issei's transformation with 4 wings. Ejuka Beelzebub paused the footage as he addressed an ability. This dragon, Issei Haidu, is far more powerful than we've been led to believe. Right here is brief footage I was able to catch of his transformation through a spell of mine. Unfortunately, the rest of the battle footage was disrupted, but it did catch this much. My battle with him was very disturbing to say the least. He has shown a vast array of unnatural abilities, and even after this transformation of his, he didn't appear anywhere near his full power. Exactly what is this dragon capable of, Beelzebub-sama? Why does he have 4 wings, and why didn't you kill him? Someone demanded anxiously. Ejuka shook his head. Among his powers displayed, we can confirm he has the ability to use portals, cast illusions, and even materialize matter out of his own energy. All of his magic had a strong chaotic taint to it that was far beyond anything I've even seen of other dragons. Killing him would not have been that simple even had we used our full power. That was also a problem because there were many innocent bystanders there that could have been harmed had the fight gone on any longer than it did. In short, it would take a catastrophic battle to put this dragon down or seal him. Ejuka is right, but there's something important that we shouldn't overlook here. From what we've seen so far, the dragon Issei only uses the appropriate power necessary to defeat his foes. His battle against Riser Phoenix and even Diodora Astaroth were both minor displays of his capabilities compared to the power he unleashed when Ejuka challenged him. It's very possible that he is capable of even more. Risking such a confrontation could lead to widespread destruction and discord. Surziches added. An outburst of arguments and murmuring erupted after his comment as the various nobles debated on these facts. One was quick to voice his concern to the Mau. Are we seriously under the impression that this dragon is more powerful than even the Dragon Kings? Surely if that's true, then it would be foolish to ignore this threat. He's a ticking time bomb. Lord Bale speaks truly. This dragon is a danger to every devil in the underworld. He murdered my son. If we allow such a brazen act of violence to go unanswered, then he will see us as weak. What's to stop him from killing again? We're all in danger until this creature is contained or killed. Lord Astaroth shouted. What would you have us do, father? Hunt him down and risk more casualties? Not only is that dragon incredibly powerful, but he has the backing of heaven as well. Any attempt to retaliate would only lead to full-scale war. Diodora's death is certainly tragic, but he brought it upon himself when he started provoking foreign powers and kidnapping holy maidens. While I detest the dragon's actions in murdering him, I can't say that it was unprovoked or undeserved. Ejuka explained with rational coldness. He was your brother, Ejuka. Lord Astaroth growled. Family or not, you should refer to the Mau by his proper title. The 3rd Mau, Falbia Masmadia, spoke up somewhat lazily. Of course. Lord Astaroth acknowledged after a brief silence. During this pause, Surziches was quick to speak up again. There's also the matter my younger sister Ria's Gremory brought up. Diodora had an illegal number of evil pieces, and he kidnapped a girl under her protection as well. Diodora was hardly an innocent victim in this attack. Issei Haidu is very dangerous, but only when he's threatened or challenged. The dragon has never once attacked or threatened my sister and her peerage. He even goes to her school. Sona Citri can also confirm that the dragon is cooperative when a certain level of respect is given to him. With all due respect, Lucifer-sama, you expect us to kiss this dragon's feet and cater to his demands? Another noble spoke up angrily. As opposed to the alternative. Yes. Issei Haidu made it very clear that he will commit to war with the underworld should anything like this happen again. Surziches replied. Heaven is no longer a threat. If they wished to war with us, then we could easily destroy them. Someone boasted pridefully. Ejuka sighed. That's not the main problem with your scenario. If we go to war with heaven, that leaves us vulnerable to other factions that would see us destroyed. The old Satan faction still exists, as do other questionable groups. Not to mention, our relations with heaven have somewhat improved over the centuries. A long-term peace is possible if we reciprocate a diplomatic respect. So you want us to all to just ignore this dragon then? That is unacceptable. The Astaroth Palace was raised. Other factions will think we're weak if we don't act. Someone else protested. A man with golden hair shook his head disapprovingly. I believe Lucifer Sama and Beelzebub Sama are correct in this matter. The dragon only acts like this when provoked. He could have easily murdered my son, Raynare, when he fought for Rhea's Gremory in her raiding game. He also could have easily killed both the Gremory and Citriers at Kuoh Academy. Leviathan Sama spoke of the dragon's good relations with Sona Citri and her peerage. Leaving the dragon alone is the wisest course of action. Lord Phoenix, have you lost your mind? We all saw what that creature did to your son. And his peerage. He brutalized your youngest son in a barbaric manner. A fiery devil growled as she stood up from her seat. Yes, he brutally injured Raynare, but he could have easily killed him had he wanted to. This makes it apparent that Issei isn't actively trying to kill devils. The dragon has proven his strength twice now. It would be needlessly foolhardy to tempt his wrath again when he's already more or less peaceful. Lord Phoenix countered. Spoken like a true coward, Lord Phoenix. The female devil scoffed back. Lady Phoenix, who was sitting next to him, quickly fired back. How dare you insult our house and my husband, Lady Aegir's. Many more nobles leapt to their feet as a loud chorus of shouts and arguments began to break out amongst the nobility. Enough. Cerziches announced loudly, causing everyone to go silent and turn towards him. The red-haired Mayu shook his head. Do not provoke, attack, or threaten Issei in any way whatsoever. That is my express order and the wishes of the Mayu. If any of you choose to disregard this order, then you will no longer be welcome among this court and we will not protect you. Is that understood? Yes, Lucifer Sama. Many of the nobles said in nearly perfect unison. We will adjourn for now until the nobility can calm itself. Ajuka added as he gave a dismissing wave to the riled-up court. After everyone dispersed into their various cliques to discuss their approval or disapproval of the situation, several people walked up towards the paused screen of Issei in his four-winged dragon form. Among them included Lord and Lady Phoenix, Lord Citri, and Cerziches himself. Lord Phoenix glanced over at the red-haired Mayu and sighed. I don't like the idea of letting this dragon do whatever he wants, but the alternative is certainly much worse. We're very lucky he chose not to kill my son, Raynare. Any further attempt to provoke this dragon could lead to the Phoenix family being his next target. My daughter, Ravel, has already expressed grave concern over the matter. I appreciate your support in our decision, Lord Phoenix. You have my apologies about how the raiding game turned out with Rhea's and Raynare, but know that I still like your family a great deal. Cerziches nodded diplomatically at the golden-haired Phoenix devil. You're too kind, Lucifer Sama. Lady Phoenix bowed her head politely. It's hard to think that both of my daughters have had personal dealings this monster. Lord Citri changed the subject as he pointed at Issei's picture. Cerziches sighed. My sister seems to like him, and so do your daughters apparently. The Lady Seraphol Leviathan even claims to be friends with Issei. I'm counting on their good disposition to help ease unnecessary tension between us. What? Lord Citri gawked at Cerziches disbelievingly. I was aware that Seraphol was on good terms with this dragon, but I can hardly believe that they're friends. How could she have ever become friends with a bloodthirsty dragon like this? I spoke with Sona and Rhea's about Issei before this attack the other day. Both of them have confirmed that he's not inherently violent or bloodthirsty. Oddly enough, he seems more interested in his human academics than anything else. A dragon of his power with no desire to exert it is most certainly a peculiar sight. You'll be interested to know that I asked him if he would be willing to look after Rhea's and Sona as well as their peerages. He agreed. Cerziches responded as he turned his head towards Lord Citri. The man's eyes widened disbelievingly. Really? Even after murdering the Asterth heir, he agreed to look after Rhea's, Sona, and their peerages. Why? He is not unreasonable, and given the proper respect, he could make a decent ally. It is my belief that Issei simply wants us to respect his autonomy. The red-haired man replied. The dragon actually agreed to protect them? Lady Phoenix gasped. Cerziches nodded. Yes. A small measure of humility and respect goes a long way with dragons. I spoke with Tannen about it after your son's raiding game. He told me the same thing. You won't win a dragon over unless he respects you. Do you suspect anyone will actually disobey your command, Lucifer Sama? Lord Phoenix asked Cerziches a moment later. The Mayu sighed. I'm not as concerned about any of the pillars disobeying the order. I'm more worried about a devil from the old Satan faction attacking him and Issei not knowing the difference us and them. It should be imperative that he be made aware of the distinction in case they use this opportunity to trick him into attacking us. Before anyone else could say another word, a voice interrupted them. Otu-sama, Aka-sama. Both Lord and Lady Phoenix turned around when they spotted Ravel standing behind them. Lady Phoenix was quick to address her. Ravel. What are you doing here? I wanted to ask your permission for something. Ravel began as she took a deep gulp. What is it, dear? Lady Phoenix asked her daughter. Can Raynare and I? Can we go on a trip? Ravel asked carefully. Lord Phoenix rose a brow. A trip? Are you saying you finally convinced your brother to leave his bedroom and go back outside? Why yeah. He just wants to get away from the underworld for a while. I offered to go with him just so he'd be alright. Is it alright if we're gone for a few days? Ravel asked anxiously. HMPH. I'm just glad the boy is finally getting back to normal. Where were you two going to go exactly? Lord Phoenix wondered. The blonde girl looked away nervously. Nai-sama kind of wanted to keep it a secret. He doesn't want anyone bothering him for a little while. I think he's hoping to go regain his mojo or something like that. In his state, is it really wise to let him wander off somewhere secretly right now? Lady Phoenix shook her head disapprovingly. He'll be okay. I'm going with him too. Make sure of it. I'm certain the rest of his peerage will want to go as well. Riser Ani-sama will be fine. Ravel said reassuringly. Very well, Ravel. That's fine with me. You're a sweet sister for doing this for your brother. Lord Phoenix nodded. Ravel nodded her head as she turned to leave. Thanks. We'll be back in a few days. Phoenix Mansion. I'm not doing that, Ravel. Riser said, shaking his head again. Come on. I already convinced Mom and Dad to let us go on a vacation for a few days. You need to confront this problem, Nai-sama. Ravel complained. You're crazy, Ravel. He'll kill me if he ever sees me again. I don't want to end up like Diodora Astereth. Not even his brother could kill that dragon. If we even look at him funny, our family's next. Riser said, shaking his head. Ravel sighed over dramatically. Well, if you don't go, then I'm going by myself. What? You can't do that. Riser gasped. Yes, I can. And I will too. Ravel shot back childishly as she put her hands on her hips. Riser shook his head. What are you trying to prove, Ravel? He'll kill you. Then he'll kill me and the rest of our family. Really? Because last I checked, he didn't kill any of your peerage or even you during the raiding game. Even Dad mentioned that at the pillar meeting with all the Mau. Don't you think that's a little odd considering how easily that dragon murdered Diodora Astereth? All I'm saying is an apology might go a long way here. You said you wanted to make amends, right? Here's your chance. Ravel countered. I can't face him again. What do you expect me to say? Riser shook his head. Ravel shrugged. Anything. I just want you to get over this lump you've been in. Even if he tells us off, at least you'll have faced him again. You'll never advance further as a devil unless you get over this weird depression and dragon phobia of yours. PFFT. I guess I don't really have anything to lose here. Worst case scenario is he kills me and the embarrassment of the Phoenix family can finally disappear. Riser said distantly. Oh, will you stop feeling sorry for yourself, please? Just do it, Riser. If he's willing to go to school with the Citri and Gremory peerages, then he's not going to kill us for trying to apologize to him. Ravel ranted logically. Fine. But it's just going to be us. I don't want to make a big production out of this. Riser sighed. Ravel crossed her arms. You sure? If we don't bring the rest of the peerage, then I don't have any guarantees you'll go through with it. If they know we're going, then you'll have to face them if you chicken out. Not to mention, I already told Mom and Dad that they were coming with us on a trip. It'd look a little suspicious if we went on a vacation without your servants, wouldn't it? Riser sighed. You're both really smart and really stupid at the same time, Ravel. But maybe you're right. Nothing is going to change if I don't try to deal with this. If you can't say anything, then just let me do the talking. You just being there would be enough to make him take it far more seriously. Still, try to think of something to say. Ravel tried to drive her point home. So you didn't tell Mother and Father about where we were actually going then? Riser confirmed. Ravel nodded. Of course I didn't tell them. You think Mom would let you near that guy after what happened? Well, let's get this over with then. Riser said with noticeable doubt in his voice. Come on Riser, we'll get it over with and then we'll go do something fun, yeah? Ravel tried to cheer him up. Issei's house. Issei awoke the next day not to his typical alarm clock, much to his concern. He looked over at the clock confused as he realized it was nearly 11 a.m. What the hell? Did I oversleep? Ah, whatever. I need a break from school today anyways. We got that stupid parent-teacher crap tonight. At least Rad will be there though. That ought to be awesome. Issei thought. As he rested his head back down on the pillow, he then realized that he wasn't alone on his bed. Both Irina and Zenobia were clutched on either side of him, tangled in his bedsheets. Irina was wearing some type of nightgown and Zenobia was in her underwear and a t-shirt. Did they spend the night in here with me? I guess I can't blame them. After that kidnapping, they probably feel safer sleeping next to me. Still. Not bad waking up next to two pretty girls. I'm glad they're both okay. Issei thought as he looked between the sleeping girls. Deciding not to disturb them, he carefully freed himself from their holds as he got out of bed. Issei yawned as he picked up his phone and checked it a moment later. 28 unread messages. Seriously? He sighed as he put some casual clothes on and walked into his living room. Issei sat down on the couch a moment later as he began to read over them. 6 of them were from his parents, saying they would be home in 2 days and that their flight back got delayed due to bad weather. He made sure to send an acknowledgement response to them before checking the other messages. I seriously need to come up with a better solution for keeping mom and dad safe. It's not like I can train them. Issei thought for a moment. Maybe you should move out of your parents' house and get your own place. Something a bit more isolated so that they won't be noticed or bothered by all the devils and angels that frequent your house. Ddraig suggested. Issei thought for a moment. That's a good idea. Though mom and dad have been a bit concerned about me never being around the past few months. I shouldn't get a place too far away from them. I know mom will want to visit. Just something far away enough to negate any weirdos showing up around them. I can't even imagine how mom or dad would react to seeing all the girls that have come to the door recently. Especially Raynare in that Soplan getup she wears. Always should. I hope. The neighbors don't say anything weird to them. Do you have any other ideas that might work in protecting your parents? Ddraig wondered. I think I'll create some defensive ward spells around the house and set it up with a warning beacon so I can easily use a portal to arrive here if they need help. Also, with my new house being a reasonable distance away, my parents can avoid all the weird supernatural traffic that follows me. That just leaves me with what kind of place to get. It should definitely be big enough to train the girls at, but they'll probably just want to live there if I get something with a bunch of bedrooms and whatnot. I suppose that's fine, but I guess it means I bought Irina's old house for nothing. Issei brainstormed. Ddraig chimed in with gruff wisdom. I'm certain you can find a use for it. Actually, I can outfit it as a tracking station that can alert my phone when and if my parents ever come to visit me. It would also work well in setting up a portal location to gateway back there quickly. Issei was already beginning to come up with plans. He pushed those current musings aside as he began to delve into the remaining 22 text messages. 4:37 AM. My heart is beating so fast that I can't even sleep right now. I can't believe you accepted my friendship, but I'm so happy that you did. This is Ingvild BTW, but I'm sure you figured that out already. 4:39 AM. I guess you're probably asleep right now, but I'm so excited to finally text you. Do you know how surreal it's been having your email for this long and never messaging you until tonight? Part of me always wondered how you would react to it. 4:40 AM. I just realized something really stupid. I could have texted you instead of writing you a letter. Lol, how embarrassing. I guess I never thought of that, but a random text just seems more impersonal. It might have come across as a prank. Still, I suppose it could have saved you from some embarrassment at school. Sorry again for all the rumors it started about you. 4:51 AM. You're probably really tired. I hope to see you at school tomorrow. BTW, I'm kind of intimidated by some of your friends, so don't mind me if I'm a bit shy tomorrow. She's like the complete opposite of Seraphol, but has some of the same quirks. They're both equally as weird though. 2 Leviathans now. At this point I wouldn't even be surprised if a third one just appeared out of nowhere and tried to kill me. Issei laughed. 5:01 AM. You certainly know how to impress a girl, I'll give you that. Teaming up with Gabriel though. That seems really strange even for you. I have some bad news for you, Issei. I found out that Diodora Astereth, the devil shitbag that you killed, was actually part of the Cow's Brigade. We'll talk more about it later in person, but you've turned heads all across the board now. And I don't just mean devils, angels, and other dragons. Vali texted him next. 5:03 AM. By the way, Issei, I managed to catch a picture of Kuroka's expression when I showed her the underworld news. Have a look at this. Attached to the bottom of the text was a picture of Kuroka looking at a TV with a petrified expression. Issei actually burst out laughing at it. I can't believe Vali got a picture of that. Maybe now that catgirl will think twice about turning her nose up at me. She's still on my shit list for that stunt she pulled with a little yokai fox girl. Wait. Is Vali spending the night with her or something? 5:06 AM. Also, I thought you might like this. To Issei's complete disbelief, Vali sent him a selfie of her in casual clothes. She was dressed rather cool in his opinion with leather chaps over her pants, a green V-neck shirt, and a leather jacket. A chain hung from her belt as well. She was giving a peace sign pose, and in the background, he saw Tiamat passed out on the bed wearing blue lingerie. The funniest part about the picture was the cute little cartoon dragons on Tiamat's bedsheets. 5:07 AM. She's still asleep, but I can't wait to see how she reacts to the news. I gave her your number the other day too. Enjoy. Oh shit. Issei thought, already imagining some of the next few messages would be from her. 5:48 AM. I know you're still asleep, Issei, but I just wanted to tell you that I'll be watching after you and your friends much closer from now on. It's a safety precaution of course, and I don't want to let you down again. Don't be surprised if you see me around a bit more often. A text from Gabriel came with a wink emoji. She probably figured out I had illusion magic after that move I pulled on Ajuka Beelzebub. Training the girls will be a bit difficult with her snooping around, but that also guarantees them some protection as well. I'll see what I can do to make that work in my favor. Issei thought over the possibilities. 6:02 AM Issei-chan. I heard you attacked the underworld. Is everything okay? A message from none other than Seraphil was filled with images. Oh damn. I haven't even thought about how Seraphil was going to take this. I haven't seen her in a while. I feel kind of bad for her. She defended me to the other Mau, and then I go and kill Diodora and Torcha District. Well. That's why she can't actually be my girlfriend. At least we didn't get too close before this happened. Issei thought rationally as he tried to dismiss his concerns over Seraphil. 6:03 AM. Are you still asleep right now? Please message me as soon as you can. I'm worried about you. Another message followed. She's worried about me? I attacked her people though. Issei thought, shaking his head. 6:13 AM. I just finished watching Cersei-chan's public statement about the attack. I'm so sorry your friends were kidnapped, Issei-chan. I would have killed Diodora too if he would have done that to my sister or one of my peerage members. He's despicable and even his brother had to have realized that. I'm so relieved that Aju-chan didn't hurt you either. I would have never forgiven him if he did. I'm amazed you fought him though. My Issei-chan is even stronger than I thought. Next time call me though. I would have gladly backed you up and I wouldn't have let Aju-chan fight you either. He'd have to go through me if he wanted to lay a hand on you. Wow. Seraphil is such a sweet person. I can still hardly believe she's a Mau. She said she would have backed me up. I never expected something like that. Issei thought distantly. Well, the idea of Seraphil helping him did seem nice. It wouldn't have conveyed the message he was trying to send to the Mau. And that was that they couldn't finesse him with their bullshit. Seraphil's help would have been sincere, but they would have seen him as weak if he relied on her to rescue his friends. At least in the case of Gabriel, it showed that he was above having to rely on any devil politically. 6:16 AM. There's something that really bothered me about the whole thing though. The news said that the Archangel Seraph Gabriel was there helping you. And that you were allied with the heavens. Is that true? This text was filled with worried and angry face images. 6:18 AM. Gabriel might have bigger boobs than me, but don't be taken in by her false charms, Issei-chan. How did she convince you to side with the angels? She better not try to claim you either. I'll fight her if she does. She has no right to take you for herself. What? Seraphil doesn't like Gabriel? Issei thought curiously. 6:20 AM. I just realized something. She could have been spying on you this entire time. Damn her. I'll challenge her to a fight and put an end to that. Seraphil continued. 6:21 AM. She's my eternal rival, and I'll never let her take you away from me. 6:21 AM. I mean that came off a little possessive. I'm not saying you're mine to keep. I just mean we're really good friends and I'm trying to protect you. 6:22 AM. Oh no. I should have worded that better. This is so awkward. Please don't take it the wrong way, Issei-chan. I just care about you. 6:22 AM. I mean your well-being. Anyways, I'll see you at the parent-teacher night hopefully. Don't worry about any devils coming after you either. I'll kick anyone's ass if they even dream about doing something bad to you. Seraphil messaged with a winky face emoji. Issei took a deep breath. Seraphil is going to be there too. Oh man. This might actually be really awkward tonight. Still, I guess it wouldn't hurt to catch up with her for a few minutes. The fact that she was worried about me is surprising. I'm glad she still considers me a friend though. 6:54 AM. Of all the people you had to stand up to, you chose Ajuka. Geez, Issei. You're both a fearless badass and a complete moron. Granted, I totally understand your anger since that piece of shit Diodora kidnapped your human friends. I heard some rumors that you have 4 wings. Is that true? I'm dying to see that for myself. BTW, you should know that everyone in the underworld knows who you are now. And I mean everyone. A message that was presumably from Tiamat stated. 6:59 AM. Cerzich's Lucifer said on the news that you're theorized to be above Dragon King level in terms of power. I guess that explains why you gave me a domination stare a couple weeks ago. You might have been concealing your power, but you couldn't hide your dominance or your pride, huh? That might explain why Crom Cruich didn't try to kill you too. I always knew you were at least as powerful as I am, and now it's confirmed. You definitely belong with me. Tiamat followed up. What? Belong with her? Don't tell me she's going to start pursuing me now. Issei cocked his head, confused by her wording. Don't worry, Issei. The moment she learns about you being the Sekiryuite, she will just try to kill you instead. Ddraig commented. As if that makes it any better. I imagine it won't be long. It's kind of a shame that I have to be enemies with Tiamat and Vali though. They can be annoying, but I really don't want to kill them. Vali's got some fucked up priorities, and Tiamat is just a Yandir dragon. They're weird, but they're not inherently bad people. Unfortunately, one way or another, I'll have to fight them eventually. I know I can win, but if they both have one of those snakes from OPHIS, then it'll be really difficult to beat them without killing them. Issei sighed. It's inevitable. If you get rid of them both, then you won't have to worry about any dragon rivals other than Crom Cruch. Ddraig pointed out. Issei shook his head. That's a last case scenario. Killing other dragons seems pointless to me. I just don't understand what they both hope to achieve by being in the Kuoh's brigade. Vali wants power and revenge, but what does Tiamat want? Did OPHIS coerce them into joining? I feel like I'm missing part of the story here. Tiamat is in no danger of being sealed into a sacred gear. Especially since the Mau trust her. Tiamat seems concerned about the waning dragon population and has a priority for survival and freedom. Maybe she hopes that by following OPHIS, it can lead to the betterment of her own power and dragonkind in general. There's also the fact that she and Vali knew they could find the security through OPHIS as well. Ddraig theorized. Tiamat follows the strongest. Vali and OPHIS are both more powerful than her without a doubt. Maybe she feels a greater sense of racial identity by working with them, even if it jeopardizes her own safe position in the underworld. It also seems likely that she's aware of things that the devils don't know. I doubt she would betray them unless she actually had some idea of what the Kuoh's brigade was capable of. Issei added. Regardless of how you feel on the matter, you'll have to fight them and a lot of other people from the Kuoh's brigade. Especially if they're going after Great Red. Ddraig noted. True enough. I'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Issei sighed. 10:55 am. I got this number from my sister. This is Sona Sitri. I apologize for sending you a message on your phone without asking, Haidu-kun, but I thought you should know that Riser Phoenix and his sister came by to talk to me earlier. They were asking me where you lived. Please don't freak out or kill them. I didn't sense any ill intentions. Issei immediately started texting Sona back on his phone. What? You told those people where I live? Why are they coming over here? A few seconds passed before Issei got a response. They wouldn't say, but they assured me that they were not here to provoke you in any way. How long ago was this? He asked immediately. 15 minutes ago. Sona messaged back. Issei sighed heavily. What the hell? What could they possibly want with me? A moment later, his doorbell rang. He already shook his head as he dreadfully approached it. The delinquent calmly opened the door after taking a deep breath and looked outside. As expected, he saw Riser and Ravel Phoenix. What he wasn't expecting though was his entire peerage. Before he could even take in their reactions or theorize on why all of them would possibly be there, he overheard one of his neighbors talking. That hooligan Haidu boy invites a lot of girls into his house. What must his poor parents think? Yeah, we're house hunting later tonight, Ddraig. And I'm also going to find a way to mind wipe my neighbors. Maybe I'll have Gremory do it. She said she still owed me. Issei thought as he briefly saw his neighbors shuffle out of his line of sight. Sounds like a plan to me. Ddraig chuckled at Issei's cringing. During his brief mental musings, Issei didn't realize that he had been awkwardly silent to the Phoenix Devils now in front of his door. They all looked noticeably anxious, and some a bit fearful as the dragon finally looked at them with curious intensity. Focusing his attention on Riser directly, Issei finally spoke. Sitri sent me a text and said you were looking for me. You better have a good reason for being here. What do you want? Riser looked down for a moment as he tried to find some measure of resolve. None of the girls in his peerage looked like they knew what to say either. After another awkward silence, Ravel finally answered. My brother, Riser, wanted to apologize to you. We're here to make amends. Huh? Issei deadpanned as his eyes widened disbelievingly. We all saw the news. We saw what happened to Diodora Asterith. Seeing that made me realize how easily you could have killed us in the raiding game. We have no wish to be on bad terms with you, and we're here on behalf of the Phoenix family to offer our sincerest apologies. Ravel followed up as she glanced over at Riser and nudged him. It looked like she was trying to encourage him to say something. Issei crossed his arms as he looked at Ravel. Is this some kind of joke? You're seriously here to apologize to me? It's not a joke, Issei Haidu. Riser finally found his resolve as he looked up and spoke. The only joke is me and my stupid ego for thinking it was a good idea to pick a fight with a dragon. I've never actually encountered one in battle before you. It's easy for devils to think we're the top of the food chain, but that's not the case, is it? There's a reason every faction in the world fears dragons. My sister was right. You could have easily murdered every one of us, and you didn't. Clearly you have no concerns about the repercussions of killing devils considering what you did to Diodora. That left me wondering. Why didn't you kill any of us? I don't know. You probably would have died without your Phoenix regeneration. But to be honest, I guess it's because you didn't do anything to personally wrong me. Other than your queen for destroying my uniform and you being a complete tool, I didn't really hate you guys. Hell, the whole reason I was in that raiding game was so Sitri would enroll my friends at Kuoh Academy. I wasn't even going to do it until you started shit-talking me. As for Diodora Astareth, I killed him because he kidnapped my friends and threatened to defile them. Issei shrugged. Diodora did that. Why? Ravel asked curiously. He's a complete fool for even attempting that. Riser's queen, Ubaluna, shook her head. He assumed I wouldn't be able to find him and said that even if I could, he was politically protected from me retaliating. He was counting on his big brother, Beelzebub, to protect him too. That didn't stop me. I murdered that prick for kidnapping my friends and to make an example out of him. The reason I didn't murder you guys is because I didn't really have a reason to. Riser, you're a complete ouchbag, but that only deserved a brutal ass beating. Diodora's actions deserved torture and death. Issei elaborated. Let me get this straight. You fought in the raiding game just so your friends could get enrolled in your school. Who are these friends anyways, and why was Diodora interested in kidnapping them? Ravel asked inquisitively. Issei sighed. They're two exorcists. Regular humans attached to the church. From what I learned, Diodora's entire peerage was made out of former nuns and whatnot. He mentioned something about adding them to his collection. The guy had a fetish for raping holy maidens and converting them into devils. Seriously? Diodora was like that. He always seemed nice when I saw him. Ravel trailed off disbelievingly. I never trusted the guy. But it's still disturbing to hear he was like that. Riser managed to speak again. Issei crossed his arms as he stared at Riser for a moment. I have to admit, I don't really know how to react to this. I never expected you would come near me again unless it was for revenge or something. Usually beating sense into people doesn't work. I won't lie to you. This isn't wholly genuine sincerity. It's more out of fear, to be completely honest. Please just forget everything I said to you and don't attack my family. I'll gladly stay out of your way and encourage other devils to do so as well. Riser responded. Just the fact that you had the balls to show up here and apologize is enough for me, man. I'm honestly amazed you even would. That kind of humility deserves respect. Especially considering you're a devil. For that alone, I'll gladly honor your request. We're cool now. Issei replied with calm approval. Riser looked at Issei confused. You're a very unusual person, Issei Haidu. I find it bizarre that a dragon of your power isn't more relevant in the mythological world. You yourself are very prideful, but you live below the radar for some reason. Why? To be honest, it's because I didn't want devils, angels, and whoever else to bother me in my life. I only wanted power so I could be a true dragon and live free. Issei explained distantly. Why do you go to Kuoh Academy then if you want to avoid devils? Riser asked curiously. Issei shrugged. I don't know, maybe because I live in this town and it's convenient. I'd transfer to Kyoto, but it's probably full of yokai and whatnot. The devils might claim to have territory in this part of the earth, but that's not going to stop me from going where I want. I suppose a being of your power has nothing to fear from devils or angels anyway. Why do the angels like you though? Riser wondered. Seeing his neighbors starting to spy on him through their windows, Issei facepalmed. He glanced at the 16 members devils in front of him and sighed. My neighbors are staring, come inside and we'll finish talking, alright. All of them looked surprised by Issei's invitation into his house and slowly took his offer as the dragon stepped aside and let them enter. This is bizarre. You're letting them into your house? Ddraig asked. The guy's apologizing to me, Ddraig. I'm not going to be a petty douche and just tell him to fuck off. Issei explained rationally. After all 16 devils were in Issei's house, he closed the door and addressed them again. You guys can sit down if you want. Reluctantly, about 10 of the girls in Riser's peerage sat down on Issei's 2 couches. Riser, Ravel, and a couple of the others remained standing. Among them included Cirrus, Shulin, Isabella, and some of Riser's pawns. Ravel looked around at Issei's house curiously. You live in this tiny house. I'm probably going to upgrade soon, but yeah. I imagine you guys live in a castle or a mansion, right? Issei asked. We live in the Phoenix Mansion. It's an airy-like castle in the mountains of the underworld. Ravel answered. An airy? So your castle is like an eagle's nest, you mean? I suppose it makes sense phoenixes would live like birds. Issei chuckled briefly. Ravel looked like she wanted to pipe off, but quickly remembered who she was talking to. Yes, it's sort of like that. Shulin walked over and looked at a picture on the wall of a younger Issei with his parents. It was a picture of them on vacation at Hawaii. The Chinese devil girl stared at it curiously. Are these your parents? My human parents? Yeah. Please don't snoop around. Issei replied briefly. Shulin immediately walked away and back towards the living room couches. Riser glanced at the picture as Shulin passed him. Which one of them is the dragon? They're both human. I became a dragon through different means, which is honestly none of your business. Make sure the rest of your devil friends know to never touch my parents or I'll murder every last person in the underworld. Issei said darkly. Many of them flinched from Issei's hostile threat. Raynare nodded immediately. I would never dare to attack anyone you consider kin. The Mayu had a meeting about you earlier today. Lucifer-sama ordered every devil in the underworld to leave you alone. If any devil does try anything, just know that they're not with us. Ravel fearfully added. Issei crossed his arms. Yeah, you're talking about the old Satan faction, right? Why yes. What do you know about them? Ravel asked. I know they're a bunch of assholes, and I know they might think I'm stupid enough to attack your faction instead of theirs. Trust me. I'll know the difference. Issei said with stoicism. Despite his coldness, Ravel let out a sigh of relief. Raynare looked down for a moment as he spoke again. I guess your parents being human might explain why you befriend and protect weaker beings. I'm friends with a lot of people. Angels, devils, dragons, and humans. I don't care what faction they're in or how famous or irrelevant they are. You can't live your life behind labels and titles. People that care too much about that crap are all a bunch of fakes anyway. None of that means anything to me. People who I like deserve my respect because I know that they genuinely like me back. I also live humbly so I can get people to like me for who I am. If everyone knew how strong I was, they'd be kissing my ass out the gates, and I wouldn't be able to tell who was genuine and who wasn't. Think about it from your position for a moment, Raynare. How many people truly had your back after I beat the shit out of you and knocked your pride into the ground? The brunette stated. Raynare's eyes went wide for a moment as he contemplated the question. He looked away shamefully. Not many. In fact, I turned into a laughingstock. Even my own peerage thinks less of me now. When I rewatched the battle in the hospital, I heard what you said to Ubeluna. You were right. Nobody has looked at me the same ever since my humiliating defeat. I can't even take pride in my own strength anymore because I'm a failure. Raynare-sama, that's not true. Ubeluna tried to reassure him. He quickly interrupted her. It is true, Ubeluna. None of you respect me anymore because I'm weak. Issei crossed his arms as he watched several other girls try to voice their opinions on the matter. Raynare-sama, we never once thought lesser of you for the outcome of the battle. Cirrus added emotionally. Issei Haidu was able to fight a Mayu. You're not weak for losing to him, Raynare-sama. Shulin said strongly. Ani-sama, stop feeling sorry for yourself. This is embarrassing. Ravel cringed. Issei let several of the others speak before he himself finally commented. It's only when we're at our lowest that we know who our real friends are. All the devils that made fun of you for losing to me don't actually care about you. Your peerage on the other hand does. Forget that they're not high class or pure breed devils. They're still with you and they still care. Maybe you should see people for who they are and not what they are. I can't believe I'm playing therapist to Raynare Phoenix of all people. Issei thought to himself. It's rare for a high-class devil to humble himself like this. I think he did learn his lesson. Ddraig replied. Until recently, I never would have believed that kind of perspective was possible. Though humiliation taught me a lot about myself and my peers. I think you're right, Issei Haidu. Raynare nodded understandingly. I have a question for you, Raynare. What exactly is your goal in life? Issei asked. Raynare perked up from his distant staring as he thought for a moment. He shook his head and laughed weakly. You laugh at this? But I always wanted to be a Mayu. Why? The dragon responded immediately. Well, to start, I'm the youngest of 3 sons in the Phoenix family. Ravel and I are the youngest children. I will never inherit the family house as I am not the heir. I don't have the fame my oldest brother, Ruvel, does either. I was practically invisible until my undefeated rating game streak. Raynare began. Middle child syndrome, huh? Is that why you act like a tool? Issei interjected. I suppose you could say that, but there's more to it. I act brazen and prideful so people will acknowledge me as more than what I am. My success in the rating game started giving me a big head, I guess. I truly believed I was stronger than all the young devils except Ddraig. I thought I could eventually become a Mayu and earn the true respect of the underworld. Since I could never inherit the Phoenix house, I could at least become a Mayu. Even marrying Ria's Gremory would have elevated my status to something of worth in the eyes of the nobility and my parents. Now I'm just destined to mediocrity and obscurity. Raynare Phoenix is a joke now. Raynare continued. Issei rolled his eyes at him disbelievingly. Fuck those people, man. That's a dumb reason to get stronger. I don't know why devils feel like they have to get strong to impress others. Becoming a Mayu just so they'll acknowledge you is retarded. Get stronger for your own sake. And for your real friends. I promise that the moment you stop letting other people's opinions define you is the moment you'll actually have real pride in who you are. Raynare's peerage all looked a bit anxious and surprised by Raynare's confession and humility. None of them dared to interrupt it. They stared at their master. He couldn't find the words to say as he looked away from them. It looked like he was trying not to cry much to Issei's disbelief. Do you think it's possible I could become a Mayu if I had the right reason? Raynare finally managed to speak again after regaining control of his emotions. Honestly, yes, but even if you don't, then who cares? It's a useless title. I think you should focus more on being who you want to be, rather than living your life for people that don't give a shit about you. Get stronger to protect your sister, your family, and your peerage over there. You're already on the right path now considering you were willing to admit your mistakes. Dedicate your life to a pure goal and ignore every naysayer along the way. If you actually become a Mayu for that reason and through hard work, then I'll respect the hell out of you. Issei lectured. After a moment of astonishment, Raynare stared at Issei. I misjudged you a great deal. You're right. About everything. I have a lot to learn as a devil and as a man. Don't take this as me acting like I know what's best for anyone. I'm not perfect either. All I'm saying is that you'll have much greater success and pride if your purpose is pure and true. That's what being a true dragon is all about. I see no reason why you can't live that way either. The delinquent concluded. Raynare nodded approvingly. I appreciate your words, Issei Haidu. I will take them to heart. If you're serious about all of this, then we could be friends too, I guess. Assuming you don't have a problem with a renegade dragon punk like me. Issei chuckled. Even after all of this, you think we could be friends? Raynare said disbelievingly. Issei shrugged. That's up to you, but I already like you a lot more just for apologizing and manning up to me. I respect you more now than I do the current Mayu if that's any indication of where I stand on the matter. We'll see how it goes then, but I'm grateful for your respect, Issei Haidu. Raynare nodded. You guys can call me Issei if you want. Everyone already does. The delinquent replied casually. I have a question, Issei. What are your goals exactly? You were mentioning that you want to be a true dragon, and I was wondering what you meant by it. Is it just a mincet, or do you also want to become a full-fledged dragon instead of being a half-breed? Ravel interjected curiously. The delinquent chuckled. It is a mincet, but it's not something I can easily explain. To be a true dragon is live, free and powerful. Most dragons in the world are either serving someone or they're in sacred gears. That's not a life I intend to live. Raynare tilted his head for a moment. So you just want to live a peaceful and free life? Sort of. Like I said, it's complicated to explain. Still, that's why I just live away from all the politics. Pedigree and ass-kissing is all politics are. You're all devils, so I can't blame you for living that way, but I refuse to be anyone's pet or peon. If that gets me killed then, so be it. I'll die proud of who I am and what I believe in. Issei explained. That makes a lot of sense. I don't know much about dragons, but come to think of it, I rarely ever see one of great power that isn't a servant of someone. From your perspective, it would make sense why you wouldn't want to be a lower tier in someone else's hierarchy. You're powerful so you can be free. Raynare replied understandingly. With the tension now comfortably dissipated, Shulin decided to speak to Issei again. I apologize for my rude behavior towards you in the raiding game. I thought you were some weird pervert. It's all good. I sort of am, but I keep that on the down low. Issei laughed briefly, causing Shulin's face to redden with embarrassment. I'm sorry I burned your uniform. Yubaluna added. It's over now, so don't sweat it. Issei smirked. I am curious about something, Issei. Why are you aligned with the angels if you don't believe in politics? Raynare asked. The dragon sighed. That's a long story. The Seraph Gabriel was sort of looking after my human friends, Irina and Zenobia. They came to this town looking for Excalibur fragments that the church and the fallen angels were gathering. Gabriel said she was interested in being allies with me and offered to look after all of us. I sort of agreed, but I'm not exactly allied with heaven. Just Gabriel, personally. Gabriel's the one who went and started declaring that bullshit to the Mayu. I'm technically still rogue. I see. Well, that's certainly unusual, but I suppose I shouldn't be surprised at this point. Raynare nodded. Ravel stared at Issei intensely for a moment. I heard you were friends with Lady Seraphol Leviathan. Is that actually true? Yeah, Seraphol and I are friends. It's funny, she didn't know I was a dragon, and I didn't know she was a devil when we first met. We, kind of met at a convention. Issei admitted. Convention. Ravel deadpanned. Yeah. An anime and gaming convention. Issei followed up. Ravel gawked at him. Wait. You're this thug dragon hard ass and you're into that geeky stuff. Like I said. I do what I want and I like what I like. Anyone who laughs at it can go fuck themselves. With that being said, I'm not trying to be some otaku weirdo. I keep that shit to myself for the most part. Issei replied. Fair point, I suppose. Ravel nodded. Shulin glanced at Issei and took a step closer. You kept calling me some name in the raiding game. Chun something. Was that some character? Oh, you've never actually seen Chun-Li? You seriously look just like her. Except your hair is black instead of brown. Issei said disbelievingly. Should I have? Raynare Sama recruited me 60 years ago. Shulin replied. Issei grinned as he pulled out his phone and began to search the internet for a moment. Well, this is Chun-Li. You look just like her. Shulin and many of the others got closer or leaned in as they tried to get a view of the picture on Issei's phone. Shulin immediately got flustered as she shook her head. I look nothing like that. Hey, don't take it badly. It's actually a compliment. Issei laughed. Raynare looked at the picture briefly. You do actually look like her, Shulin. You're already off to a good start, Raynare. You got Chun-Li in your peerage. Issei laughed. That girl's legs are way bigger than mine. I don't look that bulky, do I? Shulin shrieked self-consciously. Sadly, no. She's thicker than you are. Still, you see what I mean now, don't you? The delinquent smirked. Wow, I thought you were just being a jerk. She really does look like her. Isabella spoke for the first time as she looked between the picture and Shulin. Cirrus crossed her arms. What's this character even from? Some weirdo porn game? No, it's Street Fighter, but don't mind that anymore. I just thought it was funny. Issei replied as he put his phone away. The Chinese devil girl blushed full of embarrassment as several of the others actually acknowledged the resemblance. Naya, you do look like her, Shulin. Naya added. With bigger legs and lighter hair, I could see the resemblance. Mihi added with calm amusement. You should feel flattered, Shulin. Marian added. After their various remarks, Carloman took a step towards Issei and knelt down before him. He gave her a quizzical look as she spoke respectfully. I, Carloman, Knight of the House of Phoenix, offer my sincerest appreciation towards you. You are very honorable for the respect you have shown to us and Raynare-sama himself. You have our eternal gratitude for your hospitality. Thanks I guess. Issei replied as he felt a bit awkward from her chivalrous action. It was at that exact moment that Zenobia walked into the living room. Zenobia, still in her underwear and a t-shirt, and walked into the room groggily. Hey, Issei, who are you talking to? Her grogginess immediately went away when she saw the devils. Without wasting a second, Zenobia pulled her Excalibur out of nowhere as she brought it up. What's going on? Irina, quick to hear the commotion, followed up by running in with her own sword. Both girls quickly calmed down when they realized that Issei looked passive. They didn't recognize the Phoenix Peerage devils and stared at them curiously. Carloman immediately leapt up as she reflexively reached for her sword. She calmed down a moment later when she realized that Zenobia and Irina were both dressed rather crudely. Issei, who are they? What are devils doing here? Irina asked with noticeable hostility. It wasn't surprising considering her recent abduction. Relax. Girls. They're just here to talk to me. These are the devils I fought against in the raiding game for Gremory. Issei explained. What are they doing here? Zenobia wondered. What was she doing kneeling down like that? Irina demanded. I was humbly offering my appreciation and sincerity to your master for his honorable hospitality. Carloman answered. I'm not their master. They're just my friends. Issei clarified immediately. Ravel looked at the two girls and was quick to point out something obvious. Why are you two dressed like that? We just woke up. I was a bit surprised when Issei wasn't in bed, and I assumed something was happening when I heard him talking in the living room. Zenobia answered. Wait. You two slept with him? Ravel blushed at the thought. Yes, we did. Zenobia replied carelessly. Irina on the other hand looked embarrassed. It's not what you think. We just felt safer sleeping next to Issei. Oh. Ravel trailed off. So these are your friends. I guess I can see why Diodora wanted them now. They're pretty. Raynare noted. Carloman immediately gave Zenobia a curious look. You two are both swordswomen. Yeah, we're exorcists, but we fancy ourselves Templars. Zenobia explained. Impressive swords. I would very much like a chance to spar with you. I can always appreciate another warrior who wields a sword. Carloman replied. Ravel scoffed at the interaction. Oh no, don't get her started on swords. Zenobia tilted her head. I don't have a problem with that so long as it's okay with Issei. Issei-sama, do you think it would be possible for our peerage to train with you and your friends? Carloman asked. Raynare looked a bit surprised by her request and immediately glanced at Issei. The dragon looked at Carloman for a moment before turning to Raynare. That's fine with me, I guess. I'm moving to a bigger house soon, so I'll let you guys come visit if you want. Maybe I could teach Raynare a few things too. You would be willing to do that? Raynare asked shocked. Sure, why not? Just give me a heads up before you come over. I'm kind of a private person. Issei replied. How would you like me to do that? Raynare asked. Just text me or something. You got a phone, right? The dragon responded. Raynare shook his head. Actually I don't, but my sister Ravel does. Alright, well I'll just get her number then. Issei nodded as he turned towards the drill-haired blonde. That would work. Ravel is practically my secretary anyways. Raynare said with a nod. She looked completely flustered. Nai-sama. I've never given my number to a boy before. Do you need to get parental permission first? Issei teased her. And no. Our parents don't actually know that we came here. We're technically not allowed to interact with you. Ravel said nervously. A rule breaker, eh? It's always the ones you least expect. Issei grinned. Ravel shyly reached out her hand. Give me your phone. I'll put my number in. Okay. Go ahead. He nodded as he handed it to the girl. She quickly sent a message to her number from Issei's phone and saved her contact information in it. Without wasting any time, she handed the phone back to him. There. Just don't send me any weird pictures, got it? Issei, are we still going to parent-teacher night later? Zenobia asked out of the blue. Irina was quick to notice the interest everyone had in the topic as they all looked at Issei. He sighed to himself. You have the worst timing, Zenobia. Yeah, we're still going. He nodded. Do you mind if we go to that event as well? I'd like to speak with Riaz and Lucifer-sama. I imagine they're both going to be there, yes. Riser trailed off. If you want. Either way, I'll be there. Issei shrugged. Great. Now all of these guys are going too. This shit is already going to be awkward enough with Riaz and Sona's families showing up. Come to think of it, what the hell will they say if they see me pawing around with Riser? Ah, whatever. At this point, who gives a shit? At least Rad will be there to make it fun. Before the situation could get more awkward, Issei sighed. Well anyways, thanks for coming by and apologizing, guys. I'll be seeing you around later tonight, I guess. Without another word, the devils all departed his house one by one. Issei was truly thankful that Raynare and Raynare didn't show up today, as he couldn't even begin to imagine how awkward it would have been. After they were all gone, Issei let out a sigh of relief. Irina walked up to Issei shortly afterwards and looked up at him. What was that all about? They seriously came here to apologize to you? Yeah. It was weird, but I gotta respect the effort at least. Issei nodded. Zenobia shook her head. I'm sure a lot more devils will be paying tithes of humility now that you fought Amayo and lived. It's whatever. The brunette said carelessly as he checked the time. A moment later, he turned towards Zenobia and Irina seriously. Alright, well we might as well chill for a bit until parent-teacher night. You girls go do your thing for a while. I'm going to be at the other house for a few hours. What are you going over there for? Irina wondered. Nothing serious. Just a side project of mine. I won't be far, so don't worry about anyone coming after you, okay? Issei replied. I'm setting up defense wards, alerts, tracking systems, and a stable portal today. I'll want the neighborhood secure for when mom and dad come home. Man, tonight is going to be so weird. Issei thought, shaking his head. Parent-teacher night, Kuoh Academy. After spending most of the day buying parts and magically materializing necessary equipment, Issei had finally set up Irina's old house and his own with a security system. It would alert him to any supernatural being coming within 400 meters of the house. With that matter settled, he felt much more comfortable. About his parents coming home soon. One less thing to worry about. Once I get tonight over with, we're going to finish house hunting, Ddraig. Issei said with satisfaction as he rode on his motorcycle towards Kuoh Academy. He soon passed through the front gates to the school and casually parked next to Vali and Tiamat, who were both beaming with amusement as they leaned against their bikes. After getting off and parking, Issei glanced at the two dragons curiously. Vali was dressed in her uniform again, and so was Tiamat unsurprisingly. You looked good in that picture you sent me, Vali. That was a cool outfit. Issei remarked. HMPH, thanks Issei. I thought it was something up your alley. Vali smirked. What picture? Zenobia asked curiously. Ah, nothing serious. I just sent Issei a selfie from earlier. Vali smirked. As Zenobia and Irina both reacted in their typical ways, Issei felt Tiamat jump on his back. She was quick to playfully and loosely wrap her arms around his neck as she brought her legs up. Carry me, Issei. What the hell are you doing, Tiamat? Issei tried to flake her off as he moved from side to side. You smell good today. Better than usual. Tiamat said approvingly as she sniffed his hair. Why are you acting so weird? Issei sighed as the blue-haired dragon finally got off of him. She smiled at him playfully. You're worthy enough for me. Come again. He deadpanned. I will for you. Tiamat said suggestively. Oh no. Don't tell me she's in full deer mode now that I've flexed my power and fought a Juka Beelzebub. Issei thought, horrified. Excuse me? What did you just say? Irina interrupted. Before an argument could break out, Issei stopped them. Does this mean you're going to stop being a bitch, Tiamat? Don't get your hopes that high. But I'll stop goading you now if you want. She giggled. Please do. It was getting annoying. He replied. Vali stared at Issei briefly. If we get the chance later, I want to talk to you alone, Issei. Sure thing, Vali. Let's go ahead and get inside, girls. Issei announced as he and his entourage entered the school. Upon entering, the school was decorated and filled with students, teachers, parents, siblings, and all manner of other guests. Despite how crowded it was, everyone immediately noticed Issei's arrival as the chorus of mingling quieted down for a moment. "Issei-kun," someone called out excitedly. To his complete disbelief, the delinquent saw Gabriel walking hastily towards him. She was currently disguised as a human woman in what looked to be Professor's clothing. "What the actual fuck is this?" he thought, horrified. "Oh hey Gabriel." Issei acknowledged her. "That's Gabriel sensei to you now. I am your newest history teacher," she said happily. Seeing Issei and his friends now interacting, most of the room went back to their own business. Several onlookers were still watching them, however. They mostly included the resident school devils and their families. "Gabriel-sama. Sensei," Irina said, surprised at the woman. "You're a sensei at this school now. That's amazing," Zenobia said, awestruck. "How in the world did she pull this off? Don't tell me Citri and Gremory let this happen," Issei wondered. "Oh yes, I decided it was very important that I keep a much closer eye on Issei and you girls from now on. I asked Surzich's Lucifer for permission and he agreed to it," Gabriel explained. Before Issei could even fathom a response to the situation, Sona walked over towards them. She calmly and politely explained the situation. "In light of recent events, Gabriel Sensei insisted on keeping a closer eye on you at this school. Lucifer-sama agreed on the condition that she look after us as well. I was surprised by this turn of events, but it did have an unforeseen problem. My sister didn't approve." "Issei-chan." A familiar voice called out as a black and pink blur blindsided him. Seraphol Leviathan was aggressively clutching onto him in a tight hug as she beamed with excitement. "I'm so happy to see you again. I'm glad you're okay. Did you get my messages?" "Yes, I did, Seraphol. I appreciate your concerns about me, but I'm all good now," he replied. A moment later, the Mayu turned her head towards Gabriel with aggressive hostility. "If she's going to be a teacher here, then I'm going to insist on staying full-time in order to make sure she doesn't get any naughty ideas. I'm only here to look after Issei and his friends," Gabriel replied with a smile. Seraphol narrowed her gaze at her arch-rival. "I'm looking after him now. Not you. I'm afraid I have to insist on ensuring Issei-kun's continued safety and oversight. He is after all under the protection of heaven," Gabriel responded happily. "Over my dead body. Don't get any ideas about Issei-chan, you bird." Seraphol stuttered halfway through her sentence with a childish insult. Despite her aloof nature, Gabriel seemed aware of Seraphol's dislike of her. She tilted her head innocently. "I would prefer no hostilities be involved. I assured Surzich's Lucifer that I would not harm any devils here." What? Are you saying you could take me? Wait until I sparkle." Seraphol countered as she held up her magical girl wand. The fact that she was wearing the Milky Spiral cosplay only added to the weird looks she was getting from some curious onlookers. "Wani-sama. Please don't do that here," Sona pleaded with a flushed and embarrassed face. Seraphol quickly stopped herself but looked more than a little heated. "You're lucky Sona-chan is here, or I'd kick your butt, Gabriel. I'm sorry you don't like me, Lady Leviathan, but there is no reason we both can't be friends with Issei Haidu and look after him," Gabriel replied with diplomatic kindness. "Angels are too nice. It's really creepy to watch," Issei thought to himself as he watched this brief exchange. Before their argument could continue, Surzich's Lucifer arrived along with Ria's and most of her peerage. He quickly diffused the tension. "Seraphol, I'd appreciate it if you eased up in this matter. I approved of Gabriel being here. I have no issues with your continued oversight here, but I insist that you remain civil with the Seraph." "If you insist, Surzi-chan." Seraphol pouted. Glancing over at Vali now, Surzich's addressed her. "Ah, you must be the girl Grafia mentioned. Vali was it? I take it you already know who I am?" Vali replied sternly. The Mayu nodded his head. "Yes I do. I know who you are and why you're here, Vali Lucifer." "Lucifer?" Irina gawked. Zenovia's head jerked towards the silver-haired girl, shocked. "So then, she's related to the Lucifer clan." Vali seemed indifferent to their shocked reactions, but nodded nonetheless. "I'm only a half-devil, so it's not like I'm in deep with the old Satan faction. They don't really like me, as I'm sure you can imagine." Issei's lack of a reaction caused Surzich's to glance at him. "I take it you were aware of this already, Issei. Look man, can we just fuck off with the politics for one night? I'm here for a grade. Not to mingle or gossip, alright." Issei sighed. Surzich's nodded. "As you wish, Issei. It is good to see you again. I heard you befriended Ria's and her friends. That's great news." "You did?" Tiamat asked a bit quicker than she meant to. "Oh, Issei-chan is becoming friends with everyone now." Seraphol chirped happily as she clutched onto one of his arms. A loud sound interrupted any follow-up conversations as everyone turned their heads towards the entrance of the school. They could hear a powerful screaming motor coming from outside, along with extremely loud music. It had a strong hardcore sound with an epic chorus. It shut off a few seconds afterward. Several seconds passed as everyone stared at the entrance in anticipation. Both doors went flying open as a lone figure came walking into the building. He was tall and muscular, but still had a chiseled and lean look to him. His clothes were some type of full biker suit. It looked stylish and a bit armored. It mostly consisted of red and black, but a few trims of gold and noticeable dragon designs decorated his entirety of it. His hair was mostly black with red tips and golden highlights. It was a bit longer than Issei's and was slightly slicked and styled. He was also wearing sunglasses even despite the fact that it was nighttime. Even in spite of them, Issei already knew his eyes were gold just like in his dragon form. Red's human face was also strong and handsome. What was most surprising about his appearance though was the fact that he had some resemblance to Issei. Did Red make his human form match mine? Issei wondered as his dad walked in like a badass. He actually came. This ought to be interesting. Ddraig laughed. The strongest dad has arrived. Oi, Issei. Where are you? Red called out loudly as he casually looked around. Everyone was blatantly staring at him with unfiltered shock. It only took him a few seconds to locate Issei, and to everyone's amazement, the newly arrived individual appeared to be related to him. Excuse me, sir. Issei's homeroom teacher timidly addressed Red. Are you Haidu-san's father? Of course I am. I'm his real dad. Who are you? Red asked a timid woman. She stared at him almost lost in thought as she couldn't even respond. Red leaned in and looked at her closer. You one of his teachers or something? Why yes, it is such an honor to meet you. Issei's teacher began to blush at Red as she bowed her head politely and stuttered through her embarrassment. Cool. He better be the best damn kid in this school or we're going to have a talk. Oi, Issei, come here. Red waved him over. The delinquent immediately walked over towards Red and away from his current group. Issei looked at him curiously. Glad you could make it, Dad. So this is your father, Haidu-san. He is not quite what I expected, but he looks very much like you. What's your name, Otu-san? She asked. Red. He answered casually. Red. Strange. Is it a nickname or something? She wondered. The dragon nodded. Yeah, something like that. So what do you do for a living, Red-san? She asked Red with awestruck eyes. Just call me Red, alright. I suppose you could say I'm a professional badass. I pull wild stunts and break speed records. I don't look at explosions either. He answered. Ooh. So you're a professional stuntman or movie star, then? How fascinating. That would certainly explain your son's interest in motorcycles as well. His teacher said with unfiltered interest. Yeah. Red said with a suave coolness. Did your wife manage to make it as well tonight? She asked. I ain't married. Red scoffed at her. The woman's eyes widened with hope. Oh really? I suppose that's a personal matter then. Does that mean you're single? Huh? Red asked. He briefly turned towards Issei as the woman continued to stare at him. Issei could hear Red speaking to him telepathically. Is your teacher eyeing me up right now? That's what it looks like. Issei replied telepathically. Watch this, Issei. Red laughed. Of course I am. This dragon can't be tamed. I'm too much for anyone to handle. Red said proudly. A few nearby women and even some parents were staring at Red almost lustfully from his pure charismatic swagger. Issei found it odd that they were turned on by it as he found it almost comical and embarrassing to watch. Is this normal? All of the older females in here are staring at me. Red laughed. I don't know. I get the same looks. I think it's just some kind of allure that dragons give off. I figured you would know more about it than I would. Issei replied. As if I know how this shit works. I haven't been to Earth in thousands of years. Though I guess that explains why you have so many females following you around. Trying to repopulate the dragon race now, are you? Attaboy. Red laughed. So, tell me sensei. Is Issei the best student in this school? I would expect nothing less from any son of mine. Red asked loudly for everyone nearby to hear. His sensei nodded slowly. I believe he's still number one for the second-year students. His academics are very good, though he didn't make a perfect score in math compared to most of his other subjects. His physics grade is still very impressive though. He has a 98. 98. Out of 100. Red said seriously. Why yes. It was very impressive considering it was the highest score and the woman never got the chance to finish her sentence as Red shook his head. Issei. You don't have a 100 in physics. What happened? Red demanded with an almost comical hysteria. I was distracted that day. He replied. You could fail history or biology and I wouldn't care. But physics? Why? Red continued. How does he know what classes I take? Issei wondered briefly. He's not failing, sir. His grades are the highest in his year right now. The woman tried to reassure Red. Looking at Issei's teacher, the dragon immediately grabbed her shoulders. Tell me what happened. Why is he failing in physics? I personally tutored him in physics. This school system is failing my son. The woman immediately went scarlet from Red, grabbing her shoulders, and spoke slowly. He made 100 on all the exams, but he forgot a homework assignment. I can give him an extra credit assignment if you'd like. Red immediately regained his cool as he nodded approvingly. If you would do that for him, I would greatly appreciate it. Anything you want. The woman said with obvious sexual innuendos attached. Smooth. Aniki. Issei laughed. No protege of mine isn't going to have a perfect physics grade. That shit's important so you can maximize speed, momentum, and aerodynamical battery. Red responded. Red seemed oblivious to Issei's teacher now and her lustful shyness as he immediately walked away. Issei quickly followed him and spoke once they were a reasonable distance away from everyone. So, would you want to come here tonight anyways, Red? To hype you up even more. Red laughed. You already told my teacher your name. Are you going to reveal yourself to anyone? The devils aren't that stupid, you know. Issei said seriously. Red laughed. Who cares? I'm just here because I thought it would be funny. Be careful what you say to them. They're very meticulous about remembering shit I say. Issei explained. Don't worry about a thing, Issei. I'll explain away any questions they have. I'm actually here to reinforce your cover story as well. Red said coolly. Before the two could continue their private conversation, several individuals began to approach them again. Issei-chan, this is your dad? Seraphil asked. With amazement as she ran up to Red, beaming with childish glee. I am indeed Issei's real dad. Red announced unnecessarily as he looked over the surrounding devils and other onlookers. Among them included Sona, Riaz, and both of their entire peerages. Issei's own friends were also all present. Surziches and Grafia were standing further back but looked interested in the situation. On the opposite end of the room, Riaz's parents were with Sona's parents in a distant corner, watching the scene almost bewildered. Who are you exactly? I've never seen you before and I know a lot of the big dragons. Tiamat immediately asked Red as she looked at him with fascination. Red is what I go by. You're allowed to call me that if you wish. Red answered. Tiamat looked at him curiously. So you're Issei's dragon parent. You must be really powerful then, considering how strong he is. How come I've never heard of you though? Who knows, but I live my life away from other beings. I suppose it's not surprising that you've never encountered me. He answered. Vali looked at Red fascinated. What kind of a dragon are you? The baddest kind. Red replied as he crossed his arms. So you said you weren't married. I was wondering how exactly did you have Issei then? Did you have a thing for his mother or something? Vali wondered. Red shook his head. No, not exactly. I created Issei with my own flesh and a fraction of my power. I endowed these gifts into an unborn human child that could one day grow to be my son. I selected Issei's human parent specifically because his human father is descended from a hero bloodline. He's technically my son and theirs from a biological and spiritual standpoint. Are you just bullshitting them, Red? Or am I really? Issei couldn't help but ask. Technically you are, but I didn't really know that until I upgraded you a few years ago. You were born with a longinus boosted gear because you're a descendant of a hero bloodline. It's not entirely random with humans despite what everyone thinks. Those with hero blood have a much higher chance of being born with a sacred gear. Red told Issei. That's interesting. I actually didn't know that. Issei thought. Neither did I. But now that he mentions it, I can certainly understand my previous hosts better. Ddraig added. He's from a hero bloodline. Which one? Vali perked up with fascination. That's not important. But the result is why my son is such a complete badass. He might even pass his dad one day. Red laughed. That's the funniest thing you've ever said. Issei chuckled at how much nonsense Red was spewing. I gotta sell it to them, Issei. Red laughed back. Which hero bloodline am I from though? You can tell me, right? Issei asked. Red sighed. You're better off not knowing, to be perfectly honest. I'll tell you later if you really want to know, but now's not the best time to talk about it. That's very interesting. I guess it explains why Issei is so quiet about his parents. I have another question. Do you know the Securite? Issei claims to have been trained by him. Vali asked Red seriously. Red nodded. Yeah, I know him. He's off training right now to become stronger. Really? Vali's eyes sharpened. How strong would you say he is? He can use Ddraig's full power. So I'd say pretty strong. Red smirked. Vali seemed anxiously concerned as she looked away. I see. Well, that's interesting to know. He can. Tiamat's eyes widened seriously. Before their inquiries could continue, Gabriel herself came up shortly after and addressed the great dragon. Hello, Issei's dad, I am his new history teacher Gabriel. You look like you belong in one of those student-teacher porn movies. Red stated bluntly. I'm afraid I don't know which movies you're referring to. Gabriel frowned. Red chuckled. Ah, you know. The ones where the student is in detention and the teacher tries to sedu. Before Red could finish his sentence, Serafal interrupted. Issei-chan, come meet my parents. It was completely obvious that Serafal was trying to separate Issei from Gabriel by any means necessary. Red stopped mid-sentence as he watched the eager Serafal try to drag Issei away from the group. He was about to follow behind them before Surziches and Grafia approached him and started staring. It was nice meeting you, sir. Gabriel said politely to Red before she followed after Issei. The angel kept a respectable distance, but was still close enough to see them interact with Sona's parents. Vali and Tiamat took this opportunity to wander off to talk to each other about the situation. Sona and her peerage followed behind Serafal and Issei, along with Irina and Zenobia. Ria's people all wandered off with each other, as they undoubtedly wanted to talk about Red in private. This left Red alone in front of Surziches and Grafia, who were staring at him still. What the hell are you looking at? Red said to Surziches distastefully. The man smiled in response. My name is Surziches Lucifer. I am currently one of 4. I don't care. You look like a square. Red said carelessly as he interrupted Surziches and immediately walked away from him. As Red departed, he began to examine the various people in the area. Many older women were quick to try and follow Red and introduce themselves to him the moment he was alone. Surziches looked shocked by the response from Red, but he maintained his coolness, nonetheless. Grafia on the other hand actually seemed kind of mad about it. She turned towards her husband seriously. He's rather rude, isn't he? I can certainly see where Issei got his attitude from. Surziches nodded. Who do you think that dragon actually is? Grafia wondered. Surziches stared at Red for a moment as he thought aloud. His son has 4 wings and has shown the ability to use illusions and open portals. Issei is a red dragon, and he derived his powers from this red. There has to be a reason for his immense power. A moment later, Surzich's calm demeanor instantly went serious as his eyes widened with disbelief. It can't be. What is it, Surziches-sama? Grafia asked. We shouldn't speak of it here, Grafia. But what if that dragon is the dragon of the apocalypse? The Great Red. Surziches whispered. Grafia's face went even paler as she darted her eyes towards Red. The dragon was currently ignoring a growing crowd of female admirers and was talking to Tsubasa of all people. His boisterously loud voice drowned out the room. Ahahaha. I do indeed love that movie. Your tastes are very similar to mine and Issei's, Tsubasa Yura. It's a wonder he's not good friends with you. You think we have a lot in common? Me and him? Tsubasa asked with eagerness. Ignoring their antics, Grafia gasped at Surziches. That's impossible. A being that powerful couldn't come here undetected. Plus, do you really think the dragon of the apocalypse would act like that? We don't really know anything about the apocalypse dragon. Maybe I'm just jumping to conclusions, but it could explain why nobody has ever seen this dragon before and how his son is so powerful. I'll have Ijuko look into it. Surziches said seriously. Meanwhile, Issei was currently being dragged over towards Sona and Serafal's parents, where most of the others followed. Ria's parents were no longer there with them and were now with their daughter's peerage further away. Tu-chan, Ka-chan, meet my friend Issei Haidu. Serafal announced proudly as she stopped in front of them holding onto Issei's arm. Lord Citri and Lady Citri both had widened and cautious expressions as they politely acknowledged him. Nice to meet you, Issei Haidu, we've heard a lot about you. Lady Citri began. I understand you're friends with both of our daughters. I admit I find that strange, but not unwelcome. We would much rather be on your good side than not. It's real shame what happened to Diodora Asterith recently, but we do not condemn you for it. I only hope you continue to show support and friendship to my daughters and the Citri family. Lord Citri droned on politically. Sona quickly walked up as she looked at her parents. Don't worry about us, Otu-sama. Haidu-kun has been nothing but cooperative with me. He's even friends Ria's and her peerage now. We all trust him around Kuoh. That is good to know, Sona. Lord Citri nodded approvingly. Lady Citri gave Issei a quizzical look. I have a question for you, dear. Why do you attend this school if you do not care much for most devils, Haidu-san? I live here. Issei replied bluntly. The woman looked away for a moment. Oh, pardon my question, I didn't mean for it to come across like that. Please don't think me rude. I was simply curious about your interest in this academy and your academics in general. I promised my parents I would get a good education. There's no ulterior motive. It really is as simple as that. Issei answered. Lord Citri turned towards Serafal a moment later. Tell me, Serafal, how exactly did you become involved with this dragon? Issei and I met at an anime convention. Serafal announced proudly. Both Issei and Sona cringed at her announcement. Lady Citri quickly voiced her confusion. So you're into the same forms of media our daughter is then? Interesting. I never would have expected a dragon like you to have similar hobbies. Serafal gave them a pouty face. Issei isn't afraid to be who he wants to be. That's what I like about him. You're too pure and good to be a devil, Serafal. Issei thought approvingly that the female Mayu could actually understand his minced. Anyways. Sona loudly tried to change the subject. Whatever happened with Riser Phoenix coming by your house, Haidu-kun? Look, just call me Issei now, alright? I'm already on a first name basis with all of Grimory's people and your sister. Issei stated, causing Sona to look a bit embarrassed. She closed her eyes as she quickly adjusted her glasses. If you insist on it, then I will call you by your first name, Issei. I actually wanted to thank you for sending them to my house, Sona. Riser apologized to me. Issei explained. Sona looked embarrassed by Issei calling her by name directly, and both of her parents looked like they wanted to say something about it too. Nevertheless, that issue was overlooked as the news of Riser apologizing had everyone surprised. He apologized to you? Sona repeated with disbelief. Her entire peerage appeared equally as shocked, but they remained silent as to not interrupt the high-class devil speaking. Issei nodded. Yeah, I was surprised too. It was random as hell, but I can't say I didn't appreciate it. The Phoenix boy did that. Do his parents know he came here today? Lord Citri gawked. Issei shook his head. No, his sister thought they would object to it, so they didn't tell them. I respected the fact that he had the spine to do it. So he and I are on good terms now. Interesting. Lord and Lady Phoenix will be most pleased to know that their family isn't in any danger from you then. No offense to you, Issei Haidu, but many among the pillars consider you a dangerous threat. Lord Citri replied. They should consider me a threat. No amount of politics is going to protect anyone from me if they try anything stupid like Diodora did. Issei stated coldly. That won't ever happen again. I got your back next time, Issei-chan. Serafal added cheerily. Duly noted. It was nice to meet you, Haidu-san. If you'll excuse us, we have to be leaving soon. I will assure the Phoenix family that you mean them no harm though. Lord Citri said with a polite nod before leaving with his wife. Red finally came walking back with Tsubasa as they caught up with the Citri group. He spoke to the blue girl approvingly. Just do what I told you, and if you're serious about it. Thank you for telling me, Red-sama. Tsubasa bowed her head towards the dragon. The others found it confusing, but they didn't get a chance to ask about it as Red quickly called out to Issei. Yo Issei, come here. We have to talk about something. The delinquent immediately walked over towards Red, but unsurprisingly, everyone else followed him. Red looked past Issei at Sona's peerage and Serafal. You mind giving us some space? As you wish, sir. Sona bowed politely as she gestured for her peerage to follow her. Irina and Zenobia both left as well, but had concerned expressions on their faces. Serafal lingered briefly. Is something wrong? Nah, but we need a few minutes alone. Red dismissed her. Oh okay. Hurry up and come meet Riaz-chan's parents next to Sei-chan. We'll be over here. Serafal announced to the delinquent before leaving him alone with Red. Couldn't you just speak to me telepathically if this was important? What's up, Red? Issei wondered. I'm leaving soon, but I wanted to warn you before I did. Speak to me normally but listen to what I'm telling you. Red replied. Issei walked directly next to Red now as he rose a brow. What's up, Dad? Nothing much, I was just going to leave soon since I have to be somewhere early tomorrow morning. You keep being the best student at this school. Show all these readuate weebs that it's possible to be cool, badass, and smart. Red announced super loudly. Issei was quick to realize he was purposely getting everyone's attention with these antics. He had no idea why though. I can sense OPHIS just entered this plane. Normally, I wouldn't give a shit, but she'll be able to tell who I am if she shows up here. I need to leave before she detects me, otherwise your cover and your world are going to be destroyed. Red explained casually. Alright Dad, well thanks for taking the time out of your busy schedule to show up here tonight. Issei responded. You're running away from OPHIS. Issei psychically demanded. What the fuck did you just say? I could body that bitch in a minute flat, but she'll undoubtedly try to fight me if she senses me outside of the dimensional gap. That would destroy the earth. I'm getting out of here for your sake, not mine. If it wasn't for you, I'd beat her ass right here and now before blowing this world into dust. Red replied a bit heatedly. Red held his hand up to fist bump Issei. See you around, son. Make me proud. Watch your back, Issei. OPHIS might be weaker than me, but she's still way stronger than you. If that bitch tries anything, I'll come fuck her up. So just steer clear of her for now. In the meantime, I'm gonna be making an obstacle course for a while. Try to come visit me the next chance you get and make a 100 in physics, damn it. Red waved as he turned around left the school. Oh, before you go, I meant to ask you something. How should I go about perfecting nightmare mode in conjunction with my balance breaker? Issei asked. Red smirked. Use your imagination. Oh haha, very funny. Issei shot back. We'll work on that later. I'll let you know when the obstacle course is done. It's going to be good training for the both of us. Red laughed before leaving the front door of the school building. He disappeared shortly afterward, much to Issei's disappointment. There was nobody in the world that he liked spending time with more than Red. Every time they parted ways was a bit depressing. After Red was gone, Issei let out a sigh. He was distracted from his momentary depression when he saw Raynare entering the building with his entire peerage. Ah shit. Well, just when I thought this was going to get boring. Where'd Zenobia and Irina go? They've been awfully quiet ever since Gremory's brother called out Vali. Speaking of which, where is Ingvild? I should try to find her too. I'm guessing she was too shy to show up with all these people swarming me and Red. That sucks that he just left. Is OPHIS actually coming to Kuoh though? Issei thought, concerned. Issei was drawn from his thoughts when he heard Vali's voice from behind. You got a few minutes to talk now, Issei. He slowly turned around as he looked at Vali. Sure, I suppose. I take it this is something serious. Very serious. OPHIS is interested in meeting you. Vali replied. Chapter 11. The Infinite Dragon God. Issei stared at Vali blankly for a moment before answering calmly. I don't have any interest in meeting her. She's coming here right now. You don't really have a choice unless you intend on renouncing her in front of the whole school. She won't think twice about asking you to join her in front of these Mei or the Seraph. Just talk to her. She's not going to try anything. You have my word as a friend on that. I told OPHIS I'd convince you to meet her on the school rooftop tonight if she avoided showing herself here. Vali persuaded. The delinquent rolled his eyes. Sounds like this was all planned out a little too conveniently. Honestly, it wasn't. It was a last-minute random decision that she told Tiamat and I about this morning. OPHIS has been mildly curious about you and wanted you as a recruit, but she hasn't really considered it any kind of priority up until your attack on the underworld last night. I know it seems like we're trying to corner you into this, but I'm the only reason she's even waited this long. Just talk to her, okay? Vali explained. A moment later, Tiamat came up as well. She looked at Vali concerned. She's going to be there soon, Vali. We should hurry. If she gets there before us, she'll probably just come down here. Is there a reason you waited until the last minute to tell me this shit? Issei sighed. I wanted to tell you earlier, but all the people talking to you kind of sidetracked that. It's also not something I would text you. The Devil Dragon elaborated. We can talk about this later, alright? Tiamat interjected. Come on, Issei, let's hurry. Vali grabbed his arm and practically tried to drag him away from the main area. Despite their high charisma and presence, all three dragons were able to avoid attention and detection as they stealthily reached the stairs and headed for the rooftop. As they ascended to the rooftop, Issei wondered if anyone managed to catch sight of them leaving. He quickly brushed those thoughts aside as the three of them arrived at their destination. She's already here. Tiamat stated as she pointed at a figure facing away from the men staring into the night sky. Sorry if we kept you waiting, OPHIS. Vali said calmly as the figure turned around and looked at them blankly. It is no concern. I only just arrived a few seconds ago. OPHIS replied with stoic and emotionless tone. Issei stared at OPHIS more closely as he took in her appearance in its entirety. She looked like a young black-haired girl in a strange Lolita Jedab. Her eyes were a silverish gray and black and looked completely lifeless. This is OPHIS. The great enemy and self-proclaimed rival of my Red. It's a little fucking girl. What the fuck? Ahahaha. Issei began to laugh in his head. Outwardly his mouth was starting to twitch a bit as he forced back the snickers that were trying to escape his mouth. I've only ever seen her dragon form. I wasn't expecting this, Ddraig added. Ahahaha. Issei couldn't hold back his laughter anymore as he started cackling uncontrollably. Vali and Tiamat exchanged confused and uncomfortable looks with one another as they tried to figure out just what was so funny. What's so funny, Issei? Vali asked him curiously. OPHIS is a little girl. Haha. This is the great and powerful Infinite Ouroboros Dragon of the Void. You two are just messing with me, right? This can't be real, hahaha. Good one, Vali. I knew you had it in you to pull a prank like this on me. Issei kept laughing as he walked closer towards the infamous dragon. She seemed completely indifferent to his humor and tilted her head slightly. You don't believe I am OPHIS? There's no fucking way, you're OPHIS. You look nothing like I imagined. Issei shook his head as he finally stopped laughing. I am OPHIS. The girl repeated blankly again. This isn't a joke, Issei. Don't laugh at her unless you want to die. Tiamat warned him. It seemed more out of concern for him than anger, much to his surprise. Wait. So this is for real then? You're actually OPHIS. Why are you a little girl? Issei asked disbelievingly. I've had this current form for about 400 years. I fail to understand why you imagined I would look any different. OPHIS stated with aloof rationalism. It's just. You're so infamous that I expected you to look cooler and much more badass. Issei explained. Office stared at Issei for a brief moment before responding. What did you imagine me to look like? Issei briefly recalled a memory in his mind. Hey Nikki, what kind of personality does Office have and what does she look like? You've never actually told me before. She's nothing like me. Imagine a socially awkward goth chick with a weird emotionless personality and an undeserving ego, and you'll sort of get the picture. She's quiet, boring, and lame overall. The only redeeming quality she has is that Office is relatively chill most of the time. Red answered. So she looks like a goth chick then? Like some dark sorceress babe. Issei confirmed. Red scoffed. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Regardless, I don't really care. After the brief silence, Issei shook his head. I always assumed you looked like some sexy goth sorceress with a huge rack and skimpy black dragon armor or something. Maybe like an evil cloak flowing from the back to match your Ouroboros void snake pauldrons. I mean you're a dragon goddess after all. I expected something super intimidating, grandiose, and halfway seductive. Hell, even being older would make me take you more seriously. I think you've been playing too many video games, Issei. Vali said, somewhat amused by his imagination. Tiamat deadpanned. So, you got a thing for goth girls then, Issei? What? No. I was just saying that's what I thought Office's humanoid form looked like. This is kind of underwhelming to be honest. I mean she's a cute little girl and all, but I can't take her seriously in that form. Issei explained. But you could take her seriously if she looked like some S&M cosplayer. Vali laughed. Maybe I could. Issei countered. If that's what you're into, Issei. All you had to do was ask me. Tiamat smirked. Office looked away for a moment as if contemplating Issei's words. She turned back shortly afterward. I will gladly wear that form if you prefer me to. Several of the other dragons have made similar remarks on my lack of presence. I suppose altering my attire and aging my humanoid form a bit will make me more intimidating. Grandiose and seductive as you put it. Before anyone could say a word, a light purple and black aura enveloped Office's body for several seconds. Moments later, the magical aura dissipated and Office was now in a form very similar to what Issei described. He jaw-dropped at it when he realized that her now larger bust was almost completely exposed minus her nipples being taped over. Instead of looking like a little girl, she now looked like an older teenager and had all the curves that came with puberty. Her eyes and hair were practically the same, but a small amount of dark black and purple eyeliner decorated them. She also had the Ouroboros symbol of the infinity snake shaped into a circlet-like diadem on her forehead. She even had infinity sign hoop earrings on each of her pointed ears. Her new skimpy armor was even more revealing than Issei could have imagined. Black armored thigh-high boots went up each leg. A similar pair of gauntlets covered her forearms and went up to her shoulders in some type of armored sleeve. Her shoulders now had snake-shaped pauldrons and a cloak attached to them which flowed behind her back. Over her waist, she was wearing some type of loincloth miniskirt, barely covering a noticeable armored black thong. She had nothing over her torso however, which caused Issei to stare for a brief moment. You going to put some armor on your chest too? It's a little cold out here tonight. Issei pointed out. Office felt her chest shamelessly as she looked at Issei. What would you recommend? These do seem like they would get in the way. I don't know. Wear like a corset or something. Maybe a breastplate. Hell, even a damn shirt would work. Issei responded bluntly. Without wasting a second, Office immediately manifested a matching and armored midriff breastplate over her chest. What do you think of my new form? Office asked Issei with a halfway interested stare. Damn, she's fucking hot as hell now. This is even more distracting than her being a little girl. Issei thought to himself for a moment. Let me put it this way. If you came up to me in that form initially, I might have fallen in love with you. Issei joked. What? Are you hitting on Office right now, Issei? Tiamat gawked. So you like it then? Office asked for confirmation as she didn't seem to understand his joke. Man, and I thought Gabriel was out there. Red wasn't kidding. Office is socially inept. Issei laughed mentally. Yeah, you look like a dragon goddess now. Issei remarked. You're such a perv, Issei. I can't believe you talked Office into transforming into that. Vali sighed. Office stared at Issei briefly before responding. I see now. You're attracted to me and that makes me more desirable to follow. I should have considered this a long time ago. It would have made my recruitment much easier. Whoa, I never said I was attracted to you. I was just joking about the falling in love thing. Issei shot back immediately. The Ouroboros dragon frowned slightly as a fraction of a disappointment showed on her features. So I'm not appealing to you then? Why not? I altered my form to your specifications. You even seemed to have an approving stare just a few seconds ago. Look, I'm kind of missing out on a school event right now, so we can wrap this up. What do you want? Issei changed the subject. I sent something on the stairs. Office said as she immediately lost interest in Issei. Her eyes then focused on the staircase behind him. She held up her hand briefly as she telekinetically pulled someone up the stairs and through the door with her dark magic. Issei wasn't surprised that someone would try eavesdropping on him, since he practically slipped away with Vali and Tiamat. What did surprise him was the person who did it. He expected someone like Ingvald or one of the devil heiresses, but to his astonishment, it was actually Saji. I wasn't eavesdropping, I swear. I just wanted some fresh air and I heard talking up here. The third-year devil immediately tried to defend himself. Tiamat and Vali looked slightly alarmed by the arrival of Sona's pawn and immediately got tense. OPHIS seemed indifferent however as she looked down at him. I can sense Vritra in you. Finally, I've found the last piece of him. How convenient that you would show up at a time like this. Your instincts must have guided you here. He's got the last Vritra shard. Tiamat asked OPHIS for confirmation. The dragon goddess nodded her head. He does. Oh shit. Don't even tell me they're about to get Saji involved in this. Issei thought seriously. He did mention he had a dragon in his sacred gear a while back, didn't he? I didn't even realize it was Vritra. I suppose it makes sense though. From what I heard the Hindu god Indra split Vritra into 5 sacred gears. Ddraig added. Issei, what the hell is going on up here? Who is she? Saji asked with evident concern in his voice. Issei sighed. This is the dragon god OPHIS. What? What does she want? Saji asked Issei with evident fear in his voice. I want a lot of things that are too complicated to explain to other beings. OPHIS said bluntly. Are you going to try and awaken Vritra, OPHIS? It might cause complications if the devils or angels detect it. Tiamat said anxiously. The dragon god nodded her head. We'll regroup with the others first. They'll be eager to meet our new recruits anyways. Before Issei even knew what was happening, the dragon god formed a magical circle around all of them and teleported Issei, Vali, Tiamat, and Saji a considerable distance away from Kuoh. A short teleportation later, they were now in an isolated area and he had no idea where it was. The sight of a nearby shrine and a forested mountain in the distance instantly led Issei to realize that they were still in Japan. Saji immediately moved closer towards Issei and tried to whisper to him frantically. Dude, what is this? Why did she teleport us? Do you have any idea what this is about? Who the hell is OPHIS anyways? I've never heard of a dragon god. Stay calm and just don't freak out, alright? This isn't the time to explain anything to you. Issei tried to calm the devil. Looking around curiously, Issei saw a host of figures standing together. OPHIS slowly walked over towards them before turning around. The flanking figures each walked up on OPHIS's sides and stared Issei and Saji down. Vali and Tiamat both walked over to OPHIS as well, which left Issei and Saji alone in front of them. The realization of how dangerous this situation was immediately dawned on Issei when he spotted Kuoh Academy standing next to OPHIS. Oh fuck me. Kuoh Academy. Issei thought seriously. This won't end well. Ddraig added. These are my dragon generals in the Klepeth. I'm sure you know some of them already. OPHIS stated. Blankly. Dragon generals. Are they trying to recruit you for something, Issei? Saji asked concerned. Before Issei could answer, OPHIS spoke again. Introduce yourselves everyone. Some of the dragons had curious looks about OPHIS's new appearance, but they didn't say anything about it as they found Saji and Issei's presence there more interesting. Tiamat was the first to speak. You already know me. I'm the Chaos Karma Dragon and the Dragon Queen, Tiamat. We've met before. I'm Mr. Black, but my real name is Kuoh Academy. I am the Crescent Circle Dragon. The Irish Dragon followed. I am Yamata no Arachi. I am the Venom Blood Dragon. You may call me Arachi if you wish, Dragonkin. The dragon standing next to Kuoh Academy followed. He looked Japanese like Issei himself and had long black hair with white tips. He seemed slightly feminine due to the shape of his eyes and the warpant around them. He was thinner than Kuoh Academy and was a bit gaunt. His eyes were a blood red color and they had an inviting allure to them. He was wearing traditional Japanese style clothing as well. Saji was quick to voice his disbelief. Wait. That's the Arachi. Like the one in the legends. I am indeed. Arachi nodded politely. The dragon standing next to Tiamat went next. I am Ai Daka. The Diabolism Thousand Dragon and Scourge of the Zoroastrian gods. Nemesis of Ahura Mazda. Issei stared at him briefly. He looked like he was from the Middle East and shared Tiamat's slightly tanner complexion. His clothing was comparable to ancient Persian armor and he was wearing a cool-looking mask to cover his face. I am OPHIS, the Eclipse Dragon. You might know me better as the arch-enemy of the sun god Ra in the Egyptian pantheon. The next one spoke. OPHIS was a brown-skinned man wearing black pharaoh-like robes. He had no hair but wore a cool-looking Egyptian headdress. His eyes were bright silver and he honestly looked the friendliest out of the bunch in Issei's opinion. Like Arachi, he actually seemed to be in approval of Saji and Issei's presence there. Following him, the next one spoke. I am Layden, the Insomniac Dragon. Layden looked like he was Southern European. Possibly Mediterranean in appearance. His eyes were red and his hair was brown. You stand before Grendel, the Berserker Dragon. Another one introduced himself. He looked like he was twitching a bit randomly and was undoubtedly a bit mentally unstable, judging by the weird ways his silver eyes would dart around. His hair was black and he was relatively pale. The final one besides Vali almost hissed his name at Issei. Nidhogger. Abyss Rage Dragon. Bane of Yggdrasil and the Norns. Enemy of Asgard. Nidhogger looked Northern European and was wearing black chainmail armor by the looks of it. It was honestly quite aesthetic and cool in Issei's opinion, as it went well with the rest of his armor. His hair was completely white and his eyes were bluish green. He looked equally as unfriendly as Grendel. Issei, these are all evil dragons. They're all at least Dragon King level or above. Tiamat is weaker than half of them if that gives you any ideas of what we're looking at here. Ddraig warned. Holy shit. I wasn't expecting this. OPHIS actually made a full dragon gang before me. I didn't realize she had this many legendary dragons on her side. Which ones are the strongest, Ddraig? Issei thought, both amazed and disturbed. He didn't know what to think of these other dragons, and he found them all slightly intimidating when standing together behind OPHIS. Looking at this group, I would say Crom Cruach is undeniably the most powerful. He's actually closer to Albion and myself, to be honest. Vali with Albion's power is probably around Crom Cruach's level, assuming she has Juggernaut drive as well. OPHIS and AI.Ka were both stronger than Tiamat by a respectable margin last I heard. Grendel, Irachi, Layden and Nidhogger are all in the same tier as Tiamat, though she's been alive for several thousand years and possibly got stronger than them. I haven't seen Tiamat's full power in a long time, but I'd wager she's mid-tier out of this bunch. That's saying something considering she and Fafnir are neck and neck for being the strongest Dragon King. Ddraig explained. A brief silence followed as everyone turned towards Vali expectantly. Glancing at Vali now, OPHIS spoke to her. You too, Albion. Or Vali. Whatever name you go by now. Issei and Vali stared at each other seriously as Vali took a deep breath and sighed. Sorry for not telling you, Issei, but I thought it might be inappropriate considering you're friends with the Securitate. Plus, people always act different around me when they learn the truth. During her comment, Issei briefly looked over at Crom Cruach and saw him smiling. The other dragons seemed curious about Vali's remark and stared at Issei interested. You know Ddraig. Where is he? Nidhogger demanded. You got a history with Nidhogger? Issei asked. Ddraig sighed. Yeah, I kicked his ass a long time ago. Honestly, I thought he was dead. Most of these dragons here should be dead. I know for a fact that the Shinto god Susanoo killed Yamata no Irachi. Apophis was killed by Ra. Layden was killed by Heracles. AI.Ka warred against the Zoroastrian gods in Persia before dying somehow. As far as I'm aware, Crom Cruach is the only one of them that wasn't actually killed. Issei ignored Nidhogger's agitation as he watched white wings shoot out of Vali's back with a glowing blue shine. She continued with a calm confession a moment later. I am the Vanishing Dragon. The White Dragon Empress. Host of the Heavenly Dragon of Supremacy. Albion. Saji glanced over at Issei concerned as he was undoubtedly wondering what Issei's reaction to all of this was. He probably already knew and is wondering how I would react to it. Issei thought as he briefly looked at Saji. Dead. Silence followed for several long and painful seconds as Issei then stared at Vali. Finally he sighed. I already knew that. Gremory's queen told me the other day despite the others not wanting me to know. Saji's face went wide with horror upon hearing that news from Issei. The delinquent ignored the devil's worried expression as he kept his attention on Vali. You already knew? I'm somewhat amazed you didn't start treating me differently once you found out then. Why didn't you want to ask me about it? Vali wondered. Why would I? If you wanted me to know, you would have just told me. I can respect people keeping things to themselves. Issei followed up. Any second now, Crom Cruach OPHIS is going to call me out for what I am in front of every last one of these fuckers. There's no way OPHIS doesn't already know considering she was capable of detecting red. Issei thought dreadfully. HMPH. Well, now you see why things aren't so simple anymore. Vali replied. Despite her comment, he didn't entirely understand her logic. OPHIS glanced at Issei and addressed him after a momentary pause. Introduce yourself to everyone. My name is Issei Haidu. The dragon said simply. AI.Ka turned his head towards OPHIS. What makes this whelp worth recruiting anyways? I thought we were looking for the last shard of Vritra. Who is this Issei Haidu and what makes him worthy enough to join us? He's very powerful. Easily as strong as most of you. OPHIS replied blankly as she focused intensely on Issei. This is the one that attacked the underworld and fought the super devil, Ajuka Beelzebub. Apophis spoke up calmly. Some devils have been calling him the Crimson Nightmare Dragon. Tiamat added, causing AI to nod his head in acknowledgement. Impressive title. It sounds better than the Red Dragon of Kuoh. Crom Cruach spoke up condescendingly. Go fuck yourself, Crom Cruach. Issei thought as he kept a blank expression on his face. As for Vritra. I brought the last piece of him right here with us. He was conveniently nearby. OPHIS explained as she pointed at Saji. The devil shook his head for a moment horrified. Wait, what do you want with me? Can somebody please explain to me what's happening? None of the dragons spoke a word in response, which only caused Saji to get even more worried. Moments later, a purple and black aura enveloped him as OPHIS dragged him closer towards the group. She then manifested 4 purple orbs in front of Saji. They began to orbit around Saji, causing him extreme pain as they magically stunned his body. What the fuck are you doing to him? Issei demanded seriously as he took a step forward. Every single one of the evil dragons tensed up briefly when he did so. Grendel even sent him a nasty glare. OPHIS ignored Issei's outburst as she turned towards Vali. I can't directly combine sacred gears. Can you use your longinus to fuse them and awaken Vritra? Why do I have to do it? Vali asked. It takes divine power to actually alter sacred gears. Albion and Ddraig both have divine power that they stole from God. When you were contained into a longinus, you kept this divine power. It is what allows you to absorb and alter sacred gears. OPHIS explained simply. I never thought to combine sacred gears. Issei mused mentally. I knew that already, but it never seemed relevant to mention to you. Theoretically you could add another sacred gear you like to the boosted gear. It's also why transfer works. Ddraig replied. Vali sighed as she nodded. I suppose I can then. Issei and the rest of them watched as Vali walked towards Saji. The sacred gear around his arm was now out as it painfully constricted him with dark magic. Vali manifested part of her balance breaker as she touched his arm. Albion's voice sounded shortly afterward. Awaken, Vritra. A surge of Vali's power engulfed Saji, briefly causing the orbiting purple orbs to shape into other sacred gears. They immediately clamped onto various parts of Saji's body, causing him to scream in agony. Vali took a step backward as she watched the metamorphosis slowly take over Saji's body. Arghhh. Issei, help me. Saji cried out in pain as the dark magic completely engulfed his body into scale mail balance breaker. Vritra's voice sounded a moment later. What the? Where am I? Welcome back, Vritra. You've been split apart and sealed for a while. Tiamat addressed him. What the hell is this? Saji asked as he looked around at his scale mail form. He appeared to be in less pain now but was no less hysterical. OPHIS channeled magic into him a moment later, forcing the scale mail to break off and Saji to return to his normal form. His gauntlet was still there, and Vritra's voice sounded through it with confusion. This dark power. Is that you, OPHIS? And what are all of these dragons doing here? OPHIS is forming an army of dragons. She gathered 4 of the 5 pieces of your soul scattered around the world into sacred gears and combined it with this devil boy that you now reside within. He held the 5th piece. You are now in a similar situation as Ddraig and me, Vritra. Albion explained to the Dragon King. Albion. So you're involved in this too? I thank you for restoring me, but I take it that this wasn't simply for charity. You want me to join this dragon army, don't you? Vritra asked. Join us, Vritra. We're all following OPHIS. Tiamat added. Vritra was silent for a moment as he looked around. Why though? For the betterment of dragonkind. OPHIS has empowered all of us. Tiamat tried to persuade her fellow Dragon King. Albion, Tiamat, OPHIS. Allied with the evil dragons. How strange. Vritra noted. Tiamat shook her head. It's not strange, Vritra. We're finally uniting as kin rather than fighting amongst ourselves. Where is Ddraig then? Vritra countered. Albion quickly answered him. We're still searching for Ddraig. He's been hiding for the past century by my estimation. If Ddraig has no wish to be involved, then why should I? I appreciate you restoring me, but I don't really see the point in you recruiting me. I'm not very useful in this state. Vritra replied. Why hasn't OPHIS mentioned me or Great Red yet? Surely she can sense that power within you. Crom Cruach knows the truth too. Why hasn't he told anyone? Ddraig thought curiously. Issei glanced at Crom Cruach for a moment. I don't know, but there's also no way Crom Cruach kept it a secret from OPHIS, even if she can't tell. Vali and Albion still don't seem to know for some reason. Neither does Tiamat. Do you think it's possible that OPHIS and Crom Cruach just didn't tell them? Hard to say. Ddraig sighed. But it looks like your cover is just about done. They might call us out any second now. What did you dragons do to me? Saji demanded as he interrupted their conversation. Vali calmly explained the situation to him. We gave you the other 4 Vritra sacred gears and turned yours into a pseudo-longinus. It also awakened the Dragon King Vritra as you have all 5 pieces of his soul in your body. You should be grateful. You're a lot stronger now. I always knew you two were trouble, but what are you building a damn dragon army for? Saji demanded. So this is my host then. What is your name, devil? Vritra asked Saji after a brief awkward silence followed his question. Saji Genshuru. I'm a low-class devil and a pawn of Sona Sitri. He answered. Office stared at him blankly before speaking. You work for me now. As does Issei Haidu. You're not forcing him or me to do anything, Office. Issei shot back as he walked over toward Saji and held an arm up, gesturing him to move back. Saji looked relieved by Issei having his back, but also concerned that the delinquent was standing up to the other dragons. The dragon god tilted her head at him. You object? Damn right I do. Issei countered. Let's discuss terms then. Office replied passively. This is it, Ddraig. Get ready. We're about to be in for the fight of our lives. Issei thought seriously. Issei, don't do anything stupid. You can't fight all of them at once. We're not stronger than Office, and you would get easily swarmed if you tried to fight more than 2 or 3 of the others at a time. Ddraig interjected seriously. Before Issei could commit to a decision, fate seemed to be on his side today, as a surge of power quickly distracted everyone there. All of the dragons turned and looked up as they saw a thundering figure crash through the sky like lightning and land in front of them. His arrival was followed by the moonlight beaming down with another individual. A third arrival came as a blinding light in the shape of a wolf running through the sky. The wolf quickly manifested into a human-looking figure moments later. By what right do you evil monsters dare to set foot upon these holy lands? Japan is under our protection, and your continued defilement here will be taken seriously as an act of war against the Shinto gods, you foul dragons. The first figure announced with aggressive hatred. Shinto gods. You have got to be kidding me. Issei thought disbelievingly as he looked over the 3 gods present. The one in the front was dressed in something one would expect a samurai to wear. He had 2 katanas sheathed to his side. His hair was long and black, and he had a mask on. The mask had a long-shaped nose, which made it fairly obvious which god he was. Is that Susanoo? Funny, I always wondered if the Shinto gods noticed all the weird supernatural traffic around Japan. It sounds like he doesn't like dragons too much. Issei thought as he looked at the other 2. Most gods hate dragons, Issei. This isn't going to end well. The gods will probably lose their minds when they hear about Office resurrecting and recruiting all of the most powerful dragons in the world. Ddraig stated seriously. Other than Susanoo, the other male god had silver-white hair and a calm face. He was dressed very impressively in an armored silver and white attire. He had a crescent moon-shaped symbol on his crown and on parts of his clothing. His eyes were the color of starlight and looked very captivating in Issei's opinion. He was likely Tsukiyomi, the Shinto god of the moon. The final figure was obviously Amaterasu, the Japanese goddess of the sun. She was adorned in the traditional white and red colors of Japan with golden jewelry here and there. Her hair was long and black, and her eyes were a beautiful shade of gold. I wonder what they'll do. Issei thought to himself as he watched Office's dragon gang all react to the Shinto gods. Susanoo. I was wondering if you still lived. Arachi hissed towards the storm god. The god scoffed as he reached for the hilt of one of his swords. Yamada no Arachi. You should be dead. Your disgusting existence here will not be tolerated. I will see you destroyed forever this time. I do not know by what means you have come back to life, but I will not overlook it, you evil serpent. Wait, Susanoo. Those are all very powerful dragons. I advise caution. Tsukiyomi stopped him as he passively looked over the evil dragons. This is a most unwelcome arrival. What a bother. Office remarked passively. Her complete stoicism and lack of concern greatly angered Susanoo. The storm god growled at her. And who might you be, girl? Watch your tone, Susanoo. You're speaking to Office, the infinite Ouroboros dragon god. She could erase you in seconds. Arachi hissed. Dragon god. What kind of a joke is that? So the snake has found himself a new master, has he? How pitiful. Susanoo scoffed. So these are the Shinto gods, huh? It's been a while since I killed a god. Crom Cruich said darkly. Office. Let me kill them. Grendel demanded as he kicked up dirt with his feet. Like he was about to charge. As if you even could. Susanoo taunted him. Argghh. Grendel growled hatefully as he charged in. He barely made it 2 steps before a purple and black aura enveloped him and froze him in place. I didn't tell you to attack yet, Grendel. Relax. Office stated as she effortlessly held the berserker dragon in place. Tsukiyomi turned towards Office and huffed. So. The infinite Ouroboros dragon, Office, has been recruiting an army and resurrecting all of the dead evil dragons. How curious. What are you doing in Japan? That's none of your business. I'll kindly ask that you leave now. Office dismissed them emotionlessly without a care in the world. It is our business when you monsters set foot in our land and congregate in a large gathering like this. What are you planning? Susanoo demanded. You don't want to start a war that you can't win. I have no interest in fighting gods, but I won't hesitate to make examples out of you. Office said with a stoic and uncaring voice. How dare you mock our strength, you abyssal serpent of the void. I will see all of you annihilated. Susanoo exclaimed as he drew one of his swords and charged in at Office. He never quite made it before Irachi blocked him and blasted him back with a heavy venom breath. The dragon glared hatefully at the god. Give me a reason. I've longed for my revenge ever since I came back to life. Office is the only thing keeping me from murdering you, Susanoo. Yo, let's get the fuck out of here, Ddraig, while they're all distracted. Issei thought incredulously. His ambitions of escape were immediately shattered when Amaterasu stepped forward a moment later. If the other gods and other mythologies hear about this, then they will all join forces to hunt you creatures down. I suggest you leave unless you wish to deal with the likes of the Hindu, Greek, Norse, Zoroastrian, and Egyptian pantheons as well. You may believe yourselves stronger than our pantheon, but how well would you fare against the likes of Shiva or even Thor? I also wonder what the devils and angels might think of this dragon gathering. Curse Thor. Nidhogger hissed hatefully. Long have dragons and gods been eternal rivals, but our objective has nothing to do with your kind. I abandoned my grudge for Ra long ago. My only purpose now is to follow Office. Denounce our existence and demonize us if you wish, but you are no match for the infinite dragon god. It would be wise for you to leave us be. Apophis threatened. Office nodded before speaking blankly. Even with all of those gods at your disposal, defeating me would still be impossible. You really don't want to do that. I came to Japan looking for Vritra and Ddraig. Vritra? Isn't that the one Indra sealed away? He certainly wouldn't approve of your interference in restoring him. Amaterasu noted. I really don't care what he approves of. He means nothing in all of this. Indra can't stop me. Office replied. Carelessly. You arrogant little brat. Susanoo growled. However, I don't really want to bother with fighting all the gods and losing half of my dragon generals. It would be counterproductive to my goals. Take solace in knowing that they have nothing to do with you. It would be in your best interest to back off and mind your own affairs. I can assure you that we are not here to attack your land. Think carefully before you start a war with me. We will even leave for now. Office continued stoically. Moments later, Office enveloped all of them in a large portal before teleporting away. Issei was thankful too, as he did not want to be anywhere near the three gods anymore. Shortly after being teleported, Issei found himself back on the rooftop at Kuoh Academy. He looked around curiously when he noticed Saji, Vali, and Tiamat were all missing. Huh. Would she just send me back here alone, I wonder? Who knows, but we dodged a major incident back there. Even as strong as you are, you wouldn't stand a chance fighting Office and all of them. Ddraig pointed out. He nearly flinched when he turned around and saw Office standing there too. Issei quickly regained his bearings and spoke to Office. Where are Vali and Tiamat? Where's Saji? They're with the others still. I wanted to speak to you alone for a minute before I left. Sorry that we were interrupted back there. Anyways, I have been studying you for a little while now, and I must admit I find you interesting. Office began. Interesting? Issei repeated uncertainly. Can you be more specific? You're a lot like me. She explained casually. Issei deadpanned at her. No, I'm not. I have emotions and I hate politics. We're nothing alike. I also dislike politics, drama, and war. Like you, I just want to be blissfully separate from it all. Believe me, this entire endeavor with the Cows Brigade has been quite the chore for me to deal with. Office said blankly. But I desire one thing above all else. Would you like to know what it is? Sure, why not? Issei shrugged. Office sighed. Silence. The delinquent narrowed his gaze at her briefly. So you're starting a huge war to get it? What the hell kind of logic is that? The only way you'll get silence from that is by killing everyone. Office tilted her head slightly. I never thought to try that instead. Killing everyone would grant me that scenario outside of the dimensional gap. That's a good backup plan. Great. Now I just convinced her to genocide reality if she doesn't get what she wants. Issei thought incredulously. So you want the dimensional gap for yourself? Is that why you want to kill Great Red? Vali mentioned something about it to me. Issei asked Office for confirmation. What do you know of Great Red? Office asked Issei. Part of him felt uncertain about her question, since it could imply that she was aware of his relation to Red. Testing the waters slowly, Issei shrugged. I assumed all dragons knew about the Great Red Dragon of the Apocalypse. He's the most powerful being in the universe. He's even stronger than you. My motivations are to remove him from the dimensional gap. Whether he dies or not is inconsequential. It once belonged to me, but has since become his territory as he claims. Being subjected to this annoying and tiresome noise has become exhausting and unbearable for me. I wish to return to the peaceful silence. Office explained. I suppose I can't blame you for wanting that. I like the dimensional gap too. It's a peaceful place. At least for dragons. Isn't there some way you can find your peace and quiet somewhere else though? You're a dragon god. You can create your own reality, can't you? Issei shook his head. That is the exact same thing Great Red said to me after he rudely threw my ass out, as he said in his own words. It's strange. I had once thought it possible for he and I to coexist there, but he makes too much noise and he doesn't like me because I'm lame, as he stated. OPHIS noted. Issei shook his head. Look. I have nothing against you, OPHIS, but I think you're going about this the wrong way. You're starting this massive mythological war and trying to kill the greatest dragon in the universe just so you can live in eternal silence. Do you have any idea how boring and stupid that sounds? It's not something I would expect you to fully understand, Ddraig. OPHIS said with distant emptiness in her voice. The delinquent wasn't surprised by her knowledge of Ddraig, but he found it odd how she referred to him as Ddraig. Actually, my name is Issei. I'm Draig's host. He corrected OPHIS. She stared at him for a moment as she leaned in. You smell like Ddraig, you have Ddraig's powers, and Ddraig is a part of your body and soul. You're Ddraig. But you're like Albion, and you prefer to go by your host name, I assume. It works well for your cover. I will continue to call you Issei then. I have a question for you, OPHIS. If you knew I was the Red Dragon Emperor, then why didn't you tell Vali or Tiamat back there? Kuoh knows too, and he didn't say anything either. Issei asked. OPHIS answered him emotionlessly. I ordered Kuoh not to say anything. I also kept it to myself because I didn't want those two trying to fight you unnecessarily. Dragon rivalries are a difficult thing to manage. Making the evil dragons work together is not simple, and I imagine it won't be any easier making you and Albion work together. I intended on transitioning you into the Clipeth first. Issei felt a bit confused at the situation. Something doesn't make sense to me, Ddraig. Why does OPHIS know about you, but not about me having Great Red's power? Surely, she must have noticed the similarity if she watched the underworld news, right? You would think she could tell at this range, considering Red had to leave when she got close. That is unsettling to think about. It is possible that she does know about Red and isn't mentioning it to you. Ddraig sighed. That would be weird though. She has no reason not to ask me about Great Red if she could sense his power and blood within me. OPHIS seems kind of single-minded and blunt. I don't take her for the kind of person to make elaborate schemes. Maybe she can't tell because of you? Issei thought. Possible. But don't jump to that conclusion until you're certain she doesn't know. Ddraig replied. How exactly did you convince all of those other dragons to join you? Issei asked. To start, I resurrected them with Rizavum Lucifer's help. I then offered them whatever they wanted in exchange for serving me. Most of them wanted power and revenge, but a few seem to think I have some type of great purpose for them. They're convenient underlings, but I don't intend on keeping their company after I've accomplished my goals. They're free to do whatever they want after I succeed and if they survive. OPHIS replied. So you're using them then? What the hell makes you think I would ever want to follow you when you give zero fucks about them or me? You're a dragon god. Of course they think following you will help their situations. Hell, Tiamat is following you because she believes it will help dragonkind as a whole. The delinquent growled. What can I offer in order to convince you to join me? OPHIS asked, completely unfazed by the point he was trying to drive. You have nothing I want, OPHIS. I could never respect or follow someone who doesn't care about me or your own kind. Issei said angrily. OPHIS seemed indifferent to his words at first, but frowned slightly a moment later. You want me to care about you? Nobody has ever asked me for that before. It's not something I understand. That's probably why Great Red thinks you're lame. Issei dissed her. Her eyes widened slightly as she showed some more emotion. Her voice remained passive still. How could you possibly know what Great Red thinks? What makes you think he feels anything other than apathy and annoyance towards other beings? He only cares about himself. He isn't much different than I am in that regard. I think that confirms it, Issei. She doesn't actually know about your relation to Great Red. I don't know how, but we should consider this somewhat fortunate. Ddraig sighed in relief. Red had to have done something. That's the only explanation. He replied. Issei shrugged at OPHIS's question. I don't know, but I personally think you're lame because you don't give a shit about anything other than your silence. Listen, I'm a bit indifferent about some stuff too, but I still care about the people who have my back and show me respect. I look out for the weaker beings that place their faith and trust in me because I'm not heartless. These other dragons trust that you're looking out for them and you don't care whether they live or die. If OPHIS doesn't actually give a shit about them, then I can convince Tiamat and Vali to give up on following her, hopefully. Issei thought for a moment. You have a very strange request, but I will try to give you what you want. I will work on caring about you and other dragons. Is there anything else you want in addition to that? If it's within my power to give, I will in exchange for your allegiance. OPHIS responded. Wait. What? Does she think that was my request? I was ranting to her. Issei thought disbelievingly. Wait, OPHIS. I do have something else that I want from you. Issei said seriously. The infinite dragon goddess perked up with interest. Yes. Just leave Great Red alone and don't try to kill him. If you do that, I'll follow you. Hell, I'll even help you find somewhere quiet to live. Issei requested. She looked at him for a long and awkward moment before responding. Avoiding Great Red defeats the purpose of recruiting you to begin with. Why would you request something like that? I fail to see how it benefits you. Issei simply looked away before answering. Think about the aftermath for a moment and all the people rejoicing over the death of the Apocalypse Dragon. What would stop them from wanting to kill you next? They would never be able to kill me, since I'm too powerful. OPHIS didn't get to finish her sentence. You're not stronger than Great Red is. Issei cut her off. And if they saw Great Red die, then they would think every last dragon in the universe was killable. You'd be next and then it'd be me. What would stop them from wiping out the rest of us then? Half of these dumbasses that follow your cow's brigade don't even like dragons. Do you seriously think they're just going to leave you alone after it's all said and done? Especially if you were weakened after fighting Great Red. You'd be vulnerable enough to kill. Have you seriously even given any thought to this shit? OPHIS stared at him and didn't speak a single word in response for almost a minute. She seemed more focused and less aloof now as she finally shook her head. I need time to think things over. Your logic is somewhat valid. We should continue this conversation later. Take your time then. And do you mind bringing Saji back too? He's technically still a servant of the devils. They'll ask questions if he goes missing. Issei stated. OPHIS sighed. Vritra always did like Ddraig. I suppose it would be appropriate for you to look after him for now. Several seconds later, the individual in question was teleported onto the rooftop. Saji looked like he had just been through mental trauma as he immediately tried to run away. OPHIS froze him in place with her magic before he could leave. I'll be back in a few days with an answer for you, Issei Haidu. OPHIS spoke calmly. What about Vali and Tiamat? Issei asked her seriously. They are needed for a new mission I have planned. The next time you see them, I will have reached my decision. Whether or not I accept your request. You or I will be telling them the truth on my next visit. I won't tell them for now. They don't need distractions. OPHIS explained to him before teleporting away. As she left, her magical hold on Saji released. Issei quickly grabbed him before he could leave. He looked horrified now as Issei kept him from fleeing. We have to tell someone about this. Saji said urgently as he tried to move. Issei immediately yanked him back and threw the devil to the ground before planting a foot on his chest. He spoke seriously a moment later. We can't do that. Why not? The president would understand if I just. Saji immediately stopped talking as Issei held up his arm and channeled golden and red magic over him. I'm shielding your scent and power, Saji. And you're not going to say anything, got that? Issei said darkly. Saji looked up at Issei from his back confused. Why though? We just got kidnapped by a bunch of maniac dragons. In case you haven't realized yet, Saji, you're a dragon now too. My residual power has already begun to alter your body, and dragon cells develop within hosts of draconic sacred gears, the more powerful they are. I was once a dragon king, which means your dragon blood will eventually suppress even your devil blood. Vritra explained to his host. Listen Saji, this isn't the type of thing you want to tell people. I'm in the exact same boat as you are. OPHIS was here to recruit me and you apparently. You are only going to get people hurt if you try and get them involved in this. It's our problem. And we're going to deal with it. Issei added. Issei Haidu, I do not believe I know you. Can you explain to me why OPHIS is gathering a dragon army? Vritra asked Issei directly. The delinquent nodded. She's hoping to gather enough forces to defeat Great Red. Unusual. That sounds like it has a very high attrition rate. A battle between OPHIS and Great Red would kill most beings in the crossfire. Although she might have an edge if she empowered all of her followers with infinity snakes. Vritra replied. Issei sighed. OPHIS is coming back in a few days. That means we're either going to have to fight her or join her. Assuming she can't see reason. So. Is Tiamat actually loyal to the underworld if she's serving OPHIS? Saji asked Issei. The delinquent shrugged. I don't know what she's doing, but I was hoping to talk her and Vali out of this crap. So what am I supposed to do now? Just wait until OPHIS comes back and forces me into her dragon army? Saji asked desperately. I have no desire to follow her. I don't want any involvement in this disaster. Vritra sighed. You don't want to join them either, right Issei? I saw that you stood up to them earlier. Would you have really fought all of them? Saji asked seriously. Issei stared at Saji briefly in silence before finally answering him. Yes. You must be very powerful, Issei Haidu. I admit I find it confusing how such an unknown dragon is so strong. For OPHIS to take a personal interest in you. That is no trivial thing. Your bravery and willingness to oppose them was also quite admirable. Vritra added. Having this dragon inside of me is freaking weird. How am I ever going to get used to this? Saji wondered. Issei sighed. You'll get used to it. I did. What do you mean, Issei? You're just a half-breed dragon, right? Saji asked confused. Holding up his arm, Issei's boosted gear manifested into a red gauntlet over his arm. As it took shape in a red and green light, Issei spoke. I am also the Red Dragon Emperor. So trust me when I say that I know exactly what you're going through right now. What? B, but didn't your dad say the security was off training somewhere? Saji deadpanned. He lied to cover me. The reason he left is because OPHIS was coming here. Issei replied. The blonde devil stared at Issei's boosted gear in complete disbelief. They say you're already Dragon King level. And you have one of the heavenly dragons inside of you too. Just how fucking strong are you? Use your imagination. Issei repeated Red's words. That's insane. Wait a minute. Why don't Vali, Lucifer and Tiamat know? Weren't they here looking for him? Are you? Saji asked. Issei shrugged. I've been keeping it a secret for years, Saji. I purposely never told anyone just so shit like tonight wouldn't happen in my life. I just wanted to get through high school first. Who is your dad, Issei? He said he was stronger than you are. Saji trailed off. Great Red. The dragon of the apocalypse. He left so OPHIS wouldn't fight him and destroy the earth. OPHIS wants to kill Great Red and reclaim the dimensional gap. I tried to convince her that it was a stupid idea to do that, and now she's giving us a few days while she thinks it over. Got any other questions? Issei answered sternly. What? That's impossible. Saji looked horrified. Vritra however seemed amazed by this information. So you're Great Red son and you carry Ddraig's soul within you? How fascinating. That would certainly explain why you're opposed to OPHIS. Ddraig spoke through Issei's boosted gear a moment later. Issei and I have been preparing for the inevitability of this day for a long time. Forget what I said about not wanting to be involved. The fact that you're with Great Red changes things. I would much rather be on your side, Ddraig. And the Great Red God Emperor himself. Vritra replied. You once asked me to help you train Saji. Can you think of a better reason to get stronger now? Issei asked the blonde devil still on his back. Saji gulped for a moment as he sat up and looked at Issei seriously. Yeah. I don't want my friends getting hurt in all of this. I don't to be forced into this army. Good enough for me. I'll train you on how to be a dragon, Saji. But you can't tell anyone. Issei nodded as he extended his hand. Saji stared at it briefly before taking Issei's hand and getting to his feet. When should we train? Saji wondered. We'll start tomorrow, alright. Just don't use your sacred gear much until then, and for the love of tits, don't tell anyone about me, OPHIS, or your new transformation. You snitch and you're on your own. The delinquent explained. Saji nodded. Of course. I guess we should go back to the parent-teacher event now. Yeah. Oh, and before we go back. The brunette responded. Make sure you speak to him telepathically in public, Vritra. As you say. Vritra replied. Wasting no time, Issei immediately reseated his sacred gear and shielded its power again. As the two dragons walked back down the stairs together, Saji glanced over at Issei again. So. What's this about your hero blood then? Do you know who you're related to on that side? Honestly, I don't. Issei shrugged. Your dad never told you? Saji asked. The delinquent shook his head. No, but I'm sure he will eventually. So that loud and boisterous guy from earlier was really the Great Red. I never would have guessed. Why does he act like that? Saji wondered. Issei chuckled. Who knows, but that's what makes him so awesome. My main goal in life is to be like him. He really seemed to like Tsubasa, I noticed. They were talking the entire time you were meeting Sona Kaichu's parents. Saji noted. Oh really? That's strange. Maybe I'll ask her about that. Issei noted. Listen, Issei. Thanks for having my back in all of this. I used to think you were a complete asshole. I'm glad I was wrong. The fact that you're as powerful as you are and you're still able to be friends with people. It just makes me feel more reassured. I'm glad I got you backing me up in this whole thing. I'd have been fucked if they caught me when you weren't around. Saji lowered his head. Yeah, no problem, man. Let's get back to this party and try to pretend like this shit didn't happen. You go down there first and I'll wait a few minutes. It'll look weird if we show back up together. Issei nudged Saji forward. Alright man. By the way, where are we going to train exactly? Saji asked. I'll let you know at school tomorrow. Issei replied. One more thing before I go. Should we be concerned about the Shinto gods? They saw us with OPHIS and those evil dragons after all. Saji wondered. Issei shook his head. Don't think about that right now. Stress and agitation will cause your new dragon powers to fluctuate. We'll figure it out later. Without another word, Saji went downstairs first and left him alone for a moment. Issei sat on the stairs once he was gone and let out a sigh. Man. This is not how I pictured tonight going. I'm amazed you told him the truth about everything. Ddraig said, surprised. Yeah, well, if we're both in this together, then he needs to know that he can trust me. More importantly, Vritra needed to know that he could trust us. Issei explained. Appealing to Vritra was a good idea. Maybe he can back us up later. Are you sure you can trust that devil boy though? Ddraig asked. Issei sighed. I hope so. Hey, Issei-kun. Ingvald's voice sounded from behind. Issei glanced back at her curiously. Ingvald. I was wondering where you were at. I was looking for you earlier. Why yeah. I'm sorry. I was just too shy to approach with all those people following you around. It must be nice having others admire you like that. She smiled weakly as she sat next to him on the stairs. What are you doing up here though? He asked her. I went to look for you shortly after I saw Vali-san and Tiamat-san invite you upstairs. I assumed it would be a better chance to talk some more away from the crowds. I noticed Genshiro-san was also heading that way and figured it would be more subtle to follow behind him. I don't think he was aware of you three going up there, but I was curious to see if he was trying to spy on you guys. I managed to follow him up the stairs and I saw him get pulled out onto the roof. I watched for a bit until you all got teleported away by that pretty girl. I was shocked when I found out she was OPHIS. I have been sitting here a bit depressed ever since. I didn't think you were coming back tonight. She elaborated. You saw all of that, huh? Issei confirmed as he looked away briefly. How were you able to conceal yourself from mere OPHIS though? Ingvald shrugged. I'm not sure to be perfectly honest, but I think it has something to do with my long-eyeness. Narried Kiri can affect dragons too from what I've been able to test. That in addition to my magical suppression with water is how I avoided your detection for the past year. Still. OPHIS might have been able to detect me if I had been any closer or gotten there sooner. I kept my distance the moment I saw Genshiro-san get pulled in. Where did she take you guys and what happened exactly? I noticed Vali-san and Tiamat-san didn't come back. Is everything okay? I'm worried about you, Issei-kun. Don't be. Everything's going to be fine. Just let me handle this and don't get caught in the crossfire. Issei stated calmly. I don't want to just be a bystander or a dead weight friend, Issei-kun. I want to help you. I'm dead serious about that training you talked about the other night. I also don't know what to do with my long-eyeness, but I know it can be useful to you if I train with it. She said emotionally. To Issei, she was still sort of a stranger, and it was weird seeing her this emotionally concerned about him. But he had to remind himself that Ingvald had been stalking him for over a year and likely had a skewed perception on the matter. Alright, Ingvald. Tomorrow I'll start training you three girls and Saji. Issei nodded. Saji too, huh? I heard he had the dragon Vritra in him. You trust him now? Ingvald wondered. Issei nodded. Yeah, he had one of the 5 Vritra sacred gears. OPHIS gave him the other 4. And Vali activated and transferred them into his body. It awakened Vritra. I told Saji the truth because I want him to trust me and keep this on the down low for now. I see. Well, Genshiro-san seems nice enough. Maybe he'll make a good ally for you. Or us, I guess I could say. Ingvald said hopefully. The brunette changed the subject after a brief pause. So, what did I miss while I was gone? Not too much. That Riser Phoenix guy came in to apologize to Ria's Gremory and her peerage. They were also looking around for you. In fact, quite a few people were asking about you while you were gone. I believe your friends Irina and Zenobia are still downstairs. They're a bit concerned last I checked. You might want to go see them. Ingvald told him. Yeah, it's probably been long enough. I'm going to head back down there. You coming? Issei asked as he stood up and took a step down the stairs. Ingvald looked a bit nervous. I'm still not ready for them to know about me yet. I'd rather get a bit stronger first so I don't become a target. I'll do anything I can to lessen the burden on you. I appreciate that then. I'll try to catch up with you on the way home. I'm buying a new house soon. You're welcome to come shopping with me. Issei told the half-devil. Ingvald lit up with joy. Ah really? You want me to come with you? Yeah sure. If we're going to be friends, I should probably get to know you a bit better anyways. Issei replied. I'd be happy to go. I'll find you when you leave here tonight. She beamed. Sounds like a plan. See ya in a bit. Issei waved as he walked back downstairs. Upon returning to the main area, Issei was quick to notice it was far less interesting than before. He decided it was probably a good idea to go find Riser and Riaz, assuming they were still there. It didn't take him long to locate them as he walked up towards the large group. They all perked up with interest at Issei's arrival. Issei-chan, where have you been? I thought you left for the night. Seraphol demanded as she charged him from the side. She immediately clamped onto one of his arms as tightly as she could. I just needed some fresh air. Issei dismissed her concerns as he looked around. Riser quickly waved at Issei. Glad to see you're still here. I was hoping I'd run into you again tonight. Come meet Riaz-chan's parents, Issei-chan. Serafal tried to drag Issei further into the group where Riaz was standing. Rizer and several of the others followed behind them as Issei and Serafal came up to the grimoires. Issei looked them over for a moment curiously. One was a red-haired man with a light goatee, and the other was a woman with brown hair and a striking resemblance to Riaz herself. Her eyes were purple however, instead of the grimoire family's trademark blue. Nice to meet you in person, Issei Haidu. I'm Zeoticus Grimoire. Ria's father and head of the Grimoire family. This is my wife Venelana Grimoire. Formerly Venelana. Bale. Zeoticus introduced himself with a polite nod. Riaz spoke up a moment later. I'm glad you're still here, Issei. I was hoping you would have time to meet my parents. Yeah, they look a lot like you. Issei stated the obvious as he looked over Ria's parents. It's a pleasure to meet you, Issei Haidu. As a mother, you have my eternal gratitude for looking out for my daughter. My son Serziches assured us that you were willing to look out for Riaz and Sona as well as their peerages. That's comforting to know. I apologize if you aren't fond of devils, but we of the Grimoire household have no wish to be on bad terms with you. Venelana spoke up respectfully as she bowed her head. I admit I had my doubts about you when I first saw you in my daughter's raiding game. It was even more concerning when I learned of your assassination of Diodora Asterith. Both Riaz and Serziches have assured me that you're a good person though. And I must say I truly believe it now. Even the youngest Phoenix boy has spoken highly of you. That's astonishing considering how you injured him in the raiding game. Zeotica stated. How exactly did you two come to good terms? Riaz asked Issei directly as she looked over at Rizer still in disbelief that he was in the vicinity of the dragon. Rizer came by my house and apologized to me. Issei explained simply. Riaz looked a bit shocked still. That's what he said. But I'm shocked you said he could come here tonight. He apologized to me as well. Was that your doing? Before Issei could answer, Rizer did first. Issei encouraged me to make amends with you as well. I know I've said it already, but I am truly sorry for the way I acted towards you, Riaz. I never told him that. Issei thought incredulously. I think he's just trying to make you look good. Ddraig theorized. It's alright, Rizer. I'm just shocked that you two are able to get along after what happened. Riaz said disbelievingly. The delinquent shrugged. Rizer apologized to me and showed compassion for his family and his peerage. I can't fault anyone for that even if they did piss me off. We're cool now. So far, I can assure you guys that the Grimoire, Citri, and Phoenix families are all on my good side. So don't stress it, alright. That is excellent to know. Lord and Lady Phoenix will be most pleased to know that their son is doing better now and is in no danger from you. Zeoticus nodded approvingly. Don't forget about my input. I vouched for Issei-chan too. Serafal childishly added. Her warmness caused Zeoticus and Venelana to smile. Issei scratched his head as he looked around. So, I was wondering where is Serzich's Lucifer right now? Did he leave already? Our son had to leave early tonight. I understand your father also had to leave. A shame. I actually wanted to meet him. Zeoticus answered. Yeah. Well maybe you'll get another chance one day. Issei shrugged. Issei. Irina's voice caught his attention. He looked over curiously until he spotted the exorcist. She and Zenobia were both standing next to Gabriel. I should probably go see what they want. It was nice meeting you guys. Issei waved before departing. Likewise. Venelana responded as the delinquent left. Serafal and Rizer's peerage were all quick to follow him as he left. This left Riaz and several of her peerage members alone with her parents. Once they were a comfortable distance away, Venelana glanced at her daughter. He seems a lot nicer than I expected him to be. Your cousin Sererg is convinced that he's a threat to your safety. He might change his mind when he hears my opinion and Rizer Phoenix's account. Sererg is worried about me? Riaz asked confused. Venelana nodded. He wanted to come here tonight, but Zeoticus and I talked him out of it. I know how your cousin can get. What? You think he would try to fight Issei or something? Riaz wondered. Her mother sighed. Possibly. Sererg sees you as a little sister practically. You know how protective he gets about the family. Even Serziches doesn't get that way about you. Well, I know Issei isn't the type to back down from anyone. Neither is Sererg. I guess it's good that he didn't show up tonight then. Riaz exhaled in relief. Kyoto. What can you tell us about the dragon that attacked you, Yusaka Dono? A certain Shinto storm god asked the Yaokai leader. Yusaka looked a bit intimidated by Susanoo, but was politely seated on her knees in front of him. Tsukiyomi and Amaterasu were also present as they stood further back. Yusaka bowed her head respectfully to the gods. Not much I'm afraid. I was caught off guard and ambushed by these strange humans with powerful sacred gears. When I tried to go into my beast form, the black dragon knocked me unconscious. Krom Kruich I think his name was. I believe I was put under a spell after that. My daughter Kunu enlisted the aid of a dragon named Issei Haidu to save me. And he did. A human group with powerful sacred gears. Doesn't Indra have a group like that? Amaterasu asked Tsukiyomi. Why would Indra's followers align themselves with an evil dragon, though? That might explain why OPHIS wasn't concerned about him. Tsukiyomi wondered aloud. Susanoo cracked a fist as he stared at Yusaka. What can you tell us about this Issei Haidu? I find it hard to believe a dragon rescued you. Not much, I'm afraid. But he does live in Kuoh, I think. Yusaka answered. We should go investigate Issei Haidu. Susanoo said seriously. Amaterasu was quick to interject. Wait. We should observe him first before you go charging in. It would be a good way to find out what kind of dragon he is. All dragons are the same, sister. Susanoo scoffed as he kept walking. You two keep investigating the supernatural traffic around Japan. I'm going to contact Indra and see if he knows anything about this attack. Tsukiyomi stated before disappearing. Amaterasu and Susanoo traded disapproving looks with one another. The latter shook his head. We will go with your way for now. But I will intervene when and if I deem it necessary. Fine. Amaterasu nodded in agreement. Chapter 12. A Gathering of Gods. Issei walked over towards Irina and Zenobia after leaving the Devil's company. They both had troubled looks on their faces and seemed a bit worried. Gabriel was also present and had a curious look on hers. Much to Issei's dread, Raynare and his peerage had also followed him along with Seraphol. He looked them over briefly. Do you guys mind giving me some space? Sure thing, come on girls. Take care Issei Haidu. Raynare gestured for his peerage to follow him. Yeah, see ya. He waved curtly as he continued closer to his human friends. Seraphol remained with him however and sent a fierce glare towards Gabriel. I'm not going anywhere so long as she's there. Ignoring the tension between Gabriel and Seraphol, Irina immediately voiced her concern. Where have you been, Issei? We've been looking all over for you. I'll tell you about it later. This isn't a good time to talk about it. Issei said quietly as he glanced around at the room. Seraphol perked up curiously. Yeah, where were you exactly, Issei-chan? On the rooftop if you must know. He said vaguely without any follow-up explanation. Do you not want us to know? Gabriel asked with remarkable intuition. Issei gawked at her. Wow. I had no idea she could actually be insightful. It's just a personal thing, Gabriel. Issei deflected. A personal thing. Is something wrong? You can talk to me about it if you want. I'm 100% willing to help you if you need me. Seraphol suggested with convincing optimism. I appreciate that, Seraphol, but please don't pry into my personal business. Issei sighed. Vali and Tiamat are both gone as well. We thought you snuck off to go have see. Zenovia's mouth was immediately covered by a blushing Irina. She quickly finished Zenovia's sentence for her. Seclusion to talk about something. Seraphol's face got flushed at the word Zenovia almost said as she sent a childish and cute glare at Issei. You snuck off with them? The dragon sighed as he tried to make up something on the spot. Yeah, well sort of. Vali just wanted to talk about her family to me. Irina and Zenovia both seemed aware that Issei was lying, but decided not to press the issue when they saw the serious look in his eyes. That's crazy to hear that she's part of the Lucifer family. She's not with the old Satan faction, is she? Seraphol asked. Issei shrugged. She's a half-breed, so I doubt she's on good terms with those assholes. I guess that's true. Tiamat is also friends with her and she's on our side. Though it is weird, I have to admit. I still have no idea what they're doing here in Kuoh. Seraphol said with a hand to her chin. How much longer do we have to be here? Anyways? Zenovia wondered aloud. Issei was somewhat relieved that she changed the subject. For once her random comments paid off. The delinquent shrugged. I don't know. Hopefully, we can leave soon. Haidu-san. Issei's teacher called out as she approached the group. I was wondering. Where did your father go? Oh, he had to go do something for work. Are we good to leave now, sensei? The delinquent asked as he put his hands in his pockets. She frowned. That's too bad. Well, just so you know, I will be working on your extra credit when I get home tonight. I'll have it for you when you come back to school. Okay, cool. So I can leave now, right? He asked a bit impatiently. His teacher nodded. Yes, Haidu-san. Thank you for coming tonight. Please tell your father that he's always welcome to come visit here. It was a pleasure to meet him. Literally, I'll bet. Issei thought amused. See ya. He waved as he immediately began to head for the front doors. He had to get out of here before more people started prying. As he departed, Seraphol voiced her concern. You're leaving, already? We barely got to talk about anything. Sorry, Seraphol, but I'm ready to get out of here. I'll see you around. Issei waved. She frowned. Are you sure you don't want to talk? I'm not going to judge you. Another time, Seraphol. I have some stuff to take care of. He replied nonchalantly. Gabriel caught his attention as she blocked him at the front door. Would you like me to take you home? I can teleport you, get lost, Gabriel. Seraphol immediately tried to push the angel out of Issei's way. The delinquent rose a brow at her. No. I came on my bike. Well, your bike is gone, just so you know. That's why I'm offering. Originally, I believed you left on it. Gabriel explained. Issei's eyes shot open angrily. What? Without even waiting to see Zenobia or Irina's reactions, Issei immediately charged outside to find his motorcycle was missing. He cracked a fist in anger. What the fuck? Somebody stole your motorcycle? Irina asked disbelievingly as she and the others caught up to him. The delinquent gritted his teeth. Whoever did this is going to die. Right where he left his bike, he noticed a paper pinned on the ground. He bent over to pick it up and stared at it. His anger soon dissipated upon reading the note. Sup kid, I borrowed your bike for a bit to make modifications for it. You can use mine in the meantime. It goes really fast. I left it at your house. Red took my motorcycle. I wonder what he's doing to it. Issei thought, confused. Why would he leave it at your house though? Ddraig added. I guess he figured I could just fly. The brunette pointed out. What's that note say, Issei? Zenobia asked curiously. The delinquent sighed. My dad just took it for some modifications. He left his for me back home. Would you like me to teleport you home then? Gabriel asked. Again. Issei shook his head. Nah, I can teleport myself. I have to go run an errand first anyways. I'll see you around, Gabriel. That's Gabriel sensei to you now, Issei. Don't forget that when we're at school. See you later. The Sarah said cheerily. Issei-chan. Seraphol tried to catch his attention again. He glanced back at her. What? I want to talk to you alone whenever we get a chance. It doesn't have to be now. But can we soon? Seraphol asked hopefully. Issei nodded. Yeah, sure. I'll let you know when I have time. Her eyes lit up. Okay. Just know that I'm here for you if you need me. Thanks, Seraphol. He sent her a brief smile. After that, the delinquent wasted no time walking away. Irina and Zenobia quickly followed behind him. Once they were out of range of the school, Irina turned towards Issei. So what's this errand you have to run? The dragon looked down at her as they walked. I'm going to get a new house if you must know. My parents are coming home soon and I don't exactly like the idea of all these angels and devils being around them. Plus I don't know how I would explain you two freeloading there. Freeloading? I didn't realize we were being such a burden. Irina said, almost distraught. I apologize for any inconvenience we've brought you, Issei. We are unworthy as your guests. Zenobia bowed her head. Issei shook his head. Don't be so dramatic, I was just being blunt. I would prefer not to explain why two girls are living with me to my parents. Or why all these weird people keep showing up there. That's why I'm getting a new place. It seems a bit unnecessary. Didn't you just buy my old house? We can stay there, can't we? Irina asked, confused. The further away from my parents I live, the less likely people will show up around them. Besides, I'm pretty rich now, so I can afford a bigger place for you two to have your own rooms. I was thinking about setting up a security system at your old house and a portal so I can travel there fast if necessary. Makes sense. He explained. Zenobia's eyes lit up. Ooh, I get it. Your parents certainly wouldn't know what to think if those fallen angels showed up there dressed like prostitutes. Issei facepalmed a remark. That's one way of putting it, I suppose. My neighbors probably think Raynare is a soapland worker. What is soapland exactly? Zenobia asked. Irina blushed. It's a sex worker district pretty much. I think they call them red light districts in the West. Issei finished for her. Zenobia tilted her head with a curious look. Do you go to soapland often? No. Issei couldn't help but laugh at her bluntness. Anyways. So we can still live with you then at your new house. Irina changed the subject. The delinquent nodded. Yeah, you're welcome to if you want, or you can stay or your old house. I'm good with either option. After what that devil creep pulled, I don't want to live away. From you. Irina exclaimed. I figured as much. He nodded. The three of them were soon greeted by a girl running up from behind. Hey, wait up, Issei-kun. Turning back, they caught the sight of Ingvild catching up to them. The Leviathan girl looked a bit nervous from their gazes as she spoke again. You said I could go with you to house hunt, right, Issei-kun? Sure thing, Ingvild. I wasn't sure if you were going to show up again. He replied. Irina rose a brow. So where were you the whole time? I still don't feel comfortable around all those people. Especially high-class devils. If I got too close, they would have noticed I was a half-devil. She explained. Makes sense to me. By the way, Issei, what did you really talk to Vali and Tiamat about when you were gone? Zenobia asked. Irina perked up. Yeah. That was a little suspicious. I get the impression there's more to it considering how serious you looked when we saw you coming down the stairs. They took me to meet OPHIS, the infinite Ouroboros dragon god. Or goddess. Whatever. He shrugged. Irina and Zenobia traded shocked expressions. So OPHIS knows about you then? She knows about Ddraig. But Vali and Tiamat don't yet. I'll explain what happened. Issei sighed. Mount Olympus, Greece. High in the skies of Greece at the peak of Mount Olympus sat a mythical palace obscured in clouds and deific magic. A darkly clad figure and a woman to his side approached its gates as they walked up a set of golden stairs. At the gate's apex near the top, a large structure covered the entrance forward. It bore many columns and had a massive gazebo overlooking the stairs below. As the dark figure came closer to the gates, several women came from the structure and blocked his path forward. One addressed him formally. Lord Hades. What brings you here? It's not autumn yet. So why did you come with Persephone? We have important business, noble hoary goddesses. Persephone spoke up. I have come to speak with Zeus. Do you object to that, Eunomia? Hades countered. Eunomia at the front shrugged. Well, no. But you showed up mid-autumn. It's just surprising is all. It's not like you to come up here much. There are notable problems in the underworld right now. Persephone and I have come to bring grim news to the Olympians. Hades explained as he pulled back his hood revealing a skeletal face. It quickly solidified into flesh revealing a man with long black hair. He had a stern expression clearly indicating that his business was important. Oh. What news would that be, my lord? Another one spoke up. It is something I do not wish to explain more than once, Irene. You are welcome to escort me to Zeus if you wish. He replied. You are of course permitted to enter Lord Hades, but as the guardians of the gate, we would at least like the courtesy of some explanation. What say you, Dyke? You haven't said anything yet. Eunomia asked the third hoary goddesses. Lord Hades almost never comes up here unless it's serious. I would certainly like some idea as to what this is about. Dyke spoke up. Hades sighed. This is about dragons, devils, and underworld politics. Things have become increasingly active lately. Dragons and devils, huh? Must be bad if you're coming here for help. You are here for help, right? Dyke crossed her arms. It is overrun with devils, fallen angels, and other creatures. Though my main concern has to do with dragons. Hades answered. Fair enough. Come, we'll take you to King Zeus, Lord Hades. Eunomia nodded as she opened the gates and took point. The other two followed behind him and Persephone. It didn't take long before the minor goddesses brought them up to the main Pantheon palace. They were immediately greeted by a god with a winged helm who moved with literal godly speed. Whoa. Is that you, Hades? And Persephone too? She's not due back for 4 months at least. The infamous messenger god, Hermes exclaimed. Yes, I came to speak with the Olympians about important issues. Would you mind gathering them for me, Hermes? Hades asked. Sure thing, but don't expect a warm welcome. The mood's been really tense here lately. The messenger god said with amused disappointment. Persephone looked at him curiously. What's going on, Hermes? Ah well, it's all the usual stuff. Hephaestus and Aphrodite are passive-aggressively fighting, Zeus and Hera are literally fighting, Ares is still an ass, Artemis is still a bitch, and Dionysus is still drunk. Plus how your mother Demeter gets this time of year. It's like a 6-month menstrual cycle. I swear Athena, Apollo, and I are the only ones who keep this place from falling apart. Hestia and Poseidon are in decent moods though. Hermes chuckled. It's quite fortunate that they're all here at least. Persephone noted. Make haste. This is very serious. Hades said simply. Hermes smirked. Yeah, I'm on it. Go ahead and wait in the assembly chamber. I'll go send the word around to the others that you and Persephone are here. Good. He nodded. About 20 minutes passed as Hades ventured into the assembly chamber along with his wife and the hoary. Two of them were busy talking to each other about some irrelevant topic or another, but Eunomia seemed more interested in Hades' seriousness. So, what's going on in the underworld, Lord Hades? Also, who else is ruling down there besides you? Eunomia asked to sway him from his stoic silence. He glanced in her direction. Currently it is divided among quite a number of factions and regions. The upper areas are where the devils and fallen angels live. They are the most relevant factions within the underworld's higher levels. The devils rule about 2/3 of the surface, and the fallen angels hold 1/3 of it. I rule over most of the middle level of the underworld. The realm of the dead. I control about half of it, and I guard the gate to the pit of Tartarus, which lies near Malabulge. The other half of the mid-levels are divided among other powerful underworld gods and monsters. Besides Persephone and I, Hell is the most noteworthy. Her realm is Helheim, and it takes up about 1/4 of the mid-levels. She and I get along more or less. Who's Hel? Eunomia asked. Persephone rose a brow at her. You don't know. She's a Norse god. Or a Jotun rather. She is the Norse god Loki's daughter. I always wondered if other underworld gods had any domains down there. Irene interjected into the conversation. She and Dyke seemed more interested in the topic at hand now. Many do, but Hel and I are the most powerful. The only other relevant deities that you might know are the Egyptian gods Osiris and Anubis. They joined forces with me a while back. Hades explained. A moment later the sound of gods teleporting into the chamber or walking in soon caught their attention. It wasn't long before all of the Olympians were present as well as other minor Greek gods. They all took seats upon their thrones in the assembly chamber. They had mixed reactions to Hades' presence and exchanged uncertain looks with each other as he stood up and approached them. "Ah, Hades, this is a surprising visit. What brings you here with Persephone, and why did you request all of us to be present?" Zeus asked. "Have you finally come to return my daughter home for good?" Demeter practically hissed at him. Persephone sighed at her mother's tone but said nothing about it. "No. We come bearing serious news about a series of incidents in the underworld that demand your attention." Hades replied vaguely. Hera tilted her head confused. "Do you need our help with something? It's not like you to ask for help." In a manner of speaking. "Yes." He nodded. "The pit of Tartarus has been broken into recently. My Death Reapers caught this image of the perpetrator." Hades explained as he held up a device which magically displayed some footage. The gods all looked confused and almost amused by the sight. It was a little girl with black hair flying away into the skies of the underworld. Their amusement was soon replaced by shock when the display panned over to show the gate of Tartarus completely destroyed. Zeus looked infuriated. "Who is that little girl? Did she break the gate? More importantly, none of the Titans were freed, were they?" Hera interrupted. Hades shook his head. "No. We did a full survey of Tartarus after the incident and I have the gate under repair as we speak. I also moved Cerberus to guard it now. There was only 2 missing prisoners. The evil dragon Ladon and the Hydra. I did some investigation on this girl and I learned her identity. She is the infinite Ouroboros dragon god, OPHIS." "The OPHIS?" Poseidon gawked in disbelief. "As in the void dragon of infinite power." "Yes. I am not certain why she came for the dragons in Tartarus, but it was a matter of concern too. She's up to something dangerous and I thought you should be aware of it," Hades explained. I don't know much about this dragon god. How powerful is she exactly?" Apollo asked. "Very powerful. The Titans and countless other deities across the earth were afraid of OPHIS. This creature has never taken much interest in the worlds before. I was under the impression it dwelt within the dimensional gap of chaos." Hera replied. Artemis piped up aggressively. "She freed evil dragons from Tartarus. We need to do something about that. I'll gladly help hunt this monster down." "I agree. Such a brazen act cannot be ignored. Dragons are nefarious creatures and should not be allowed to do as they please." Ares almost growled. Athena glanced at him and Artemis and spoke condescendingly. "I don't think you two understand how powerful OPHIS is. The gates of Tartarus are designed to keep the Titans and other powerful sinners detained. The only prison greater than it is Cocytus. For her to break it so easily. A mere dragon is no match for the full power of Olympus." Ares declared with righteous fury. "Hades, how are you so sure that this girl was OPHIS?" Hestia spoke up for the first time. "I asked the underworld goddess, Hel, about it. She recognized the girl and told me that OPHIS had also reanimated Nidhogger. He was another evil dragon whose corpse decorated her throne and whose soul was bound to her realm in death." Hades explained. Hestia's eyes widened. "I see. There's a pattern then. OPHIS is going around gathering evil dragons. Why? I don't know, but I asked the Egyptian god Osiris to contact Ra and see if there was any word about the evil eclipse dragon Apophis. He hasn't sent me a reply yet, but I assume the worst." Hades answered. Demeter shook her head. "This is ridiculous. You expect us to believe this dragon god is going around resurrecting all the dead evil dragons? It's not ridiculous. It's concerning. We appreciate you bringing us this grim news, Lord Hades," Athena said respectfully. Hera stared at Hades seriously. "Are the other factions aware of this development?" "I don't know. Though the devils have been quite terrified of dragons lately. A powerful dragon recently attacked one of their territories. It razed a district and killed the Astaroth family heir. My Reapers managed to acquire some footage of the attack," Hades stated as he showed another magical display. The Olympians all watched with curiosity at the sight of the Astaroth territory in ruins, with Issei briefly fighting against Ajuka. The video didn't show much unfortunately for them. Hades let it play out for a bit and stopped the footage over Issei. This dragon is likely a high priority target for OPHIS if she is recruiting powerful dragons to follow her. Considering he slaughtered a devil heir and fought the super devil Ajuka Beelzebub, I can see why. Apollo noted. "Who is this dragon?" Aphrodite interjected as she stared at him. "He's surprisingly cute for a monster." Hephaestus, who had been silent the entire time, sent her a brief glare but said nothing. "So what happened to the flying lizard? Did he win against the super devil?" Artemis wondered. Hades shrugged. I am not entirely certain, but he definitely didn't lose. This is all the footage we were able to acquire. He left the underworld after the attack and returned to Earth. The devils have been extremely cautious around him now and have made no further provocations from what I've heard. Does this dragon have a name? Apollo asked. They call him the Crimson Nightmare Dragon in the underworld, but he goes by a human name, Issei. We learned that he lives on Earth in the Far East on the island nation of Japan. I have sent my reapers to track him down, but they have been running into issues since the dragon apparently lives between devil and fallen angel territory. There are also high-ranking faction leaders present in the area, including a Satan, an archangel, and a few fallen angel leaders. It seems clear they're watching him as well. Hades elaborated further. Is that an archangel with him in the footage? Which one is that? Artemis asked as she pointed at Gabriel in the paused footage. It looks like the seraph Gabriel. I've met her before. Why would a seraph be there? Was she working with this dragon? Apollo pointed out. Hades nodded. Yes, the devils are under the impression that this dragon is allied with heaven. I don't know much more beyond that. My spies are trying to uncover the politics around the situation. Regardless, I know for a fact that OPHIS will show up again to come for this dragon. Well, this might be worth asking other pantheons about. Do you want me to go check, Lord Zeus? Hermes asked. The Shinto gods might know more about this dragon since he lives in their lands. And others could certainly confirm if they've sighted evil dragons returning. Zeus nodded. Their meeting was soon interrupted as one of the Hori spoke up. Someone's here. Everyone turned with curious anxiousness as they spotted Tsukiyomi enter the chamber. He spoke politely. Forgive my unannounced arrival to Olympus. I come bearing vital information for all gods. Who are you? Ares asked aggressively. Tsukiyomi, the Shinto moon god. The Shinto god answered calmly. It's rather rude to show up here uninvited. What is this vital information? Hera asked impatiently. I know this dragon you're talking about, as well as what OPHIS is up to. Forgive me, I overheard some of your conversation. Allow me to fill you in on what we Shinto gods have learned. Tsukiyomi explained. Well, that's a convenient turn of events. Hermes chuckled. They all perked up seriously. Zeus was quick to wave him in. Please, come tell us then. OPHIS has already tried to recruit this Crimson Nightmare Dragon into her new dragon army. My brother, sister, and I confronted OPHIS when we became aware of a large dragon presence. OPHIS has recruited many of the greatest dragons into her personal army. Among them we confirmed Arachi, Crom Cruach, Ladin, Nidhogre, Apophis, Grenil, Dahaka, and Tiamat. She also had the wielder of the heavenly dragon Albion and recently awakened the evil dragon Vritra in another person's sacred gear. She would have recruited Vritra, and this Crimson Nightmare Dragon already had we not arrived when we did. She's certainly going to come back for them. Tsukiyomi stated. That many? She already commands a majority of the most powerful dragons in history. Athena gawked. Don't forget about the Hydra too. Artemis scoffed. Luckily, she has not found the wielder of Ddraig, the other heavenly dragon. But one can only imagine how powerful this dragon army would be if she had all the evil dragons, 2 dragon kings, 2 of the heavenly dragons, and this Crimson Nightmare Dragon all on her side. OPHIS alone is quite a force to be reckoned with, the Shinto god said seriously. I guess I should go warn the other pantheons soon then. Do you think the dragons are amassing for war against us? Hermes asked. I tried to confront Indra about it, but he refused to see me. I am not entirely certain we can trust him. The Yokai leader in Kyoto told us that Indra's hero faction was in league with Crom Cruach, the evil dragon. I suspect Indra's involvement in all of this. OPHIS did not seem that concerned about him despite how powerful Indra is. Tsukiyomi explained. Have you told the other pantheons yet besides ours? Zeus asked him. Only the Egyptian and Persian pantheons thus far. I informed Hathor about Apophis. She went to go warn Ra. As for the Persian gods, Mithra and Varithragna both agreed to see me. They seemed quite disturbed to hear news about Dahaka's return. Mithra immediately went to warn Ormuzd and Varithragna offered to assist my brother and sister in our lands. They all assured me of their willingness to help combat this dragon threat. I would welcome your aid as well, but should you refuse, I at least thought it wise to warn you about the threat. Tsukiyomi explained. Zeus brought a hand to his beard as he stroked it in thought. Well, we're already involved in this mess considering OPHIS destroyed the gate to Tartarus. We'll gladly help deal with this issue. I am relieved to hear that King Zeus. Though I do have an additional request for you Greeks. If you would be willing to warn the rest of the western and northern gods, I can go back and try to contact Shiva about this. If anyone can investigate Indra's involvement in this mess, it's certainly him. Tsukiyomi suggested. Yeah, I'll handle that and contact the rest of the pantheons. I'll start with the Norse gods. They still like me. They might even know things we don't about the situation. Odin's a pretty smart guy and I know he won't ignore a threat like this. Hermes announced. When we're finished here. Please see that done, Hermes. Odin and his kin will certainly make a good allies. I will go speak with the Fates and see what they have to say about the dragons in the meantime. Zeus nodded in approval. Poseidon crossed his arms. I will come as well. I would also like to be present for that. Hera added. As would I. Demeter followed. Tsukiyomi, what do you know about this Crimson Nightmare Dragon? Why does he go by the human name Issei? That's an Eastern name, isn't it? Hestia asked the Shinto god a moment later. The silver-haired moon god answered without delay. According to the Yokai leader of Kyoto, this Issei stood opposed to Crom Cruach and the heroes he was with. We haven't uncovered much more beyond that yet. Though judging by my encounter and by his appearance in your display here, this dragon's human form does match the natives of our lands. It could be an alias to blend in with our subjects. To what end I couldn't say. It's not an alias. He's a half-dragon according to my spies. Hades interjected. A half-dragon you say? Interesting. Well, my sister and brother are currently watching the location he's at. We know OPHIS will come back at some point again to recruit him. We intend to confront her with a more substantial force when that does occur. Enough to end her threat before she can do any lasting damage. Tsukiyomi explained. That's a good idea. We can cut the head off the snake before this turns into a catastrophe. Poseidon nodded in approval. This is quite horrific. With all those evil dragons and OPHIS under one banner, it would take many gods to kill them all. Not to mention the devastation it would cause to your lands or the people living there. Demeter sighed. Would you be opposed if we also sent an observer to help your brother and sister in watching this Crimson Nightmare Dragon? We need a vanguard. You mentioned Varithragna has already gone there, yes? Zeus asked Tsukiyomi. The Shinto god shook his head. I would not mind at all. I would prefer at least one god from several pantheons be present. Some of my kin might find it shameful to seek outside help, but I have no intention of letting pride get us all killed. If you do send someone, however, they should probably be one of your better fighters. I don't see this ending without violence. If this threat is as dangerous as it seems, why send just one? Hera asked. That sounds like the perfect job for me. Ares spoke up seriously. Tsukiyomi frowned a bit. I do not question your martial skill, Ares god of war, but between you and my brother Susanoo, I fear there would be a great lack of subtlety. I would prefer someone more passive for the time being. When conflict arises, we will certainly need your help then. I would prefer a god that doesn't draw as much attention and who can intelligently observe the politics around Kuoh. I suppose I see your point. Ares said unhappily. Send me. I'll go. Artemis spoke up almost aggressively. Absolutely not. You're far less subtle than I am. Ares protested. Artemis's eyes lit up angrily. Is that right? I am the hunter. You're just a dumb brute. Enough. I actually had Athena in mind for this task. Zeus interrupted them. Athena sighed as she looked at Zeus. I would prefer not to, but I will go if that is what you wish. Athena would be perfectly suited for it. She's strong and a lot less hot-headed than you two. Hestia noted. Send Artemis with her too. She is good at observing, and Athena can keep her in line. Hera interjected. Ares looked pissed as he shook his head. Why not send me as well then? Considering how poorly you and Athena get along, that seems like a bad idea. Your sisters will handle the observation for the time being. Hera responded authoritatively. Ares reluctantly bowed his head in acceptance. As you say, mother. I have a request of you, Hades. Would you possibly be willing to ask the Titans about what they know of OPHIS? Hera asked. The king of the underworld looked at her seriously. I am willing to make the attempt, but I don't see much point in it. They will not tell us anything without compensation. I might be able to convince Nyx or Tiffin to tell us. But I would not dare approach either one of them without substantial backup. Hestia spoke up. Take Ares and Hestia with you, Hades. See what you three can do about getting information in Tartarus. Zeus suggested. Who will watch over Olympus if you're all leaving? Aphrodite interrupted a bit concerned. Apollo will watch over Olympus while we're all gone. Hephaestus, I would like you to start forging us all new armor for battle. Aphrodite, I would ask that you gather loyal heroes of Olympus and assemble them here at Olympus. Zeus commanded. Aphrodite rolled her eyes. That's more of Athena's thing than mine. Or would you prefer to go to Tartarus? Zeus asked her. The goddess of love and beauty immediately changed her tone. I will go find who I can then. Do you want me to do anything? Dionysus asked after chugging an entire bottle of wine in one gulp. You can assist Aphrodite or Hephaestus. Zeus replied. Dionysus chuckled. Well, that's an easy decision. On second thought, go with Hades. Zeus immediately changed his mind. The drunk god groaned. Ah. Shit. Well, maybe the Titans will talk with some booze, right? Aphrodite looked relieved by the decision, but not nearly as much as Hephaestus. Well, with all of that settled, let's not waste any time. Zeus nodded as he stood up from his throne. The other gods followed suit. Tsukiyomi bowed politely before speaking one last time. I appreciate your cooperation, Olympians. Please contact me again if you learn more about the situation. Without another word he disappeared in a flash of light, leaving the other gods to disperse about their tasks. Dionysus immediately walked up and put a hand around Hades' shoulder. So big guy, how's the underworld these days? Any hot goddesses down there besides your wife? Hades peeled his arm off and spoke with passive disinterest. I will let you be the judge of that. Let's go. Ares sent one last glare at Artemis and Athena as they both walked outside to Artemis's chariot. The huntress sent him a cocky smirk as they made eye contact. Athena on the other hand looked like she was dreading the trip. The god of war found some satisfaction in seeing the favored child of Olympus unhappy in her duty. He was drawn from his thoughts as Hestia spoke to Hades. If you have allies down in the underworld, I would not be opposed to bringing them along too. Even imprisoned, the Titans are still dangerous. Hades nodded. I will ask Thanatos, Anubis, and Hel if they would like to come as well. Sounds good to me. Hestia replied approvingly. Persephone frowned. Are you sure we can really trust Hel, husband? Only time will tell. Hades answered. His face looked deep in thought. Kuoh, Issei. While looking around for a new house to buy, Issei spent the idle time explaining the situation to his 3 followers. He of course left out certain details that he didn't want them knowing, but was mostly honest about the experience. They all seemed particularly disturbed and worried about the 2 conflicting sides of gods and dragons. Irina was even more worried that OPHIS was coming back for Issei. That's terrifying. What are you going to do when she comes back, Issei? I'm hoping she'll see reason and not want to go through with her insane plan. If not, I guess I'm fighting. Listen girls, if things get too rough, I'll teleport you 3 and Saji out of there. For now, I don't want you stressing over this. Take your training seriously and don't put yourselves in compromising situations. Don't try to be heroes and pick fights with any of the gods or dragons. I won't be able to protect you girls entirely if you stick around. If shit gets too hot, I want you 2 to go with Gabriel and Ingvild. I want you to go into hiding again. Is that understood? Issei lectured. Ingvild frowned. I understand. Now I have even more of a reason to train and get stronger. Should we warn Gabriel about this? Irina asked. No. Issei immediately shot down her question. I am not trying to turn this into a huge diplomatic incident. It's bad enough the Shinto gods jumped the gun and assumed the worst. OPHIS seemed reasonable enough to consider my points. Don't go around telling people stuff they don't need to know. With any luck she'll change her mind and I can just help her find somewhere new to live. I understand, Issei. I'll train just as hard to make sure we're not dead weight. Irina nodded seriously. Zenobia sighed. What about Cacabiel though? You still have to take him out, right? Yes. I'll deal with that after I buy the new house. He groaned. A quick trip back home later, Issei was amazed by the sight of Red's motorcycle. It was similar to his in that it was red, but that was where the similarities ended. Red's motorcycle had exhausts that resembled dragon feet, and its front was extremely reminiscent of the shape of Red's head in Dragon from. The motorcycle also had a built-in radio, and it seemed to be a strange hybrid between a crotch rocket and a cruiser. The license plate was the funniest thing to him. It just said, Red. After retrieving the motorcycle and grabbing his briefcase of money, Issei ventured out into town to find a new pad. Unfortunately for Ingvild, she wasn't able to ride on the bike with him or the exorcists since there wasn't enough room. She simply flew after them and would stealthily catch up at each stop. After scoping out the city for another 2 hours, Issei finally found a perfect fit for his new home. It was a Japanese estate a bit outside of town in the woods. It appeared to be connected to an old martial arts training ground and temple, but had since been renovated with some additional Western architecture and modern amenities. He didn't much care for all the fancy staircases and elaborate decorations, but he did find the hybrid of Western and Japanese architecture unique and interesting. His favorite thing about the house was how spacious and isolated it was up in the mountainous woods outside of town. It was roughly 30 minutes away from his parents' house by vehicle. It even came with a massive storage area that he already knew was going to become his garage. The backyard looked perfect for training as well, which was all he needed to see in order to fully convince him. The only downside was it would take longer to get to school, but that wasn't really an issue for him anyways. Despite it being well into the evening now, he was thankful that the owner of the estate had been there doing renovations. The house was apparently still being worked on before going on sale. Finding it had been a pain, but quite a few rich people in town suggested it to him oddly enough. He expected it was a joke, but was relieved to see it was in fact to his liking. At first, the owner seemed skeptical about trusting him to even look at it since he was a teenager and had the appearance of a Yankee at that. Nevertheless, a quick briefcase of money and his infamous dragon wit easily changed her mind. To his utter relief and excitement, Issei was able to buy it from her that very night. He was surprised by how lucky and painless the endeavor turned out to be, but of course finalizing the paperwork and signing the deed took a bit longer than he liked. Fortunately, the woman seemed just as eager to sell as he was to buy. "So why have you had trouble selling this place?" "I had a bunch of people in town recommend it to me." Issei couldn't help but ask. "Well, I've had to take it off the market a couple of times. This was one of many ancient estates owned by an ancient noble clan. It has a strange reputation. I've done my best in renovating it so a more modern and wealthy family might buy it. There are some bad rumors that it's cursed, and that's made things difficult in the selling process." The people who were interested quickly lost interest after seeing it. "It's unusual, but I never expected someone to come buy the house before I even posted it back on the market. Let alone a high schooler," she said with a chuckle after finishing up the last few bits of paperwork. "Yeah, thanks for letting me buy it right away. I found a few other good places, but the owners were either gone or they insisted on going through a long background check and financing with the real estate agents. I don't have time for all that nonsense. Most people didn't take me seriously even with the money I offered. But they said you would. I'm glad they were right." Issei smiled as he shook the middle-aged woman's hand. "It's equally as fortunate for me. I was starting to think I wouldn't turn a profit for flipping this property. When my husband and I bought it, we didn't believe in all the rumors about curses and it being haunted. Unfortunately, most of the locals do. I'm glad you're not so easily spooked," she said with relief. Irina frowned. "So people think this estate is cursed? Is it haunted by spirits or demons?" "Not at all, but just to be sure, I had shrine priests come by and perform exorcisms quite a few times. If there was an evil presence in there, it's certainly long gone. I am simply happy to finally get away from it and move back to the city," the woman said almost nervously. "Even if it is haunted, I don't care." Issei shrugged. It was completely obvious that the house was, but he was actually glad about that. It would scare people away from his home if they thought it was cursed. Plus, if there actually was some presence there, getting rid of it wouldn't be any issue for him. "Forgive me, Haidu-san, but I have to ask. Are these girls moving in with you too? It seems a bit inappropriate for a bunch of teenagers to move in together up here," she asked almost judgmentally. He nodded. "Yeah, they're just friends staying with me for a while." "How did someone your age come to acquire this much money though? Are your parents wealthy?" the woman asked. "Look, I don't need you asking all these questions. You're lucky I'm even buying this place despite it obviously being haunted. You have your money and I have my new estate. Let's not make this any more complicated than it needs to be." Issei cut through her prying. The woman nodded. "Ah, I see. As you wish then, Haidu-san. Well, here are the keys, the deed, and of course my personal information in case you need to contact me about the estate. We can finalize the upkeep bills later if you'd like, and I'll be discreet if the bank asks any questions. The next month of power, water, and internet are already paid for, so consider that a parting gift. Thanks, Musashi-san. I'll finalize the rest of the paperwork later." Issei took the various things from her hand as he glanced up at the house. "So this house belonged to some ancient clan. That's a pretty cool," Irina chirped enthusiastically. "Before you go, Musashi-san, what exactly are the paranormal things that people claim to see around here?" Issei asked casually. The middle-aged woman immediately got defensive. "The estate is not cursed, I assure you. Whatever, I'll figure it out myself." Issei rolled his eyes at her obvious lie. It was clear that she thought she was getting the better end of the deal and was afraid Issei would try to back out of it even now. "She's lying, but I don't even care. I'll be doing my own exorcism and put up a legit barrier around here," Issei thought. It's more than likely some minor mythological being lives around here and was trying to scare people away. Ddraig noted. "Alright, well thanks again." Issei waved as the woman began to walk over to a nice car in the driveway. "Have a good night, Haidu-san." The woman waved back before getting into her vehicle and driving away. Once she was gone, Zenobia spoke up immediately. "Let's go find out what this paranormal activity is." After a brief survey of the estate grounds, they saw a shrine pool in the backyard that was obviously not entirely right. "I sense a dark presence around here." Irina spoke up as she examined the pool. "Stand back for a minute. If anything's around here, I'll easily find it with this," Issei stated as he held up his hand. A golden red aura quickly and briefly enveloped the entire estate and nearby land in a draconic aura. It immediately purged the house of any potential inhabitants as the barrier enclosed around the area and solidified. It went invisible shortly afterward. Issei glanced at the girls. "Whatever's here, that should draw it out." Moments later, dangerous hiss came from the shrine pool as a creepy woman in all white rose from the water. She let out a terrible humming sound as she blinked and phased around them creepily. Zenobia and Irina both drew their holy swords and swung around trying to hit the spirit. Without much effort, Issei then subdued her in his draconic magic. Alright, looks like some Sadako Wanab was haunting the place. At least she didn't come out of the TV. Issei remarked indifferently as he walked up and examined the evil spirit. She couldn't do anything in his magical restraint but make that nasty hissing sound and stare creepily. What did you call her, Issei? Zenobia asked as she and the others got a bit closer. Oh, she just looks like the bitch from that ghost movie Ring. Mom was pretty scared of it. Issei chuckled. Irina shook her head. Oh yeah, Zenobia and I watched that after I taught her Japanese. Pretty creepy. No wonder that poor woman couldn't wait to sell the house. I'm amazed she didn't die already. Maybe the spirit only attacks men. Ah, whatever. So long as the house has a scary reputation, nobody will bother us here. Issei shrugged. The ghostly spirit stared at him intensely. No doubt if there was any shred of humanity left in her, she was probably trying to make sense of her predicament. Issei's complete lack of fear and immunity to her supernatural powers were no doubt confusing to the entity as well. Okay, time to go to hell, ghost bitch. Take your stupid ass curse and get out of my house. Issei said casually as he disintegrated the evil spirit immediately. Zenobia couldn't help but smirk at the aftermath. Well, if only it was always that easy to exorcise evil. We should probably search around some more and make sure this house is properly cleansed. Yeah, okay. Stay here and handle that, girls. I'm going to open a portal up and get some stuff from my parents' house. Anything you need while I'm gone? Want me to grab your clothes and all that other stuff? Issei asked. Irina immediately got flushed. Wait. You can't just go through our clothes. Don't worry, I'm not going to sniff your underwear or anything. I'll be back in a few minutes. I really want to make sure all your stuff is out of there before mom and dad get home. Issei countered as he opened the portal up. Ingvild called out to him before he could leave. Are you sure it's okay for me to stay with you for the time being too? Yeah, I already told you. Until we deal with this office bullshit, you can stay here. Want me to grab your stuff too? He asked the half-devil. She shook her head. No, I can just get my stuff from my apartment. If you make me one of those portals, I can do it myself. I'll be right back then. Don't wander off too far. I have a barrier around the property now. The delinquent stated before departing. Well, we're waiting, let's go make sure there are no more surprises in the house. Zenobia interjected. Midgard portal to Bifrost, somewhere in Scandinavia. Approaching the end of a magical rainbow up in the northern lands of Europe were Vali and Tiamat. The latter shook her head annoyed. So OPHIS expects us convince Loki to give us Jormungandr? I don't think she realizes how lazy he is. Or how much of an asshole Loki is. This seems like a really stupid idea. I think convincing Loki to hand over the Midgardsormr will be even more difficult than convincing the dragon himself. He'll obviously expect some legitimate compensation. Vali sighed. Why though? Loki is with the Cows Brigade, isn't he? Tiamat asked confused. Vali said nothing for a moment as the two treaded through a slightly icy field nearing the end of the rainbow. Finally she answered. He says he is, but who can really trust a trickster god? Tiamat sighed. Yeah, so explain to me again why we're going to Bifrost. You know the god Heimdall watches these portals like all the time, right? The Norse gods are going to be suspicious if just show up and ask for Loki. I am aware of that. But Loki is in Asgard right now. So it might be best to just ask for an audience with the Issei. I'll just tell them we're looking for the Red Dragon Emperor. Vali shrugged. The Norse gods aren't too fond of dragons, you know. Besides, if those Shinto gods saw us, it's only a matter of time before word spreads about OPHIS gathering our kind up. Do you honestly think this will go smoothly? Tiamat asked. Vali frowned. If we're lucky, we can get in and out before word spreads here. Besides, aren't the Norse gods on decent terms with your devil friends? They'll know who you are. Sort of, I guess. The blue-haired dragon groaned. As they reached Bifrost, they found a large pedestal with 8 different pillars around it. No doubt representing the different worlds in Norse myth. The center 9th one was obviously their current location on Earth or Midgard. Okay, let's see here. Opening a link to Asgard. Vali said calmly as a magical portal opened at the tip of the rainbow bridge. Before they could even get near it, a powerful voice echoed around them. By what right do you two request entry into Asgard? I am Vali Lucifer, half-devil heir of the Lucifer clan, and this is the Dragon Queen Tiamat. She and I request an audience with the god Loki. The silver-haired dragon answered. The voice of Heimdall heavily inflected doubt. To what end? We seek his knowledge about the Red Dragon Emperor. Vali made up on the spot. Heimdall seemed reluctant but responded slowly. Very well. You will be allowed your audience. Respect the rules of Asgard and do not cause trouble. We will be watching you for any sign of mischief. Thanks. Vali replied as she and Tiamat approached the Rainbow Bridge portal. Upon stepping into it, they shot up the portal in a flash of light and into the legendary realm of Asgard. Upon reaching their destination, they saw Heimdall standing there adorned in his golden armor. A winged helm covered his head, but his golden eyes were staring at them intensely. He had his sword positioned down at the ground like a stoic statue and stepped to the side for them to pass. As they walked by him, he spoke dangerously. Be warned. All of the Issei and several Vanir are in attendance. The Einherjar and the Valkyries are also well equipped to fight dragons. Keep that in mind and make your business quick. Loki was in Valhalla with Thor last I saw him. Wow, you're surprisingly nice. Tiamat chuckled. Heimdall said nothing and ignored the two as they continued forward. I've never been here before. This place is amazing looking. Vali remarked as she and Tiamat walked across the rainbow bridge and gazed up at the magnificent halls and palaces of Asgard. So where's that Valhalla place at anyways? Tiamat wondered as the duo reached the end of the bridge and walked up some elaborate and decorative steps. Countless warriors surrounded them with all manners of weapons ranging from spears, swords, and sacred gears. Several Valkyries were quick to fly down and intercept them as well. One spoke seriously. Halt. What is your business here? Geez, Heimdall let us in to go speak with Loki. Chill out, will you? Tiamat got a bit defensive as she sent a fierce glare at the bold warriors surrounding them. The Dragon King Tiamat and a devil. What is your business with Lord Loki? The Valkyrie demanded. That's none of your business, bird girl. Why don't you back off and let us do what we came here to do? Tiamat hissed. Tiamat. Don't instigate them. Listen, we won't be here long. Heimdall granted us permission to come request an audience with him. Vali tried to calm the situation. The Valkyrie gave them a curious look and agreed much to their shock. Fine. He was in attendance with the other gods up in Odin's hall last I saw him. We'll take you there. Thank you. Vali nodded politely. A long and somewhat awkward walk of silence later, Vali and Tiamat were finally outside of a massive palace-like building. The Valkyrie sent a fierce look at them. Be respectful in the halls of Valhalla. We won't hesitate to kill you if you try anything stupid. So, I just have to ask. Are you being a bitch because I'm a dragon, or is there something going on here right now that has your panties all twisted? Tiamat asked. The Valkyrie scoffed at her. The fact that you're a dragon is irrelevant to me. You blatantly coming here and acting like we owe you respect is what I find unappealing about you, lizard girl. Lizard girl. Like I haven't heard that one before. Tiamat scoffed. Stop, Tiamat. Let's go get this over with. Vali interrupted the inevitable argument that was about to break out. As the two passed into the legendary halls, they soon noticed a massive attendance of warriors kneeling down in some type of assembly as the gods stood near Odin's throne discussing things. Many long tables decorated the massive chamber, but the warriors were not seated at them currently. There was no doubt to either Vali or Tiamat that something important was happening. The two girls quickly made their way closer, but were not surprised by the shocked faces of the Einherjar kneeling in attendance. The Norse gods all looked at them disbelievingly as they reached the front of the massive hall. Odin was currently seated on his throne with his spear in hand. He looked extremely serious as another god was speaking to him. Vali and Tiamat didn't recognize him right away, but the god speaking to them looked like the Greek god Hermes. Everyone in attendance stopped speaking and simply stared at the arrivals. Hermes gawked in disbelief. That's Tiamat. And who is that with her? Tiamat immediately whispered into Vali's ear. This doesn't look good. I am Vali Lucifer, and this is the Dragon Queen Tiamat. We came to seek an audience with the god Loki regarding the Red Dragon Emperor. We were told Loki knows who he is. Vali lied. Several of the gods sent death glares at the two of them. At first it seemed like they were annoyed at the interruption, but it soon became apparent that they were somewhat aware of why they were actually there. Upon seeing Loki's absence in the hall, it became immediately clear to both Vali and Tiamat that this was either a cunning trap or an extremely unlucky turn of events. Loki just left a few minutes ago. Right before Hermod arrived. One of the female deities explained. Though Vali and Tiamat didn't know who she was, the deity was Thor's wife, Sif. Looks like you were right, Hermod. The dragons were also looking for the Midgardsormr, the Red Dragon Emperor. Loki must have expected this and fled before your arrival. The one-handed god Tyr acknowledged the Greek messenger god. Hermod. Tiamat glanced at Vali confused. Isn't that the Greek god Hermes? The Norse gods call me Hermod. I'm an honorary member of their pantheon. Hermes answered. Odin stood up from his throne and stared down at the two dragons. Tell me, dragons. What is OPHIS's purpose with this horde she has been building? I told you this was a stupid idea. Tiamat muttered to Vali. It has nothing to do with warring against the gods if that's what you think. Vali spoke up calmly. She seeks to battle Great Red. The Apocalypse Dragon. I see, so he has claimed the realm of chaos from her then. Odin nodded. Lies. All these serpents do is lie. We should kill them while we can. The Freyr bellowed. Even if what you say is true, such a battle would mean the destruction of the worlds of Yggdrasil and all its inhabitants. For the safety of the realms of gods and men, I cannot allow that to happen. Your actions would bring about the last Ragnarok. It is our sacred duty to stand against the tides of chaos. We cannot allow you to go unchallenged. Odin said with cryptic wisdom. Tiamat growled. So you're challenging us, old man? As the king of Asgard and the protector of the realms, it is my duty to do so. Unless you dragons call off this horde you've assembled, we will have no choice but to meet you in war. Odin stated calmly. Vali shook her head. Fine. We'll just be on our way then. Why is a devil like you working with a bunch of dragons anyways? Tyr asked Vali. Hermes jabbed Tyr lightly with his elbow and spoke up. I think I know who that is. Tsukiyomi told us OPHIS had the wielder of Albion. From what I can sense, she's half human and would certainly fit the description. She must be the White Dragon Empress. White Dragon Empress. So she's the wielder of Heavenly Dragon Albion? Tyr remarked with shock. Vali nodded. Yes. Do have orders for us, All-Father? Another one of the gods asked. He was the biggest and strongest by the looks of it and had topaz-colored hair with an epic beard. On his head was a winged helm and over his body he wore impressive runic armor. The sight of a hammer on the ground next to him confirmed he was the legendary god Thor. Odin stared at Vali specifically now. I offer you one chance to stand down and surrender peacefully. If you refuse, we will have no choice but to meet you in battle. It brings me no satisfaction to declare war upon you, but I will not turn a blind eye to the threat you represent. What say you, dragons? We're done playing nice with other races and bowing to your stupid whims. If you think we're going to surrender, you're obviously a delusional and senile old man. Tiamat growled. So be it. Odin sighed as he looked at the other gods and gave them brief nods. Slay these serpents in the name of the All-Father. For the 9 realms. For Asgard. Tyr commanded the Einarjar and Valkyries in the massive hall. With fearlessness and determination the chosen warriors and winged women all opened up with various attacks and spells against the 2 dragons. Vali immediately deployed her sacred gear, and Tiamat manifested her humanoid dragon appearance as blue wings erupted from her back. Her eyes dilated into blue slits as crystalline scales formed over her arms and legs. Horns sprouted from her head, and fangs as well as talons immediately jutted forth from her mouth and limbs. Tiamat bashed a wave of warriors back before exhaling ice breath in a deadly arc, freezing many in place. She flapped her wings causing devastating gusts of wind to blast all the Valkyries back as she inhaled for another breath attack. Blue flames erupted from her mouth engulfing most of the hall in chaotic blue dragonfire. The Valkyries all combined their magic attacks to counter it, fortunately for many of the warriors present. They quickly worked to nullify the chaotic flames as the warriors all fell back from the 2 dragons. The god Freyr immediately stepped forward. Stand back Einarjar and Valkyries. These creatures are too much for you to handle. We will destroy them. Tyr, Vidar and Freyr all teamed up as they approached Tiamat. Despite only having one hand, Tyr still carried a beautiful runic longsword in his left hand. A golden shield of light manifested over the forearm of his other arm but was missing its hand. The Norse god of war took point. To his flank, the silent god Vidar manifested a spear in one hand and a sword in the other. Unlike his golden-maned brother Tyr, Vidar had a more whitish hair color like their father Odin. His beard was also more of a neatly trimmed point. He looked equally as serious as Tyr though. The golden-maned Vanir god and son of Njord, Freyr, drew his own sword. His other hand lit up with magic as he stood slightly further back, no doubt prepared to support the 2 warrior Aesir gods in front of him. As those 3 approached Tiamat, Vali had her own challengers step forth. She wasted no time fully equipping her sacred gear's scale mail and stared down the other Norse gods. She felt a bit concerned when she saw her opponents were Thor, Sif, and Freya. Thor was of course the most famous and powerful. Of all the Norse gods. He was even more powerful than Odin. The god of thunder fearlessly charged Vali with devastating speed as he cracked her scale mail with one smash and sent her flying through the doors out of the grand hall and into the skies of Asgard. Thor, Sif and Freya all went out after her immediately. Tiamat on the other hand was not faring nearly as well as she thought she would against her opponents. They worked extremely well together in negating any and all of her attacks. Tyr tanked the majority of the damage with his magical shield and had been keeping her from doing any powerful breath attacks. Vidar had been doing the most damage as he periodically flanked the dragon and stabbed her with his spear or sword. In this setup, that made Freyr the support role as the white mage of the group. Tiamat fought with ferocity against Vidar and Tyr, but the 2 of them together were nearly too much for her to handle in a straight melee fight. Supercharging one of her talons with a multitude of various elements, Tiamat blasted all 3 gods back with a chaotically supercharged wave of magic. The various elements all began to crackle from her body as more scales formed over her skin. She soon transformed fully into her true draconic form. She had the appearance of a western blue dragon covered in chromatic crystalline scales. With a deafening roar and a flap of her wings, she caused the halls of Valhalla to shake as many Einherjar were sent flying off their feet. Vidar planted his spear down and knelt in order to resist the force of the blast. Tyr slid back considerably but was caught by Freyr's magic as the Vanir god raised a massive magical ward to counter Tiamat's following breath attack. Taking advantage of their current situation, Tiamat then flew outside as she smashed a hole in the ceiling and took the air. The gods would be at a disadvantage fighting her in the air. Nevertheless, they all pursued her as they got onto the rooftop of Valhalla. "You arrogant gods are going to regret picking a fight with me. Chromatic calamity." Tiamat hissed as she converged her fire, frost, lightning, earth, and wind magic into the chromatic energy of chaos. She blasted the top of the hall with it, unleashing a devastating mixture of damage. Flames began to rain from the sky as lightning and thunder boomed across the horizon. While some of it was Tiamat's power, the majority of the booming thunder was coming from Thor further away. Sif and Freya remained further back on a spire of Asgard as they watched Thor and Vali battle one-on-one high in the air above. The god of thunder raised his hammer overhead as a vortex of lightning streaked across the sky and converged down upon him. He aimed all of it towards Vali, whose scale mail was actually cracked in quite a few places from his powerful attacks. As the lightning came in, Vali's wings lit up and Albion's voice deafened Asgard. Divide, 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 divide. Divide, 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 divide. By the time the attack hit Vali, she rose a magical ward to negate the vastly weakened attack. Thor looked serious as he flew in closer and stared her down. The principle of supremacy. The power stolen from the dead Christian god. I had heard of it, but I've never seen it in action before. You can't beat me no matter how powerful you are, so you might as well just give up. Vali remarked with stoic confidence. I cannot do that, dragon. You vastly underestimate Asgard if you think that alone is enough to defeat us. Thor responded seriously. Show me then, god of thunder. Vali chuckled as she flew in and clashed with him midair. Lightning exploded through the skies from their clash, but Vali was not expecting Thor to grab her by the wing during it. With a swift uppercut swing from Mjolnir, he shattered the wing off before flailing into a deafening tempest of lightning-infused smashes. Vali went flying down to the ground from the assault, but was quick to repair her scale mail as she nearly hit the ground. She looked back up at Thor seriously, who was circling his hammer overhead, causing another vortex to fill the skies. Divide, 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 divide. Albion's voice sounded as Vali kept weakening the massive storm manifesting overhead. In her distraction, Vali almost forgot about Sif and Freya as the two goddesses flanked her. Sif impaled the white dragon empress from behind with her spear and charged her into a nearby building, pinning her against the wall. Vali managed to free herself, but soon found herself dodging Sif's insanely fast jabs. She finally managed to catch the spear with one of her hands, but not before Thor flew down and brought his hammer across the top of Vali's scale mail helmet. The scale mail shattered again and completely dazed Vali. Thor and Sif immediately cleared the area as vines rose up from the ground and held her arms and legs in place. Freya then unleashed a colossal blast of magic towards the briefly incapacitated Vali, which bound her in place. Thor added to it by charging up lightning again in his hammer and throwing Mjolnir down at the dragon full force. Before the attack could land, however, Vali managed to blast Freya off the building she was standing on. This gave her the opening she needed to break free of Freya's magic and dodge Mjolnir as she immediately flew back into the air. Lightning crackled across the landscape as the hammer created a massive crater where she had been moments prior. Freya quickly recovered and regrouped with Thor and Sif as the three of them examined Vali for any sign of weakness. The White Dragon Empress was only getting started by the looks of her calm demeanor. During their brief standoff, the sound of a horn echoed throughout Asgard, causing everyone to turn their attention towards Bifrost. Thor's eyes widened with urgency. Heimdall sounded the war horn. We're under attack. Sif shouted. The reason for the horn became apparent very quickly as a black blur flew in behind Vali. The Asgardians looked concerned when they saw another dragon now present on the battlefield. It was none other than the evil dragon Nidhogger. What are you doing here? Vali asked, confused. The evil dragon was in his dragon form and hissed with annoyance. OPHIS sent us to retrieve you in case the Asgardians attacked. I told her they would. Us? Who else came with you? Vali asked. Her question was answered a moment later when she saw a massive black eastern dragon flying overhead. The very sunlight of Asgard darkened as none other than Apophis flew in towards Tiamat's location. Apophis wasted no time reaching Tiamat, who was fighting for her life against Tyr, Vidar, and Freyr. The three of them looked shocked as Apophis flew up behind Tiamat in the air. His deep voice echoed throughout Asgard. Come Tiamat, we're leaving. Regroup with the others. Yeah, let's get out of here. She nodded in agreement as she began to fly towards Vali and Nidhogger in the distance. Tyr immediately tried to stop her as he jumped high into the air and plunged his sword at the dragon's back. His attack was blocked as the powerful Eclipse Dragon OPHIS bashed him back with his tail. Moments later, Odin came out on his flying 8-legged horse Sleipnir and stared OPHIS down. He called out to the massive beast. "Hold, I would speak with you, dragon." OPHIS stared Odin down with his silver eyes. "Words have already failed here. For you to brazenly attack guests within your own realm. I see the legends of Asgardian honor were vastly exaggerated and false. We do not desire war against you gods, but we dragons will defend our own, All-Father. OPHIS risks the destruction of the universe by challenging the Apocalypse Dragon. Surely even you can see that." Odin bellowed. OPHIS hissed at him. "This has nothing to do with you. But it seems we cannot be allowed to exist in your perfect universe. You will have your war if that is what you wish. We dragons will stand as one. No longer will we be hunted and purged by your kind." Without another word, OPHIS followed Tiamat back towards Vali and Nidhogger. Darkness engulfed the entirety of Asgard as OPHIS reached his fellow dragons. Light returned moments later only to reveal that the 4 dragons were now gone. Odin sighed heavily as he rode back down into his hall. Upon dismounting his horse and walking inside, many of the other gods came up to him. The gods that had been fighting the dragons came in behind as Odin approached Hermes. They all had various comments about how insanely powerful the dragons were. The All-Father looked at the Greek messenger god. "It would seem you have your answer now, Hermod. Inform the Olympians and the Shinto gods that Asgard will defend Midgard against this dragon." Brett. "As you say, King Odin. By the way, some of the other pantheons have sent observers to watch for OPHIS's return in Japan. Do you have anyone you can spare to send?" Hermes asked. "Send me, father." Thor volunteered immediately. Odin sighed. "Go then, Thor Odinson. And take Roswis with you." "Huh? Wait, you want me to go, Lord Odin?" One of the Valkyries in the hall spoke up disbelievingly. She had long silver hair and deep blue eyes filled with worry. Odin nodded. "Your magic will help Thor, and you are the emissary to the underworld. So your presence in devil territory should not alert suspicion." I mean if that is your decree." She bowed her head nervously. Thor crossed his arms. "What about Loki? He's involved in all of this. Where has he gone?" His question was answered as a battered individual came stumbling into the hall. It was none other than Heimdall. He nearly fell over before Sif and Freyr caught him. They helped escort the god further inside. He grimaced in pain as he spoke up. "I managed to track Loki before the other 2 dragons showed up. He fled to the underworld. Forgive me, All-Father, for allowing those dragons to enter. Nidhogger and OPHIS are super powerful dragons. The latter of which is heavenly dragon level. There is no shame in them overwhelming you." Frigga spoke up empathetically. "No, your grace. I meant the other 2. I should have known they were trouble." Heimdall held his head in shame. Thor shook his head before changing the subject. "Heimdall, can you put a Bifrost portal to Japan and Midgard?" "Yes, Thor. I can." Heimdall nodded. "Good. I am going there with Roswis to watch over the Shinto lands. I could use your eyes in the sky." The god of thunder replied. Heimdall nodded. "As you command. Let him at least heal up first." Freyr interjected as he began to channel soothing healing magic over the guardian. As this was happening, Hermes looked over at Odin. "So what would you be doing in the meantime, Lord Odin?" "My father Zeus and a lot of the other Olympians went to see the Fates and the Titans. I will take a journey to the roots of Yggdrasil. Frigga is in charge until my return." Odin commanded as he immediately walked out of the hall. "Allow me to come with you, father." Tyr volunteered as he tried to follow. "No, Tyr, remain in Asgard. You and all the other gods will be called upon to ride into Midgard should the worst occur." Odin trailed off. "What should we do about Loki though? We can't let him hand over the Midgard serpent to them." Tyr grimaced. "Loki is currently beyond our reach. He will show himself again and you must all be ready for him. I fear Ragnarok may finally be upon us." Odin spoke one last time before mounting Sleipnir and flying off to Bifrost. Thor glanced over at Roswis and addressed her. "Valkyrie. Let's go. The people of Midgard need us." "Yes, Lord Thor." She bowed her head and followed behind him. Issei's parents' house, Kuoh. After making several trips to transfer all of Zenobia and Irina's things, Issei also got Ingvild's belongings from her own apartment. Luckily they didn't find anything else unusual at his new house, but the nearby forest was a bit suspicious, according to Ingvild. Trusting that the girls could figure it out, Issei was currently back at his parents' house for one last trip to put up a number of barriers and finalize the security system he connected to it with Irina's old house. Finally content with his work, Issei let out a breath of relief. "Alright, Mom and Dad should be back tomorrow or the next day at the latest. This will do for now. I suggest you also give your new address to everyone else that shows up here all the time." Ddraig suggested. "Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll text Sona and have her spread the word. She can also alter my address in the school records without me having to talk to anyone." Issei agreed as he immediately sent Sona a text to do just that. What about the fallen angels? Ddraig wondered. Oh yeah. I guess I'll just have to go track them down really quick before I go home. The dragon remarked as he closed the door and locked his parents' house up. He also left a note on the counter telling his parents where his new house was in case they got back before he could tell them. Getting on Red's motorcycle now, Issei revved it up before closing his eyes and sniffing the air for a fallen angel scent. It didn't take long to find it near the church in town and close to where Azazel's apartment had been. Issei joyrode through Kuoh as he locked onto Raynare and Kalwarner's scent. Both were together, which made it even easier to track them. After half an hour of detours and wild stunts, Issei finally reached his destination. As he pulled up to what appeared to be a nice apartment, he was soon greeted by someone's voice. "Whoa, it's you. What are you doing here?" The blonde fallen angel Middle remarked. She was currently sitting over a balcony with her legs dangling off the sides. "What's up, Middle?" Issei waved at her casually. Middle jumped down and landed in front of him before crossing her arms. "Don't go using my name so casually. I don't know you like that." "Whatever. I just came by to see Raynare and Kalwarner." He completely ignored her sassy attitude. "Oh yeah? They're inside. How did you find out where we were staying though? Did they tell you?" She began to question him. He shook his head. "No, I tracked their scent. I am a dragon after all." "I have a question for you, Issei Haidu. What are Raynare and Kalwarner to you anyways? From the way they gush about you, I'd swear they're your fangirls or something. You wanna come clean and tell me anything?" The blonde fallen angel asked. She had a slightly anxious face, much to his amusement. "Oh, they're just my girlfriends. How come you're not gushing? Do you want to be one of my fangirls too?" Issei decided to tease the fallen angel with a smirk on his face. PFFT. "Yeah right. You might be strong, but I'm not that easy. I don't know what you did to make them like you so much, but it's kind of weird. Both of them are mega bitches, but they act so nice to you," Middle said sassily as she put her hands on her hips. Another individual soon greeted Issei as he came from the rooftop. "Is this the dragon, Middle? You must be Donaseek, right?" Issei asked the fallen angel man who was wearing a trench coat and a hat. "Yes. Nice to meet you finally, Issei Haidu. I understand you also met Lord Azazel. He spoke highly of your abilities and your boldness." Donaseek replied. "Yeah. I'm sure he did. Look, I just came by to tell you guys that I moved a bit outside of town. So don't go by my old house anymore," he said with a heavy and serious tone. The tense mood was immediately dissolved as both Raynare and Kalwarner came outside. The former had a surprised expression. "Issei. What are you doing here? You should have told us you were coming. I'm not even dressed." "How could I have told you? I don't have your phone number or email." He shrugged. Raynare smirked. "Oh, that's right. Duh. Cute pajamas by the way." He chuckled at her black lacy feather pajamas. Kalwarner had similar outfit to her usual attire on. Though it might as well have been the world's skimpiest nightgown, considering he could literally see her underwear from it. Where does she find those outfits? Damn. Issei couldn't help but wonder. "Oh, well, this is a pleasant surprise. What brings you here?" Kalwarner asked as she crossed her arms. He couldn't tell if she was trying to strike a seductive pose, but she was clearly not embarrassed from his brief stare. "I just came by to let you girls know that I moved. So don't go by my old house anymore," Issei repeated. "You moved? Why?" Raynare asked curiously. Issei shrugged. "I needed a bit more privacy and space. My new house is up in the woods. I wrote down the address for you. I don't mind if you visit, but give me a heads up if you want to visit. How should we contact you?" Kalwarner cut in as she moved in closer. "I assume at least one of you has a cell phone." Issei trailed off as he looked them over. Raynare enthusiastically ran back inside before coming out with hers. "I do. Here, let's trade information. I got one of those recently. Didn't see much point in having it until now." Kalwarner added as magically summoned her phone in her hand. After trading information, Issei nodded. "Alright, cool. Just ask if you want to come by. I'm going to go do renovations tomorrow." Before the conversation could continue, the entire area was soon covered in fallen angels. Several had multiple sets of wings, but one had 5 pairs totaling 10. It didn't take a genius to figure out who the fallen angel was. It was Kuoh. Issei facepalmed at the situation as the fallen angel. Ddraig began to speak. "And here we have the traitors conspiring with the dragon. I knew it was only a matter of time before I caught you in the act. Did you honestly think your 4 could outsmart me?" "Oh no, it's Kuoh," Raynare announced, worried. Donaseek and Middle both fell back towards Raynare and Kalwarner. Kuoh's loyalists surrounded them on all sides. "What the hell do you want?" Issei asked gruffly. The cadre gave him a malicious glare. "I came to offer a challenge to you. I know you have been tasked by Azazel to defeat me. So I will give you your chance to do so. Meet me at Seaside Cliff north of the city in 2 days' time." Bring whoever you'd like, and I will bring my allies as well. You seriously want to fight me? The delinquent shook his head. Kuoh smirked. Yes, I do. Surely he must be aware of what you did against Ajuka Beelzebub. Why would he blatantly challenge you? Ddraig wondered. I don't know. Maybe he has some kind of trap planned. Issei theorized. Well, 2 days' time is close to when OPHIS is probably coming back. Do you think it has anything to do with her? Ddraig pondered seriously. No. I think he has something else planned. Maybe a weapon that can combat dragons. Issei considered a grim possibility. Ddraig was silent for a moment before speaking again. I say kill him now then. Yeah, I agree. Issei replied. Issei's wings erupted from his back as he took a step towards Kuoh. Or I could just fight you right now. The instant he charged at them, Kuoh and all of the other fallen angels disappeared via instant teleportation. He was actually shocked by how fast it happened, or he might have been able to stop it. Issei cracked a fist angrily as his wings receded. Fucker ran away. He's nowhere near as powerful as you, but we should still be extra cautious until he's dealt with. There's no telling what kind of sinister plan he has. Kuoh looked surprisingly confident. Ddraig sighed. Issei shook his head. You don't think he's counting on the gods to help him, do you? Possibly, but whatever it is, we should probably train up in the meantime to make sure we're ready for it. You need to perfect nightmare mode with a balance breaker. Ddraig concluded. Nothing's ever fucking easy, is it? Issei sighed before turning back around. The remaining 4 fallen angels looked notably concerned about the situation. Raynare immediately voiced her fear. He just called you out to meet him somewhere. That's a trap if I've ever heard of one. Yeah, it probably is. Issei trailed off. Raynare shook her head. Are you planning on going there? Yes. The delinquent stated simply as he walked back over to his motorcycle. Wait, that sounds like a really bad idea to me. Kuoh was genuinely concerned about dealing with you up until tonight. Something must have changed. He never would have had the gall to challenge you like this. Without some dangerous trick up his sleeve. Raynare pointed out. Issei stared ahead with bloodlust in his eyes. I'll have a surprise for him too. Issei. Can we spend the night? Raynare asked nervously before he could drive away on his motorcycle. He looked at her confused. Why? What do you mean, why? Kuoh might try to abduct us or something. Lord Azazel isn't in the city right now, so we have no backup here. Raynare announced fearfully. Fine. The new place is big enough for you guys to crash there for a while. We'll talk about this some more later with Zenobia and Irina. He reluctantly agreed. Dibs on riding with Issei. You guys mind grabbing my travel case in the living room? Raynare announced as she immediately got on the back of his motorcycle and hugged onto him very tightly. Hey, Kala, that's not fair. Move your thick ass up and make some room for me. Raynare protested as she pushed her friend closer towards Issei and clutched on behind her. At this point, the entire front of blue-haired Vixen's body was hard-pressed into Issei's back. He could feel the warmth from her body among other lewd things. While he might have typically found the situation humorous or fun, he was in a serious mood right now and didn't say anything about it. Here's the address. Meet me there. Issei handed a piece of paper to Middle, who was watching the scene with a flushed face. See you guys there. Don't take too long. Raynare waved to Donisweek and Middle as Issei blasted down the street at full speed back home. Issei couldn't help but find this a bit ridiculous. He already had Irina, Zenobia and Ingvild all staying with him. Now the 4 fallen angels would too. How the hell was he going to train anyone if Raynare's posse was around? He chastised himself a bit for being too nice in this situation, but it was only temporary for now. Despite his intention to train the girls and Saji, he doubted any of them would be able to really help him if the worst came to pass. Well, I guess I can go find Saji tomorrow and train him a bit in private. The guy actually could be useful if he learned how to use Vritra's powers. Ingvild has a longinus too. I should definitely find out what it's capable of as well. God damn it. How did I get wrapped up in all of this shit? Issei groaned mentally. So much for you finishing high school. Ddraig couldn't help but laugh. At least I have a badass new house. Got any recommendations on decorations? Issei asked Ddraig in the hopes of distracting his troubled mind. Those statues around the property were interesting. Some dragon statues would look cooler though. And you need a better garage to go with it. Still, I would hold off on doing too much. You need to train. Because we're in for a shitstorm of fighting in 2 days. Hopefully, the girls didn't encounter any more ghosts or something. I think I've had enough bullshit for one night. Issei sighed. Chapter 13. Magni. After dropping the girls off at his house and explaining the situation to Irina and Zenobia, Issei soon found himself in the middle of a heated debate between the fallen angels and the exorcists. He was currently sitting in silence on the front staircase. The girls were arguing all around him about what he should do. Kuoh knows what Issei is capable of. He wouldn't have challenged him unless he had some kind of plan. It's an obvious trap. Ask Gabriel-sama to come and we can have heaven help us. Irina declared. Fuck that. If Gabriel shows up, then the fucking devils are going to show up too. That's out of the damn question. Azazel-sama asked Issei to do it, so none of the other powers would get involved. Issei can easily kill Kuoh. It might be a trap, but he fought against a Duke of Beelzebub. Kuoh doesn't hold a candle to him. Raynare fired back. Zenobia had a distant and thoughtful expression as she slowly responded. There's more to it than that. If this is in 2 days then. Before Zenobia could accidentally spill the beans about OPHIS, Ingvild stealthily interrupted her. I don't think you should go at all, Issei. You don't owe anything to these fallen angels. Let them deal with their own problems. Yours take priority. Who asked you, devil? In fact, just who the hell are you anyways? I've never seen you before. Raynare hissed at Ingvild. Ingvild frowned. I'm not with the devils in Kuoh or anywhere else. And I'm only a half-breed. I consider myself more human than devil. Then what the hell are you doing here? How do you know Issei? Raynare demanded. Half-devil. Yeah right. I can sense your power and you're no half-breed. Raynare added. You two are being awfully ungrateful that Issei is letting you stay here. Show some respect to him and his guests. Zenobia intervened with noticeable aggression. We're not ungrateful. But you church girls think you can just boss Issei around. It's not your decision to make about what he does. Raynare countered. Isn't that what you're trying to do? Zenobia shot back. Issei remained silent as he reflected on the situation mentally. This is starting to piss me off, Ddraig. I agree. You want my advice, kid, I say send them all away. You don't have time to train any of them in 2 or 3 days. Ingvild and Vritra are the only two that might actually be helpful in this upcoming fight we have. I would advise you prioritize them. The dragon sighed in response. Don't listen to them, Issei. You have no reason to go there. Irina tried to persuade the annoyed dragon. Well, what is he supposed to do? Kuoh called him out. If you don't show up, something worse might happen. Plus, isn't that the reason you two church bitches came here in the first place? Or did your mission change all of a sudden? Raynare argued back. Finally done with their arguing, Issei stood up and growled. All of you shut the fuck up. The next person that tells me what I should do is getting knocked out. Dead silence filled the air as the girls all froze in fear from his foul mood. Glancing over at Raynare and Raynare now, Issei addressed them. This isn't a fucking hotel. And you don't get to make demands of me at my house after I offered to let you stay here. So listen closely. The moment Kuoh is gone, you two are going back home. I'm going to deal with Kuoh, so stop whining about it already. Why yes, Issei. Raynare bowed her head submissively. Raynare nodded and didn't say anything. The delinquent then glanced at Irina and Zenobia. As for you two. You're my friends, but I'm getting annoyed with this shit. You don't speak for me and you don't decide what I can or can't handle. I'm only dealing with Kuoh so that annoying fucker doesn't bother this town ever again. I don't give a damn about your mission or helping the fallen angels. The only one of you that isn't pissing me off right now is Ingvild. You know I am not going to ignore this threat. And you also know what that means. It means you can't stay here. Zenobia, Irina. Leave. Issei stated simply. Both girls looked shocked by his words and had horrified expressions of disbelief. It seemed even more shocking considering they had literally just moved in. Irina looked like she was about to say something, but immediately stopped herself when she saw Issei twitch from her mouth opening. Zenobia and Irina both seemed to catch on that Issei was saying more than he actually was. He didn't want them involved in the OPHIS situation. The stuff I have to deal with is too dangerous for you to get involved in. I don't have time to train you in 2 or 3 days, and I won't be able to protect you if this threat is as serious as it seems. For now, I want you to go stay with Gabriel. And don't tell her anything about my business that she doesn't need to know. If this all blows over without a disaster, then you're welcome to come back and I'll train you. Until then, I want you two to keep your distance. Issei commanded the 2 exorcists. The fallen angels didn't even seem to take joy in Issei sending the exorcists away as they found it unusual. Ingvild looked nervous and probably had no idea if that applied to her as well. Irina seemed like she was about to cry, but Issei slowly placed a hand on her shoulder. We're still friends. But I don't want you two involved in this. Go. His childhood friend looked like she was fighting her hardest to resist crying in front of everyone as she nodded. Issei immediately opened a portal for her and pointed towards it. Zenobia bowed her head at him but looked noticeably sad. He stared at the brunette momentarily before speaking to her. This is Gabriel's summoning sigil. The portal leads back to Irina's old house. If she asks why I sent you, tell her I'm going to be busy with something for a while and I need her to watch over you. Again. Don't tell her anything she doesn't need to know. I'll be fine. Issei. Irina finally broke the silence. Since she was being told to leave already, she probably figured it didn't matter if she spoke again. "What?" he said simply as he glanced at her. "Be careful." She almost sobbed before going through the portal. Zenobia sighed. "I understand why you're doing this, Issei. I'd prefer to be with you during it, but I understand. Stay safe, Zenobia. And make sure Irina doesn't have a meltdown." He nodded. "One more question before I leave. Will you be coming to school in the next few days?" She wondered. He shook his head. "No." She sighed. "Well, I guess we won't either. We'll lay low so you don't have to come rescue us again." Without another word, Zenobia departed as well, and the portal promptly closed. Ingvild was still uncertain if she was allowed to speak or not and simply walked over towards Issei and tapped his shoulder. He glanced at her. "You and I will be talking in private. Go wait by my bike." She obeyed his command without question and swiftly ran over towards it. Issei then turned towards the fallen angels once again. "You can speak now." "I'm so sorry for being rude, Issei. We weren't trying to boss you around." Raynare apologized immediately. "Why did Azazel leave Kuoh?" "I meant to ask you that earlier." Issei ignored her apology. Raynare was quick to answer. "Lord Azazel was called to a meeting about what you did in the underworld. Some of the other fallen angel leaders are scared of you, but he wanted to convince them that you weren't an enemy of our kind. Is there a reason you two can't just go stay in the underworld with your kind then?" Issei asked bluntly. Raynare frowned. "Honestly, we can't. Azazel-sama ordered us to stay in Kuoh and watch Kuoh. You did a great job with that, didn't you?" he asked sarcastically. "Issei, are you okay? You seem extremely on edge right now." Raynare asked with genuine concern. Raynare nodded. "Yeah, what were they talking about? What was the devil girl saying? This is about more than just Kuoh, isn't it? It's not like you to get worked up over something. What's going on? Are you concerned the devils are coming after you? We can get the fallen angels to back you up, I'm sure of it," Raynare suggested hopefully. He shook his head. "I don't need your damn protection. You're the ones that need protection. I don't want you girls involved in this either. I'm dealing with Kuoh alone. Period. So are we allowed to stay then?" Raynare wondered. Before Issei could answer, a trio of individuals came up to the edge of his property. The dragon opened the barrier around the house when he noticed they were fallen angels and let them in. Ingvild immediately hid herself as if instinctually. Raynare and Raynare both turned around and noticed Middleton Donasek had finally arrived. What surprised everyone was the third individual with them. It was a woman and she was clearly a fallen angel. "Penemu-sama. What are you doing here?" Raynare exclaimed with disbelief. "I showed up at your base after I received word of Kuoh appearing. Azazel-sama asked me to look after you guys in case he tried something. Donasek and Middle told me you two sought refuge with the dragon," the fallen angel woman explained. Issei shook his head. "You people suck at your jobs. You know that." They all looked a bit shocked by his remark, and Penemu herself seemed confused by his hostility. Issei took this time to examine her more closely as the three of them approached. She had long purple hair and a similar pinkish purple eye color to Raynare. The woman was about as tall as Raynare and obviously had the same taste in clothing from what Issei could see. She was currently in black and purple mini dress with an almost ridiculous amount of cleavage showing. Black armored gauntlets and greaves covered her arms and legs. Her skin was very pale and her expression was fairly intense. "Penemu. I think that Azazel guy mentioned her, didn't he?" Issei thought. "Yeah, she's probably a fallen angel leader." Ddraig added. "So you're Penemu?" Issei addressed her immediately. She nodded. "Yes, I am Penemu. I am the chief secretary of the fallen angels." Upon introducing herself to Issei, she revealed 10 wings just to confirm that she was indeed a fallen angel leader. Issei gave her an unimpressed look before crossing his arms. "Good. You can watch them then." Issei. Raynare frowned at his dismissal, but she didn't know what to say about it. Penemu cocked her head curiously. "Oh? That's actually why I came here, surprisingly enough. Azazel doesn't want any of our people involved when you deal with Kuoh. It'll just rile up the devils and angels." "I had no idea you were still in Kuoh, Penemu-sama." Raynare spoke up. She nodded. "Yes, I have been laying low for a while. I was going to intervene if Kuoh showed up, but he left before anything happened. Come girls. We're going to my backup base. Kuoh doesn't know about it or me being here, so it will be safe." "As you say, ma'am." Raynare obeyed as she walked over towards the chief secretary. Raynare slowly made her way over as well. They all had lingering gazes on Issei as Penemu took a few steps closer towards him. She extended her hand much to Issei's bewilderment. "You're Issei Haidu, yes. A pleasure to finally meet you. Thank you for helping Azazel-sama and for looking after our agents here." Issei stared at her extended hand hostilely for a moment but begrudgingly shook her hand just so she would leave sooner. "I saw what you did to Riser Phoenix in the raiding game. And I saw the footage of your attack on the Astaroth territory. You're quite a formidable dragon. Some say Dragon King level. She spoke after their very brief handshake. Yeah. He responded with disinterest. Penemu tilted her head at his standoff attitude. Azazel Sama is grateful for your help against Kakabiel. And we will respect your neutrality, Issei Haidu. While I'm not entirely understanding of your supposed allegiance to heaven or your unusual friendships with certain devils, I am not here to question you. There is something I think you should know though. There have been talks of late about an armistice between the angels, fallen angels, and devils. Some believe peace can be achieved if we let go of the past and work together. God is dead, all of the old Satans are gone including Lucifer, and none of us really gain anything with continued warfare and hostility. Azazel Sama wants Kakabiel gone because he doesn't believe in peace. Peace can be achieved, and Azazel Sama is currently working out a plan to call together the angels and devils for an end to any future conflicts. I just thought you should know what your help means. Your aid is securing peace. And we are grateful for that. You're idealistic to think that power-hungry, self-righteous assholes aren't in all three of your factions. I doubt it will go as smoothly as you think, but I'm not opposed to you guys putting this drama to rest. If only so I don't have to hear about it anymore. Issei sighed. Penemu nodded at him. It will be difficult. But it's the best solution for everyone. It was a delight to meet you, Issei Haidu. I do hope we can meet again after you deal with Kakabiel. By the way, you're cute for a dragon. I just thought you should know that. The other fallen angels looked surprised by the random comment at the end of her response and gave her bewildered stares. Issei gave her a stoic and unfazed look as she seductively winked at him. None of the other fallen angels seemed too willing to outburst at all, as they no doubt respected her authority. Issei could tell there was something serious beyond what Penemu had told him as Middleton Donasek looked particularly concerned about something. I think they know something. She's not telling us everything. Issei was quick to notice that detail. Who cares? Pretty soon everyone is going to know what's going on. We should at least be grateful she's taking these feathered harpies out of here. Ddraig scoffed. Well, hopefully it all works out for you. If that will be all, you can leave. The delinquent crossed his arms again. Penemu nodded. Farewell, Issei Haidu. Be safe, Issei. Thanks for offering to let us stay here. I'll make it up to you sometime soon, Kay. Raynare announced hopefully as she waved at him. Raynare gave him a wink as she turned to follow the others. I was rather looking forward to sharing a roof and a bed with you. Maybe some other time. Bye, Issei. He waved at them and reopened the barrier so they could leave. Once the fallen angels were gone, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank God. Ingvild soon reappeared next to him and looked up at Issei confused. You're happy there? Leaving? You have no idea. He replied instantly as he turned to look at her. So? What did you want to talk to me about in private? Ingvild asked nervously. He stared at her for a moment before answering. I'm expecting the worst, Ingvild. Full-scale battle between me and OPHIS's forces. I'm expecting Kakabiel to have some kind of dragon deterrent or weapon that can hurt me. It's going to take my full power to actually deal with the threat this time. Zenobia and Irina are good girls and they're my friends, but I would not be able to protect them on the battlefield. Same thing with the fallen angels. I don't even feel comfortable leaving them here. Plus I can't exactly train you properly if they were around asking questions. So you still intend to train me? She asked surprised. Yes. You and Saji. He has the Dragon King Vritra in his sacred gear and he can actually help me in a fight once he knows how to use his dragon powers. You have a Longinus and that's nothing to scoff at. You're also a lot stronger than the rest of them since you're a descendant of the Leviathan clan. I don't have much time, so I have to prioritize who I can help and what I can do. Plus you don't have anywhere else to really go. They have people that can look after them. With all that said, I'm going to tell you this again. I don't want heroics out of you. If shit gets too hot, go into hiding. You can actually stealth yourself. Issei explained. Ingvild nodded. I understand, Issei-kun. Thank you. Stay here for now. I want to go talk to Irina and Zenobia in private for a moment. By now they've probably summoned Gabriel. Get some sleep. Tomorrow we're training. He ordered as he opened up a portal. I won't let you down, Issei-kun. She nodded as he passed through the portal. Irina's old house. After a quick portal trip, Issei soon found himself outside of Irina's old house, where both girls were currently sitting in the yard. Irina looked like she had been crying, and Zenobia looked depressed. Both girls perked up with shock when they saw Issei appear. They stared at him confused as Issei began to speak. I sent the fallen angels away too. So it's not just you guys. One of their leaders showed up and took them to a safe spot. Listen girls. What's happening in a few days is serious. I expect to use my full power. I can't protect you and fight at the same time. And at your current power levels, you're not going to become assets against evil dragons and whatever the fuck else comes up. This isn't a game. And it isn't me being cruel. I'm saving your damn lives because I don't want you two dying in the crossfire. Why did you offer to train us then if you believed all that? Irina asked sadly. He shook his head. I was being too nice. Sometimes you have to be an asshole to do the right thing, and that's what I'm doing right now. I understand, Issei. We're sorry for all the stress we've put you through. Irina cried softly. Zenobia sighed. We haven't summoned Gabriel Sama yet. I was trying to tell Irina the same thing. We can't really help you in our current states. I just have one question though. Is that devil girl Ingvild staying? Yes. She has a long Inus and she might be able to support me from the rear. You two are frontline fighters and would get foddered by any of OPHIS's generals or Kuoh. I'm going to prioritize training her and Saji. I told Ingvild to run and hide if the situation gets out of hand. As for Saji, he has Vritra now and he's going to either succeed with me or fail with me. Issei explained. You can't fight OPHIS though. She's too powerful. What if you die? Irina asked distraught. He shook his head. If it's that dangerous for me, why do you think I'd want my friends involved in this mess? Issei. I know you told us not to talk to heaven or anything, but if you get overwhelmed, would it be acceptable to have intervention then? Zenobia asked. He gave her a long stare before replying. You're only going to get a bunch of angels killed if you try and have them help me. This is a battle between dragons. Besides, there's still a chance OPHIS might change her mind. She seemed receptive to what I was saying, so don't rule that possibility out just yet. If an army shows up to fight her, she'll probably kill them. What about Kuoh though? Do you really think he has some kind of weapon or plan to deal with you? Irina asked. Issei nodded. Yes. I feel so powerless. Irina sighed. I do too. I wish we could help you, Issei, but your points are undeniable. Zenobia added. Summon Gabriel, so I can speak to her. Issei commanded. Zenobia held up a sigil, and a golden light immediately summoned the seraph to their location. Gabriel looked a bit surprised by it. Issei. I'm surprised you actually summoned me. What's going on? The seraph immediately noticed the crying Irina and the depressed Zenobia. She then saw Issei's intense expression and frowned empathetically. What's wrong? Gabriel. Can you watch over them? I have something I need to take care of, and I won't be able to watch them while I'm doing it. He stated seriously. The seraph eyed him curiously. This is about earlier. Something happened, didn't it? Yeah. And you're not going to get involved. It's dragon business. That's all I'm telling you. Don't ask them about it either. This is the only favor I ask of you. He got straight to the point. Gabriel didn't seem ditzy for once as she focused her gaze on him seriously. I will do as you ask, Issei. I only ask for one answer in return. What? He responded bluntly. Are you the Red Dragon Emperor? She asked. Issei's expression twisted into shock as he could barely believe Gabriel of all people would assume that. Zenobia and Irina seemed equally as caught off guard by her asking him that. Issei didn't even know how to respond for a moment as he could barely believe Gabriel was capable of reaching such a conclusion. Judging by your reaction, it seems obvious now. You're expecting to fight the White Dragon Empress then. That's what this is about, isn't it? Gabriel broke the silence. He shook his head. Why would you think I'm the Red Dragon Emperor? I noticed a lot of different coincidences surrounding you ever since we've met. Individually they can be dismissed, but when you put them all together it paints a pretty clear picture that's difficult to deny. You're part human, which would allow for its possibility. Your father even confirmed you were from a hero bloodline. In your fight against Ajuka Beelzebub you rose your arm like you were about to summon a sacred gear. I don't think Ajuka realized that from where he was at, but I saw a flash of green on your inner forearm. Then there's this situation with Vali and Tiamat. They're looking for the Red Dragon Emperor, and they just left after you went to talk to them. You're also sending the girls away because you know a great battle is coming. Am I wrong to reach this conclusion? Gabriel pointed out her observations. Issei could barely believe how insightful Gabriel actually was. Had she been pretending to be ditzy this entire time, or was he too careless and not noticing? The dragon truly had no idea what to say in response, as there was no way to denounce Gabriel's epiphany. Have you been pretending to be dumb this entire time, Gabriel? Issei asked finally. She shook her head. No, but I'm a seraph for a reason. I was also the messenger of God. I notice things like this. Listen, Issei. I respect you for keeping it a secret. I really do. You're not like the previous Red Dragon Emperors. They were all bloodthirsty power maniacs. You're not like that, and you're a good person. You have made friends with all manner of beings, and you don't oppress others with your great power. We could all learn a lesson from your example. If God were still alive, I'm certain he would think the same. This doesn't change my opinion of you. Just so you know. So, who else knows besides you? Issei finally confirmed the truth with begrudging annoyance. I haven't told anyone. So among heaven, only I suspected it. I doubt any of the Mao know, but they probably will soon. I truly can't say whether Azazel suspects it or not. He's very smart and he knows a lot about sacred gears and dragons. I can't wholly dismiss the possibility he suspects it. Gabriel pointed out. Issei shook his head. Listen. I don't want you people getting involved in this. I didn't ask for this fight, but I'm not backing down. If you die in the crossfire trying to stop us, then it's your own damn fault. Like I said before. This is dragon business. My priority is protecting the earth from the calamity of this battle. I won't interfere unless it's absolutely necessary though. Honestly, I doubt many of the other leaders would even want to get between the heavenly dragons. Gabriel stated. The dragon said nothing in response as he simply opened up a portal and walked towards it. He had nothing left to say to Gabriel. As he nearly passed through, Gabriel spoke one last time. We will keep the earth safe from the battle. Do what you have to do, Issei. Issei passed into the portal a second later and returned back to his house. He was truly pissed off now. Nevertheless, there was nothing he could do about it. Gabriel knew he was the Red Dragon Emperor, and if she knew about him possibly fighting Vali and Tiamat, then it would undoubtedly mean countless people besides OPHIS were going to be involved. He was going to be the focal point of a major incident, and there was nothing he could do about it. Unless OPHIS saw reason. Issei's estate. Upon returning to his house, he passed inside and saw Ingvild sitting on the ground in the massive entry chamber. She was kneeling and appeared to be singing with her eyes closed. To his surprise, he saw what he assumed was her longinus active. She has a lavender aura around her body shaped into prismatic scales that reminded him of dragon armor. It was quite beautiful to look at, but not nearly as beautiful as the song she was singing. Issei felt his bad mood immediately go away upon listening to Ingvild's song. She didn't even seem to notice his return as she finished the song and slowly opened her eyes. He spoke a moment later. That was a bad song, and you're a really good singer, Ingvild. Issei-kun. I didn't realize you were there. Ingvild flinched when she noticed him finally. He smiled at her. Is that your longinus? It looks so draconic. Why yeah. It only powers up when I sing. I don't know why. She shrugged. The dragon looked at her curiously. That song. You were singing about being a dragon. It's embarrassing. She replied with a heavy blush as she tried to look away. Issei immediately knelt down next to her. Did you write that song about yourself? Sort of. It's about me trying to be like you. Ugh, I'm so embarrassed. Ingvild cringed. He shook his head. Don't be. That song actually made me feel better. Really? She asked surprised. I heard my longinus might be able to affect dragons, but I didn't expect it to work through singing. I think I might understand how it works now. You're like a bard or something. But for dragons. That's a good place to start tomorrow. I'm glad to see you were working on it while I was gone. He said as he pat her on the head. Ingvild shyly smiled. Thanks, Issei-kun. So what happened with Zenobia and Irina? What did you tell them? Well, I just went to make sure they were okay. But after we summoned Gabriel, things got weird. Apparently Gabriel knows I'm the Secretary. Issei sighed. The half-devil frowned. That's bad. Yeah, but you know what? Who cares? After hearing that song it made things clearer to me. There's no point in stressing what's to come. It's out of my hands now. All I can do is prepare us for the worst outcome. Get some sleep, Ingvild. I'm going to do the same. Tomorrow we'll go find Saji and start training. Issei said relaxed as he walked upstairs to examine the master bedroom that he had set up earlier. Ingvild followed him. Though there wasn't much time for the girls to debate it earlier, Ingvild had managed to pick the room closest to Issei's. Not that it mattered now since it was just the two of them here in this massive house. By the way, Ingvild. Did you girls notice any more weird stuff in the forest or on the property? Issei asked as they approached their rooms. Yes. But it's nothing major. I'll show you tomorrow when we're training, Issei-kun. Good night. Ingvild waved as the two split paths. High above Kuoh, Artemis's chariot. Athena begrudgingly stared out to the Shinto lands below as she seemed deep in thought. She and Artemis had finally arrived at over the skies of Japan. Neither sister had spoken to each other during the trip and things were starting to get awkward. The goddess of the hunt gave Athena a sharp glare. What's with all that gloomy silence over there? You too good to talk to me, Athena. There are better ways to travel, you know. Athena said stoically. Really? Dad's favorite child, and you're too good for this? What's wrong with my chariot? Artemis demanded. The two half-sisters weren't the closest of siblings. They were both good warriors, powerful goddesses, and they were both virgins. That's where the similarities and common ground ended. Athena was wise, stoic, and usually passive most of the time. Athena also preferred to be around males and was beloved by male heroes throughout history. Artemis was almost as hot-headed as Ares and was far more emotional than her sister Athena. She rarely ever liked or trusted men, with the exception of her dead friend Orion. Their lack of closeness wasn't strange though. Almost all of the other children of Zeus had some type of disdain or deep subconscious envy and resentment towards Athena. She was the golden child who could do no wrong, and they were all fuck-ups in the eyes of Zeus. At least that's what many of them thought. Ares in particular was the most estranged of her siblings. As for Artemis and Athena, they usually avoided each other. They had completely opposite philosophical mindsets. Artemis detested Athena's stoic attitude and saw it as condescension. Athena on the other hand didn't much care for Artemis's free spirit emotions, her man-hating antics, or her short temper. Nothing is wrong with your chariot. It suits you quite well. It's even more spacious than I thought it was. I just think it was a bit unnecessary to bring it here. Athena replied blankly. Artemis immediately growled in annoyance. What's that supposed to mean? I would have just let you fly here as owl or teleport if you hated it so much. It doesn't matter, Artemis. We're here now and we have a job to do. Athena ignored her sisters. Anger. HMPH. You're worse company than Ares, and that's saying something. At least he wouldn't ignore me the whole trip. Artemis kept trying to get a reaction out of her. I'm surprised you and Ares don't get along. You have a lot in common. Athena couldn't help but comment. Her sister narrowed her gaze into a sharp glare. No, we don't. Yeah. You really do. You're both emotional lunatics, you both enjoy killing people for no reason, and you both have a bunch crazy Amazons who worship you. You're more like Ares than you are like Apollo. The goddess of wisdom pointed out. Artemis grimaced in disapproval. I know it was a long time ago, but I don't remember the Amazons worshipping Ares. They just worshipped me. Why would a warrior women's society venerate a clown like Ares? The original ones were his daughters in case you forgot. Athena shook her head at Artemis. The huntress sent a glare towards her sister. I know that. But they didn't worship him. Athena simply shrugged. If you say so. Many of their doctrines originated in Sparta. But considering you don't pay much attention to human society, it's not surprising you wouldn't know that. Then again, I'm only the goddess of wisdom, so what do I know? Stop doing that. The other goddess hissed. Doing what? Athena replied calmly. Acting like you're so much better than me. It really gets on my nerves. That high and mighty wise act might fool the mortals, but I can see right through it. You're nothing but a know-it-all kiss-ass and a snake. Artemis said distastefully. The goddess of war and wisdom replied stoically. I never claimed to be better than you, but considering how insecure you're acting, it would seem you believe that to be true. You want to prove it. I could beat you in fight. And I'm a way better archer than you. Artemis countered. You are a better archer, but you wouldn't beat me in a fight. You know why? Athena asked. Artemis crossed her arms. Oh please tell me, goddess of wisdom. I can't wait to hear this. Because you can't control yourself and I can. That's why Ares never beats me. Because he can't outsmart me and he falls for every taunt. Athena said blankly. Whatever. Just show me some respect. We are sisters after all. Artemis groaned in disapproval. Your victim complex is really starting to show, Artemis. You didn't have to come with me if you dislike me so much. Athena noted. The huntress was about to fly off the handle, but immediately calmed herself when she saw Athena raise a brow. She didn't want to prove her sister's point by losing her cool again. Begrudgingly, Artemis replied calmly. I'm just here to kill some evil dragons. Plus Hera forced me to go with you. If you insist on talking down to me like this, then we can just both go solo. That's not a good idea, Artemis. Have you even considered what we're doing here and what it all means? OPHIS the dragon god is gathering an army of dragons. This isn't some beast for you to hunt, Artemis. This is terrifying. Splitting up would only weaken our presence here. Do you even know how powerful some of these dragons are? Your hostility towards me isn't helping anything in our current situation. We need to work together. Athena sighed in annoyance. Artemis rose a brow and responded with heavy sarcasm. I'm guessing your high and mighty ass does know. Go ahead and enlighten me, then. Sister. I crave a lecture of your infinite wisdom. OPHIS is a powerful being. More powerful than any god, titan, or primordial. She is a dragon god. The dragon gods are not like regular dragons, Artemis. They are the most powerful beings in the universe. Do you know what that means? It could be the end of the world if we war against her. Athena explained heavily. Is that right? So what you're saying is we can't kill her? Artemis asked, somewhat confused by this information. She can be killed. I think, but not with power alone. Father is seeking out the fates to discover a way, and many of the others are asking the titans and primordials. We don't know what she wants, but it would be wise to find out before we openly declare war against OPHIS. Even if all of us gods join forces, it could destroy the world and kill many of us to bring her down. It would be wiser to understand what OPHIS is after. She clearly has the power to oppose this world alone. But she's seeking help. Doesn't that seem curious? What would she want a dragon army for? Athena explained. You tell me. You're the goddess of wisdom after all. Artemis scoffed. Athena shook her head. I don't know. But I'm fairly certain that it might not even involve the gods. All I'm saying is we should try to understand the situation before you or anyone else does something reckless. From the way Tsukiyomi described the situation, OPHIS could have easily killed them if she wanted to. Honestly, she wouldn't even have to do anything. Her dragon generals alone could have taken out the Shinto pantheon when they confronted her. Artemis leaned back in her seat. Okay, Ms. Genius, tell me about these other dragons in her army. We can at least stop them if they do something, right? I didn't even know who half of the dragons he mentioned were. OPHIS's dragon army consists of many evil dragons and even one of the heavenly dragons. Ladin and the Hydra are beings you already know, I'm sure. Apophis was the eclipse dragon of darkness. It took Ra and many other Egyptian gods to stop him. Arachi was a dragon from these Shinto lands. He was very malicious and was killed by their storm god, Susanoo. It was said Yamada no Arachi was the most venomous of all dragons. He was equal in power to Susanoo, which is nothing to scoff at. Ozzy Dahaka was the child and weapon of Angra Mainur Ahriman, as he was also known. It took the entire Zoroastrian pantheon and the hero Rat Aona to kill him. Grendel was a terrifying European dragon. He was also half giant and was an enemy. The many gods and heroes across Europe and even parts of Western Asia. His downfall was interesting. He was defeated by the heavenly dragon Ddraig a long time ago, and in his weakened state, the hero Beowulf managed to kill him. Nidhogg is the abyss dragon. He was a powerful worm that opposed the Norse gods and the Jotnar alike. He gnawed upon the roots of Yggdrasil to gain power, and he used his abyssal chaotic magic to fight Asgard and other realms. Many gods tried to kill him and all of them failed. The thunder god Thor took it upon himself to finally hunt the creature down, but before he could, Nidhogg was killed by the Welsh dragon Ddraig. After Ddraig killed Nidhogg and defeated Grendel, prior to that the Norse gods believed Ddraig wasn't evil like most of the other dragons. Athena paused briefly. To Athena's surprise, Artemis actually looked interested in what she was talking about. Artemis cocked her head. So this Ddraig is a good dragon then? Weird. Wait, didn't the heavenly dragons kill the god of the Bible though? They did, but from what I've heard they only attacked him because he tried to stop their battle with each other. I don't think they were evil like most of the other dragons. Ddraig in particular was an interesting dragon, since he never instigated conflict with a weak or with gods, despite his love for battle. The other heavenly dragon, Albion, is now on OPHIS's side, which bodes poorly for us. The heavenly dragon of supremacy, while not cruel or evil, is supremely powerful. In fact, I would say he is the strongest dragon that serves OPHIS. As for the other dragons, OPHIS apparently has the dragon queen Tiamat as well. Tiamat was interesting. Especially since I was under the impression she was aligned with the devils of the underworld. As for Crom Cruach, the Irish dragon is also incredibly powerful and dangerous. He was never killed or defeated by any god or dragon. He has had all this time to grow in strength. I suspect he will be equally as dangerous as Albion. Athena elaborated. So what you're saying is we're screwed essentially. Artemis confirmed. Athena shrugged. That's just the reality of what we're up against. I have faith that Father will find some answer to this. Hermes has no doubt already warned the Norse gods, and Tsukiyomi is getting the Hindu gods to help. I am not saying it's hopeless, but I expect a Pyrrhic victory even if we do succeed in stopping this threat. A dragon horde of this scale has never been seen before. HMPH. Well, at least we'll have backup here. Verithragna is coming and we have those Shinto gods as well. I wonder if the Norse gods will send anyone. Artemis wondered. Athena thought for a moment. I'm certain they would. Hermes is quite close with them, and he could undoubtedly convince them to send a vanguard. I hope they send Freya. I've heard about her. She's beautiful and powerful. It would be nice to meet her. Artemis smirked. I doubt they'll send her. I don't know many of the Norse gods, but it seems more likely for them to send one that is better equipped to fighting monstrous creatures. I imagine it would either be Tyr or Thor. Tyr seems the most likely since he's their emissary, and he's a lot smarter and far more sensible than Thor is. Athena theorized. I remember Tyr. He's that one that Hermes brought to Olympus a few centuries ago, right? The guy with one hand. He seemed okay. I don't know much about Thor though. You said he's a thunder god. So he's sort of like Father? Artemis cocked her head. Thor is Odin's oldest and most powerful son. I think he's even the strongest god in their pantheon. It would be very unwise for them to send him. Thor has little to no tact and is notorious for violently killing innocent people on a whim. Athena shook her head. So he's like Ares then? Artemis laughed. Athena frowned. No. Thor makes Ares look like a pacifist in comparison. Imagine Ares if he drank as much as Dionysus and was more powerful than Zeus. Thor is a very cruel god who was revered by the northern barbarians for his bloodthirsty reputation. They call him the protector of mankind, but that's almost ironic considering he's a drunken genocidal berserker. If he showed up here, he'd probably try to fight the Crimson Nightmare Dragon or start an unnecessary conflict. Well, no wonder those Viking savages idolized a god like that. I'll tell you one thing though. If I ever meet that jerk, I'll teach him a lesson in humility. Yeah. You keep thinking that. Athena rolled her eyes at Artemis's bravado. Kuoh market area. Lord Thor, are you sure this is a good idea? Roswis protested as the thunder god blatantly walked down the streets of Kuoh wearing normal clothes. He still had his massive super belt on beneath his shirt, but it wasn't quite as noticeable due to how buff he was. He glanced back at Roswis, who was also dressed to match civilians. The Valkyrie looked unusually nervous as the two of them continued into the city. He gave her a blank stare and spoke slowly. Are you saying the spell of concealment isn't effective? And no. I am certain Lord Freyr's spell is effective at masking our power, sense, and magic. It's just before she could finish her statement, Thor interrupted her. Are you scared then, girl? The bearded man asked seriously. She immediately got defensive and began to backtrack. And no. Not at all. How's this going to help us observe the Crimson Nightmare Dragon? We're foreigners in this land. And you're way bigger than anyone here. Word will get around if you do anything noticeable. People are already staring. It was clear she was worried about offending him, as she almost seemed to cringe in silence awaiting his response. Thor was well known for his short temper and impatience after all. I was just going to get something to eat. If this turns into a battle, which I know it will, I at least want to sample the food and drink from this land before it's destroyed. Thor scoffed at her. She frowned. I mean no disrespect my lord, but that seems irresponsible. Can we really afford to be negligent like this when those dragons could do something dangerous at any moment? We need to find out what this Crimson Nightmare Dragon knows and what he wants. I get it. You think I'm just a dumb brute, don't you? All brawn and no brains. Is that right? Do you think Odin sent you with me because he believed I needed a caretaker? Thor asked her almost rhetorically. And no. I never implied that, Lord Thor. She bowed her head in shame. Think girl. This dragon chooses to live among humans. He has also lived in this devil territory for who knows how long. A dragon like that isn't the type to instigate a conflict. He's not going to do anything until OPHIS shows up here. That could be days or weeks for all we know. Thor rolled his eyes at the Valkyrie's skittish behavior. She frowned. The Allfather seemed quite disturbed about OPHIS. How powerful is she exactly? This union of gods is unprecedented. Yes, it is. But I am not so proud to denounce its necessity. The last great battle involving dragons was when the heavenly dragons killed the Christian god. Albion and Ddraig were mighty. And even they pale in comparison to the dragon gods. OPHIS is a dragon god, and that title means something. I honestly don't know how powerful she is, but I imagine it's greater than any god or dragon that lives today. For her to force all of the most infamous dragons to band together. That is a feat in and of itself. She even has one of the heavenly dragons on her side. If she gets the other one, we won't stand a chance. Thor stated seriously. Roswis looked horrified by his response. Wait. So you really think this is Ragnarok then? Aye. But this isn't like anything in Father's prophecies. None of us might live to see the new world reborn. This could destroy everything. Thor stated grimly. So what are we doing here then? We're no match for OPHIS, but we're going to fight her and this dragon army. The Valkyrie demanded. Thor sighed at her. The way I see it girl, we have two choices. Die trying, or accept our fates and die anyways. What would a warrior do? You're a Valkyrie so you ought to know better than anyone what dying in battle means. Even with all that said, all of the Pantheon's joining forces might be able to stand against these dragons. Ddraig and Albion also fell. And they seemed invincible before then. We cannot abandon our duty. I see your point my lord. Forgive my uncertainty. I will stand with you no matter what as the Allfather bids. Roswis bowed her head. I wonder why Odin sent you with me. You're the runt of the Valkyries, aren't you? Olrin's little sister right? Thor asked for confirmation. Roswis nodded. Why yes. Why do you ask? It explains why you're overthinking everything. Olrin is the keeper of knowledge and always overthinks things. She's a bit of a glorified librarian, but at least she's good at fighting. Thor noted. I realize I'm not the most accomplished Valkyrie. There were only 9 up until recent history. I haven't had all the time to properly adjust just yet. Still I won't let you down my lord. The Valkyrie announced after a long pause. Thor shrugged. Honestly, someone like you is better suited for this anyways. Odin knows better than to send the likes of Hildur Sigrun. Or even Kara. Their tempers rival my own from what I've heard and seen. You seem smarter than they are and that's what matters in this situation. Bravery and might alone aren't enough to win this war. You're right to be scared girl. One would have to crazy or a fool to not fear Ragnarok. The true mettle of a warrior isn't to know no fear. It is to face it regardless of outcome. The god of thunder stated. I hope to prove myself in the days to come then. Roswitha bowed her head. Thor said nothing in response, but gave a curt nod of acknowledgement. A brief silence passed as the Valkyrie shuffled around. It was clear she wanted to say something more. The god of thunder gave her a blank look. Was there something else you wanted to say? Yes, my lord. Do you think it's true that this office wants to battle the other dragon god, Great Red? I imagine he's the strongest if she's seeking help for battling him, right? How much do you know about the dragon gods? Roswitha asked. Thor crossed his arms. I don't know much about Office or Great Red beyond their reputations. Everything I've heard were second-hand sources or stories. The primordial Greek deities knew Office quite well, or so I heard. They instilled fear of her into the Titans, but the Olympians know next to nothing about Office and even less about Great Red. Among our pantheon, I have only heard the legends of the dragon gods from Mimir. They hold dominion over the infinite void of chaos and the unbound dream. Mimir once told me that the ancient Jotnar actually worshipped Great Red. They called him the Dreamer. According to Mimir, their power of prophecy actually came from him. I imagine the Allfather has gone to see Mimir and ask about all of this. So that's where Lord Odin went. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Roswitha perked up. And you thought I was an idiot, didn't you? Thor crossed his arms. She shook her head. No, but I feel better knowing that you're wiser than you look, Lord Thor. Come girl, let's go get something to eat. We'll go find this dragon afterwards. Thor beckoned for her to follow. Issei and Ingvild. Despite his mind being heavily troubled, Issei slept remarkably well the previous night. He and Ingvild were currently riding on Red's motorcycle into town. As they pulled up to a red light, he glanced back at her. So you're sure Saji lives over in this part of town? Yes. It's an apartment that the Citri family gave to him. I doubt he went to school today. Considering what he saw last night. The half-devil responded. The two eventually found a location with a devil scent that matched Saji's home. They knocked on the door but got no answer. Issei sniffed the air several times. It seems like he's not here. That Dumbus probably did go to school today. Shit. Do you want to go get him? Ingvild asked curiously. Issei sighed. I'll get him after he comes home. We'll just focus on your training and some of mine until then. Okay, that sounds good to me. Ingvild nodded as the two walked down the stairs and back to his motorcycle. You hungry at all? I didn't have time to get any food for the new house. I don't want to bother with grocery shopping until after this drama is over, so why don't we go get something before we train? The dragon suggested. Ingvild smiled. You want to go get lunch? With me? Yeah, come on. It'll be like a date. Issei teased her. A D-date. She froze up in disbelief. I'm just kidding. But we're going to need energy to train. I haven't eaten since lunch yesterday. You like an Odin? Ramen maybe? He followed up. She blushed. I'm fine with whatever you decide. I know a good spot. The workers even like me. Surprisingly. Issei chuckled as the two walked back to his motorcycle. Athena and Artemis, further away. I wonder who that girl is. According to my scrying analysis, she's part devil. Interesting. Athena noted as she looked over a crystal attached to some type of magical device. So this thuggish punk is the Crimson Nightmare Dragon. Why is he dressed like that, and what's with the dragon motorcycle? That looks utterly ridiculous. Artemis said with an unimpressed sneer. Athena eyed the scene curiously. I was concerned he might be able to smell us, but it seems he can't from this range. That's good. The spell is working effectively then. You're such a nerd, you know that. Seriously, Athena. What do you make of this guy? He seems like a fuckboy to me. Artemis crossed her arms from the seat of her chariot. It was invisible and cloaked currently. Artemis. Can you fire a stealth shot onto the back of his motorcycle? I want to put a scrying crystal on it so we can observe him when he goes indoors. Athena requested. The huntress smirked. Oh, you don't want to shoot it yourself. You even brought your bow here. You're the one with stealth shots. I'll gladly do it if you give me one of your arrows. Athena shot back. Oh no. Nobody touches my arrows. I'll make the shot. Put your stupid crystal on and I'll shoot it. Artemis asked. Athena sighed as Artemis held up an arrow tip for her to put a tiny and unseen magical stone on the arrow. The goddess of wisdom looked up when she finished. I've enchanted it to follow him so we can scry from here. Yeah, okay, whatever you say, Athena. Artemis rolled her eyes as she knocked the arrow from her crescent bow and fired it towards Issei's motorcycle. It managed to hit in the back, but disappeared a moment later. Athena then conjured up a scrying device which followed them closely and allowed for them to watch. They didn't notice. Good. Athena stated seriously as she angled it to get a bit closer. The moment it did, the scrying display vanished. What happened? Athena got annoyed. You tell me. I made my shot. Artemis shrugged. That's odd. That means the dragon has an illusion aura or something like that around him. He's actively warding scrying and magical observations. We're going to have to watch him manually. The goddess sighed. That's more my style anyways, come on let's go follow this punk. Artemis replied as she flew her chariot behind Issei's motorcycle. They followed until they finally saw Issei and Ingvild pull up to some restaurant. Upon getting off the motorcycle, the two went inside immediately. So are we just waiting outside for them? I say we go in and size this punk up. Artemis broke the silence as Athena tried to rearrange her scrying device. Artemis's chariot descended on top of a nearby roof moments later. The huntress glanced at Athena. You coming or what? Wait, Artemis. We can't risk getting close to him just yet. I don't know the range of this concealment spell. If he has illusionary magic, he could possibly break it. Athena restrained her sister as Artemis nearly got out of the chariot. Artemis reluctantly sank back into her seat and groaned. Fine. You're the huntress Artemis. Think of this as a stakeout or something like that. We can't risk spooking him too soon. We need to be patient. Athena tried to calm her sister's anxiousness. The two goddesses were soon interrupted when someone landed next to them on the rooftop. She had black hair and wore beautiful traditional Japanese clothing. Both goddesses immediately realized she was also a goddess and stared at her. Welcome to Japan. I had hoped Tsukiyomi would find us aid. You two look Greek. You must be Artemis. She addressed the huntress first. Yes, that's me. Nice to meet you Shinto goddess. You're Amaterasu, right? Sorry I don't know other pantheons very well. Artemis was surprisingly civil and nice to her. She smiled. Yes, a pleasure to meet you. I take it this other beautiful goddess is Athena. You are correct Amaterasu. We were just observing the dragon's movements. Can you tell us anything about him? Athena asked. Amaterasu sighed. Unfortunately, we don't know much about him. He has powerful illusion magic which it looks like you just found out. We didn't even know this dragon was living in our lands until just recently. My brother Susanoo was with me up until a few hours ago. He's talking to the other Shinto gods about the foreign gods being here. He took their Ithragna with him. They've been getting along quite well fortunately enough. Artemis nudged Athena before speaking up again. So we were talking about who the Norse gods might send. Any idea who it is? No, we haven't been contacted by any Norse gods yet. Varithragna of the Persian pantheon came directly to us, and besides you two that's all who's here currently. Amaterasu answered softly. Well let's just hope that the Norse gods don't send the Thor guy here. Athena told me he was a real asshole. Artemis chuckled. Amaterasu politely frowned. I would welcome Thor here. He might be a rude deity, but he is certainly a war asset I would not reject. So what do you know about that barbarian anyways? Artemis asked curiously. The Shinto sun goddess thought for a moment. He likes to drink and eat, he's very violent, and he's smarter than people think he is. His hammer Mjolnir is also one of the most powerful weapons ever made. My brother Susanoo actually admires him. Which isn't entirely a good thing. Nevertheless, Thor would actually be able to stop a lot of OPHIS's dragon generals. So I can accept his faults. I hope they send Freya. I hear the Norse goddesses are some of the most beautiful. Artemis beamed. Most of them are blonde. Or so I hear. It would seem you favor blondes, sister. Athena pointed out. Artemis herself had silver hair that could only be described as the color of moonlight. She also a streak of black in it. She glanced at the brown-haired Athena. What are you mad you're a brunette? Why would I care? Athena rolled her eyes. Amaterasu tilted her head. I met a few of the Norse gods and goddesses before. Many of them have golden hair. Some have red and a few have dark hair. Among all of them, Balder was probably the prettiest. Even the goddesses paled in comparison to him. Balder? Who's that? Artemis asked. He's Odin's son. I personally thought he was the most beautiful deity in their pantheon. Amaterasu noted. Artemis scowled. You thought a male god was prettier than all the females. That's just my opinion. I hear your brother Apollo is nearly as beautiful. Amaterasu shrugged almost gracefully. Don't you ever eye up my brother. Got that? Artemis immediately flared up. Oh forgive my rudeness. Anyways, back to the topic at hand. The dragon Issei Haidu is fascinating from what we have learned about him. Amaterasu apologized before changing the subject. How so? Athena wondered. Apparently he is friends with quite a few different beings. We've confirmed 2 fallen angels, that devil girl he's with, and even humans. It's strange though. Sometimes we're watching him and he just disappears. It's frustrating. We can't even find out where he lives. The only way we can ever effectively track him is when he's on that motorcycle in the city. The sun goddess answered. So he has some kind of secret lair then? Artemis scoffed. It would seem so. However, we did manage to witness a fallen angel leader challenge him last night. Apparently they're going to have a battle in 2 days. I don't know why, but we intend to observe it. Amaterasu added. Artemis perked up excitedly. Oh. That'll be good. We can see his powers in action. Why in 2 days though? Athena wondered. Amaterasu sighed. We have no idea. Susanoo suggested we ask some of the devils in the city about it, but I told him not to just yet. I don't want a war breaking out between angels and devils over it. We already have enough to worry about with this dragon threat looming on the horizon. That aside, can you explain us how this confrontation with OPHIS went exactly? From what it sounds like, she's gathering this dragon army for some secret purpose. What would she even need one for? She could take on the world by herself, couldn't she? Athena interrupted. I'm not sure. I don't know much about OPHIS. My brother Tsukiyomi knows a little about her. I'll tell you what happened exactly though. Amaterasu replied. Issei, inside the restaurant. As he walked into the restaurant, Issei looked around for a moment until he noticed one of the cooks greet him. The man immediately announced his arrival. Everyone, Haidu's here. Make him the usual. Make that a triple for me and a regular for my friend here. Issei told the man before walking along. Ingvald smiled. I used to watch you go in here all the time. It sounds so creepy when you say it like that. Have you ever eaten here before? The food is top notch. Issei replied as the duo approached Issei's favorite spot. No. But I always wanted to try it. She replied meekly. As they neared his favorite table, Issei noticed a large and bearded foreigner eating a mountain of food at an adjacent table. A modest-looking silver-haired woman was with him and she had the expression of someone who didn't want to be there. Issei's gaze lingered on them as he looked the two over. I wonder where they're from. Kuoh isn't too big on tourists. Do you sense anything from them, Ddraig? I'm not sure. I think they're human. I don't sense any magic or auras from them. Ddraig noted. What is it, Issei? Ingvald nervously whispered into the delinquent's ear when she saw him staring at the unusual guests. Both of them seemed to finally notice Issei's staring and had mixed reactions. The woman looked a bit serious when she saw him standing behind them. The bearded man on the other hand looked calm and curious. His cheeks were a bit red and the 9 empty sake bottles in front of him told Issei enough that he was definitely intoxicated to some degree. Wow. Who gets this drunk for lunch? Issei thought as he examined the man more closely. He was a huge muscular man that honestly reminded Issei of strongmen powerlifters. He was clearly strong and athletic, but probably wouldn't look it to most people. Some might consider the man a bit fat, but he was well proportioned and still ripped. Issei wondered if he was a retired powerlifter or athlete. The man had golden orange hair and ice blue eyes. He had a beard that looked like it had been neatly trimmed, but a bit grown out to a sharper point. His long hair had several braids in it as well. Although he seemed human, Issei couldn't help but think there was something more to him. As a dragon, Issei was keen to many school details about certain types of people. The man's body language clearly showed he was good at fighting and he wasn't afraid of anything. Though judging by his size, not many humans would try fighting him. The man was easily over 2 meters tall and probably weighed close to 150 kilograms by Issei's estimate. To a regular person he would certainly be considered scary. See, can we help you? Roswis decided to say something. She seemed noticeably wary of him and was probably concerned about him staring at Thor. Issei couldn't tell if she knew he was a dragon or if she was just cautious of his thuggish appearance. He was quite used to the latter. The woman was silver-haired and blue-eyed. She was pale and quite beautiful even compared to a lot of the attractive women Issei had seen in his life. You guys tourists or something? I don't see people like you here much, he decided to ask vaguely. Really? Well, we've seen more than a few foreigners around the city. I didn't know it was that odd. Roswis replied shyly. Thor nodded his head. We are in fact tourists in a sense. I'm Magni and this is Roswis. I have to say, I regret not visiting this country sooner. The food and the booze are both great. This Odin dish is surprisingly good and I definitely like the rice wine. What was it called again? Issei. Magni. Roswis answered for him. Issei couldn't help but find it amusing as the man chugged an entire bottle of sake before slamming it down on the table and shouting. Another. Magni. Is that his first name or his surname? Issei wondered. Ddraig scoffed. Beats me. Though that does sound like a Scandinavian name. You think these guys are heroes? They seem human. Though the guy looks like he can fight. Issei asked. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if they were. If it didn't involve going through that Azazel dude, I'd recommend asking Fafnir about them. He knows all about the Norse people. Especially heroes. The only Norse hero I ever knew was Beowulf. Ddraig noted. Isn't Vali from there? Well. At least she claimed to be. You think this guy is with the hero faction then? She might know him. Issei trailed off. I wouldn't take anything she said at face value. Vali is definitely a Scandinavian name, but considering she's half devil, who the hell knows if she's even from there? I mean, Tiamat straight lied about where she was from. That's a good indication right there. Ddraig added. Yeah, Tiamat said she was from Eastern Europe, right? I thought Tiamat was Middle Eastern. Maybe she meant like Turkey. Issei wondered. Tiamat was worshipped by the Mesopotamians a long time ago. She lived in Babylon back then, but I actually met her somewhere in Europe before all those monotheistic religions became a thing. She ended up living in Jerusalem eventually. I think that's where she met all her devil friends and decided to join them. The dragon elaborated. So is Magni your first name or surname? Issei broke the silence and asked the unusual large man who was hungrily destroying his meal. He gulped down his mouthful of food and chuckled as his ice blue eyes met Issei's. Oh, I forgot you Japanese people use surnames first. My full name is Magni. Ledinson. Loden what? I think I'll just call you Magni then. Issei shook his head after trying to pronounce the name. Thor shrugged. It's an Old Norse name. Don't strain yourself, boy. What's your name? I'm Issei Haidu and this is Ingvild Levi. Issei introduced them. Thor narrowed his gaze at the girl. Ingvild. Sounds like a Norwegian name. Where you from, girl? I've lived here most my life. Ingvild answered with vague shyness. Before Thor could ask her another question, Issei asked him one. So where are you guys from? Sweden or something? Norway originally, but my mother was from Iceland. I lived in Denmark for a while too. It's just easier to tell people Scandinavia though. He answered casually. He immediately went back to eating as Issei stared for a moment. Ledinson. I swear I've heard the name Loden before. I think it's a giant's name, but I can't quite remember if that was somebody I knew about. I know giants used to own Iceland. This guy could possibly be a giant. Ddraig noted. Giants. You think this guy is a giant then? So they're a thing too, huh? You never really told me about them before. Issei replied with interest. There are many types all over the world. The power and forms of giants are vastly varied and diverse. A lot of mythological beings in the world are actually classified as giants. Trolls and ogres from European lands are among the weakest type. Greek cyclops would be a tier above them. Nephilim in the ancient Christian lands are one of the highest tiers. They're also part angel. Above that you start getting closer to the more godlike giants. Daityu in the Hindu lands are a powerful and well-known type of giant. They're a type of Asura and many of them followed Vritra back in the day. I would classify their power to that of demigods if you want a scale for comparison. The most powerful giants were the godlike Jotnar in Norse mythology, and I believe the Titans and Hecatonchires from the Greek mythology as well. A friend of mine, Camp, was a dragon that worked for the Titan Cronus. She guarded Tartarus and kept the Hecatonchires imprisoned. Ddraig explained in surprising detail. Norway, huh? I might have to visit there one day. I hear it's pretty. Issei responded to the foreign man. He then addressed Ddraig. This stuff about giants is actually pretty interesting. It also raises a lot of questions. Fafnir, Vritra and Jormungandr are the only surviving dragons that ever dealt with giants or know anything substantial about them. Brendel and Layden know stuff too, but there are enemies now. I suggest asking Vritra later about the Daityu when you get a chance. He can explain this better than I can. Ddraig suggested. So how's your night going? You a local here? The workers seems to know your order by heart. Thor asked, drawing Issei from the awkward silence. Yeah, I am. I just bought a new house outside of town though. So are you two married? Issei decided to ask as he looked between a cringing Roswus and a comedically drunk Thor. No, definitely not. Roswus is closer to your age than mine. Besides, my wife is way prettier than her. She's my agent. We're here on a business trip actually. So we're not exactly tourists. Thor denounced immediately before reinforcing their cover story. Issei couldn't tell whether the man realized it was rude or not, but the woman's confidence visibly crumbled upon hearing his remark. He found it funny nonetheless and couldn't help but chuckle. Issei smirked. Well, she's not half bad for a foreign girl. Your wife must be a real looker then. Your girlfriend over there looks foreign too. Thor pointed at Ingvild. The girl immediately tried to hide behind Issei, as she no doubt found this Magni intimidating. She's not my girlfriend, but we are friends. We go to the same school. Issei explained. Thor nodded. Ah, okay. Well, don't let that one get away. She's a real looker too. Unless you're one of those purist types that only dates their own girls. I don't care what anyone is. If they're attractive and I like them, then that's all that matters to me. Issei shrugged. Haha, so you think Roswus is pretty? Thor decided to embarrass the Valkyrie. Issei looked at her for a moment. Roswus looked like she wanted to die and did her absolute best to avoid his gaze. The dragon nodded his head. Definitely one of the prettiest girls I've seen. You hear that, Roswus? Maybe you can get a boyfriend after all. Thor laughed at her embarrassment. You're the worst. She said softly. Ingvild also looked equally flushed and embarrassed upon hearing the comment. Many people were now staring at them in the restaurant, but the owners and workers seemed unusually curious that the rude foreigner and Issei were having a civil conversation. I have to say, you speak Japanese pretty well for a foreigner. Even some of the exchange kids at my high school can't speak it that well. Issei decided to save the girls from their embarrassment as he changed the subject. Magni is here for a movie. We made him learn the language for his role. It's an action movie. A lot of it's under wraps, so we can't tell you too many details until it's announced. Roswis tried to come up with a solid excuse on the spot. She was still blushing from embarrassment at Issei's earlier compliment. Issei knew they weren't telling the truth, but something about them didn't seem wholly malicious to him. He tilted his head. Man. You look like a Viking if I've ever seen one, Magni. Ahahaha. You've seen Vikings even out here, have you? Thor asked with boisterous amusement. Well, not in person. Just on movies and games. I've met a few Scandinavian people, but they were nothing like you guys. He shrugged. I like you, kid. Here, come sit with us. Barmaiden. Bring me another drink. Thor announced loudly as he gulped down yet another bottle of sake. His presence was obviously bothering other guests and irritating the staff, but he didn't seem to care. The waitress politely walked over with a tray full of alcohol. She bowed her head politely as she placed them in front of him. Get these before you go. Thor started to pile on his empty bottles onto her platter. Wow, he's rude. Ingvild whispered from behind. Thor immediately sent her a sharp glare. What did you say, girl? Nothing. Ingvild immediately melted behind Issei again. Sure, I'll eat with you guys. I don't mind talking to new people now and then. Just so long as you aren't here to stir up any shit. I like my city nice and peaceful. Issei responded almost threateningly as he sat down at their table. Ingvild reluctantly followed suit and sat next to Roswis. Roswis gulped deeply as she tried to hide her concern by eating her food a bit quicker. Both girls seemed like they were trying to be invisible as Issei and Thor continued to talk. That's a cool jacket you have on. It's a Western dragon, right? Most people in the East wear Eastern dragon iconography from what I've seen. Thor pointed out. Issei found it remarkable how he didn't slur despite how drunk he probably was. He narrowed his gaze slowly. Thanks. Do you like dragons? Thor asked curiously. Obviously, I do. He answered dryly. The thunder god chuckled. They are interesting creatures. Though it's fortunate for us they aren't real. Why do you like them? Dragons are powerful and dangerous beasts, but they represent something greater than that. A true dragon is fearless, and it lives free and unbound. A true dragon is so mighty that nothing ever bothers it, and it can just live peacefully and have fun. If I were a dragon, that's what I'd want to do. I admire that mindset and I try to live by it. I don't give a shit about politics or dick measuring with every asshole that flexes on me. Issei decided to test them. That's an interesting perspective. Many dragons throughout all of mythology are usually the villainous monsters for the heroes to slay. In most cases I would say it was necessary. Thor coyly replied. Roswis looked a bit more alert when it became apparent that Issei and Thor were having some kind of indirect conversation to gauge each other's reactions. Issei shook his head. Maybe some of those dragons were just annoyed that everyone wanted to kill them out of some vain desire for glory. There's a reason most love living on mountains away from society. Possibly. Are there any dragons in mythology you would say are good? Thor asked. That depends on your definition of good. What's good to one person might be bad to another. The world isn't that black and white. Every villain is just a hero on the other side. Does it really make a dragon evil to defend itself or take revenge against people that wronged it? Don't people do the same thing all the time? I mean, that's even celebrated all throughout history. The fact of the matter is everyone wants a piece of this world and everyone will try to take what you have. Issei countered. Thor chuckled. Yes, I suppose so. That is a good point, kid. I wasn't saying all dragons were evil monsters. Though many of them seem to be in various mythologies and stories. I personally always admired the Welsh dragon Ddraig in ancient Britain's mythology. The people of that time took his own image for their banner as they believed the red dragon protected them. Issei did his best to hide his shock when he heard the man mention Ddraig by name. Ingvild thankfully kept her composure and didn't react much to his relief. Why the hell would some Scandinavian guy admire you, Ddraig? Do you think they actually know about me being your wielder? Issei thought concerned. Ddraig sighed. I'm not sure. I did unintentionally save a bunch of people when I kicked Nidhugr's ass a long time ago. There was also that time Beowulf gave me a bunch of treasure if I agreed to help him deal with Grendel. I never really gave a shit about anything other than fighting strong opponents. Maybe the humans misinterpreted that as me protecting them or something. As for him knowing about your identity, I doubt it. Assuming these two are heroes or giants, there would still be no way of them actually knowing that. Have you ever heard of the Apocalypse dragon in the Bible? Thor asked after a brief silence. Issei tilted his head. The Great Red from Revelation. I have a few Catholic friends that are into that stuff. I don't know that much about it. What do you think that dragon wants? His entire existence is simply to destroy the world, isn't it? Thor asked. Issei tilted his head. According to someone's prophecy or conjecture. It's too easy to get wrapped up in all that mystical bullshit. That's why I'm not really religious. People should go find the answers for themselves instead of blindly following doctrines they can't prove. Stuff like fate only talks about what could happen. Not what will happen. At least that's my opinion. If that great red from Revelation was real, he'd probably just want to do his own thing and not be bothered. That's a valid opinion to have. Thor nodded in approval. Moments later, Issei and Ingvold's food arrived at the table. The dragon wasted no time digging into his meal. Ingvold was relieved as she slowly but steadily ate hers in order to make her silence less awkward. So, I have a question, Magni. Issei broke the silence after finishing one of his 3 servings of food. Thor had a stack of plates and bowls already finished but was still eating as well. He looked up at Issei. What's that, Issei? Since you guys are from Norway, can you tell me anything about the Norse gods? He responded curiously. Ross was somewhat perked up but did her best not to look suspicious. Thor nodded. I sure can. Anything specific? Just the basics, I guess. I learned a little bit about them in school years ago, but I'd rather have a native person's take on them. The delinquent explained as he began to start eating again. Well, the Norse gods are not really worshipped anymore, as I'm sure you probably know. Christianity and atheism are the only 2 things widely practiced up in Scandinavia these days. There's a few Asatru cults in Iceland, I think. They're just like modern-day pagans and aren't really anything noteworthy. But back in the Viking Age, the Norse gods were worshipped by almost all Scandinavians, Germanic tribes, and even parts of the British Isles. They were an unusual pantheon to say the least. Thor began. Why's that? Issei wondered as he looked up from his food. Unlike all these modern-day religions that have these sympathetic and patronizing gods or beliefs, the Norse gods weren't like that. They protected mankind, but they expected their followers to be worthy of worshipping them. Unlike the Christian ideas of heaven where every week nobody gets to go to heaven if they kiss God's ass enough, the Norse gods believed in strength, courage, the pursuit of wisdom, and the self-improvement displayed by humans. Not all people are created equal, but the mettle of men was determined by their wills. For a warrior to die on the battlefield, he proved he was worthy enough to sit at Odin's table in the halls of Valhalla. Worthy enough to be an Einarjar chosen by the Valkyries and to join the gods in Asgard. People who prove themselves deserved to be rewarded. Those with weak wills did not. Self-actualization was an especially important ideal the Norse gods represented to mankind. No matter who you are. Farmer or fisher. Warrior or king. All would be judged on how they lived and how they died. He paused again to chug down a bottle of sake. So that the Norse gods believed in testing humans for their worth. That makes sense. I certainly agree that not all people are equal. Not everyone deserves a trophy or a pat on the back. Issei nodded. Yes, but a certain balance is required. It is fortunate that the Allfather Odin was very diligent in watching over the realms of gods and men. Thor replied. Issei cocked his head. Which one was Odin? Why do they call him Allfather? He is called the Allfather because he was the father of gods and men. Odin was the king of the Aesir gods in Asgard. I'll spare you all the details, but he was a god of wisdom and is also the thunder god Thor's father. Thor explained. I have heard of Thor before. I don't know anything about him. Other than what I've seen in pop culture though. He's the blonde guy with the hammer, right? Issei asked. Thor chuckled. Yeah. That's him. So what was he like? The dragon perked up with deep interest. Thor himself looked away distantly as he almost seemed to sober up. Thor was a very mean god. Roswus looked a bit surprised by Thor, referring to himself in such a manner. Issei looked at him uncertainly. What makes you say that? He killed a lot of giants or Jotnar as we prefer to call them in my land. Thor was a brash, hateful and impatient god in our mythology. He committed unspeakable cruelties against guilty and innocent foes alike. With his mighty hammer Mjolnir, he was nearly unstoppable and had an unquenchable thirst for war. They called him the Giant's Bane. Thor said distantly. Wow. And I thought he was a good guy who just fought frost giants. Issei couldn't help but laugh. Thor shrugged. Well, the reality is often uglier than the fantasy. I suppose that goes back to your point earlier about what is good. Thor did a lot of terrible things to man and monster alike, but some people prefer to remember all the bad stuff and others all the good stuff. He's not a saint for some weak person to look up to. He's not a benevolent protector of humans. It was not in his nature to coddle the weak. He was an avenging psychopath who would kill anyone to protect his family. He was a symbol of fear meant to keep the enemies of the Norse gods in check. That's something I understand. Sometimes you have to be an asshole just so people won't fuck with you or your kin. Sometimes you have to do something terrible for a greater good. Issei said understandingly. Thor couldn't help but smirk at Issei's response. You get it. You're a true warrior, kid. You think I'm a warrior? Issei asked surprised. Thor nodded. I can see it in your eyes and hear it in your voice. Finally finished with his meal, Issei stood up. Well, it was cool meeting you Magni and Roswis. Me and Ingvild got some stuff to go do. Stay out trouble and good luck with your movie. Thanks, nice meeting you Issei Haidu. Thor waved as the brunette walked over to the counter and simply just handed the owner money to distribute. Once they were out of the restaurant, Ingvild looked up at Issei concerned. Issei-kun. Why did you talk to those people? They just seemed off to me. I think that guy might be a giant. Issei whispered into her ear. Like a Jotner giant, you mean? Ingvild whispered back. Yeah. That are their heroes. Either way, I just wanted to see if I could learn anything about them. He replied. Ingvild looked a bit shy. So. You really think that girl was one of the prettiest you've ever seen? Yeah, she definitely was. Don't worry, you're up there too, Ingvild. Issei chuckled at her reaction. She looked shocked. I am? Athena, Artemis, and Amaterasu further away. Finally. How long were they in there? Damn. Artemis perked up when she spotted Issei and Ingvild leaving. It looks like he's whispering to her. I wonder why. Athena stated observantly. Artemis crossed her arms. He's probably flirting with that little devil girl. It's a shame such a cute girl is caught up with someone like him. He would have no reason to whisper something to her. Unless he was worried about someone overhearing them. Athena assumed the worst possibility. Before any of the goddesses could comment further, they saw a large man and a silver-haired woman walk out of the restaurant behind Issei and Ingvild. They all got a bit closer now as they tried to overhear the conversation. That's a unique-looking motorcycle, Issei. Thor stated as he looked over the red dragon features covering Red's bike. The delinquent chuckled. Thanks, it's my dad's. I actually work on motorcycles in my spare time. Mine's getting upgraded right now. Roswis loves motorcycles. You should take her for a ride. Thor suggested. Artemis looked at Thor and then turned towards Athena wide-eyed. Who the fuck is that guy? I'm not entirely sure. From what I can sense, he's human. But something seems off about him. Athena shook her head. That's Thor. He looks a lot thinner than the last time I saw him. Amaterasu interjected. What? That's Thor. What the hell is he doing down there with him? Artemis almost screeched. Athena face-palmed. This is bad. Please be quiet, I'm trying to hear them. Amaterasu politely silenced the two Greek goddesses as she watched more closely. Come on Roswis. Get on and just go for a spin around the block. I'll take a picture for your sister. Thor laughed. Is Thor drunk? Athena looked worried. No shit. Look at how flushed his cheeks are. What is that moron doing? He's going to blow our cover. I can't believe the Norse gods actually sent him. Artemis said disbelievingly. The dragon seems non-hostile to him. They're both laughing. That's unusual. Amaterasu interjected with her own confusion becoming ever more apparent. Come on Roswis, get on. Issei went along with Thor's antics. Artemis looked pissed by it. He has a girl with him and he's trying to pick up another one. He's disgusting. Are all dragons such pigs? To Roswis's embarrassment, Ingvild was already on the backseat of Issei's motorcycle and didn't seem like she had any intention of getting off. There's not really any room. Roswis made an excuse. Before anyone could say another word, Thor picked her up from behind and put her on the backseat between Issei and Ingvild. The latter didn't object but seemed a bit uncomfortable from the situation. Roswis looked at Thor like he just betrayed her. Is this really appropriate? Magni? He drunkenly cheered. Take her for a spin. Arghhh. Roswis wailed in disbelief as the motorcycle immediately went into a flaming wheelie and erupted down the street at speeds. That properly defied physics. Who's that girl with him? Thor is a monster for treating her like that. Artemis said angrily. Athena tried her best to ignore Artemis's whining and simply covered her face with her hand. Amaterasu looked over at Artemis. She looked like one of the Valkyries. It would make sense. I doubt she's a goddess. She called Thor Magni. I thought was his son's name. Oh. So he's using an alias to talk to the dragon. That's surprising. I'm amazed someone like him could actually make it work. Athena said genuinely shocked. I can't believe Thor would put such a beautiful girl in harm's way and force her to entertain this dragon. The huntress continued to bitch. Will you shut up for 1 minute? You are really getting on my nerves today. Athena growled at her sister, finally silencing her. Artemis looked at Athena bewildered by her reaction. The stoic Athena was never one to get that irritated. After Issei's motorcycle was out of sight, Thor jumped onto the rooftop. The goddesses were peering from, catching all of them off guard. They looked up at him shocked as he gave them serious stares. You all sound like a bunch of hens clucking up here. I'm shocked the dragon didn't notice you. How did you see through our concealment? Athena asked him. Magic. Thor said with sarcastic dryness. He looked completely sober and stoic now. Amaterasu greeted him politely. Welcome to Japan, Thor. We're honored to have your help. You probably don't remember me, I'm Amaterasu. His dark demeanor lightened up as he looked at her. Oh yeah, you're the wolf girl, right? The one who had a crush on Baldur. Well, it wasn't exactly like that. She deflected. Well, Baldur's dead now, so I guess that dream's dead too. Thor said a bit distantly as he looked away. How are things in Asgard these days, Thor? Amaterasu asked him to avoid the dark topic. Pretty bad. We were attacked by 4 dragons yesterday. The White Dragon Empress, Tiamat, Nidhogger and OPHIS all showed up. They were looking for Loki and wanted the Midgard serpent for their army. Luckily Hermod got there before them and warned us. Shit's all messed up now. And it sounds like Ragnarok to me. The dragons attacked Asgard. Did you kill any? What happened? Athena gasped. They fled pretty quickly when they realized Loki wasn't there. We did find out what OPHIS is after though. She wants to fight the Great Red. Thor explained. Huh? Artemis looked at him confused. Great Red. The Great Red Dragon of the Apocalypse from Revelation. The God Emperor of all dragons. He's stronger than OPHIS from what it sounds like. Thor answered her. So this is all about a dispute between 2 dragon gods. That's ridiculous. Artemis exclaimed. Maybe so, but even as minor as you make it sound, that could destroy Yggdrasil and countless other realms in the crossfire. Thor shrugged. Do you have any idea how reckless it was for you to approach the Crimson Nightmare Dragon like this? You're lucky he didn't realize who you are. Athena lectured. Thor gave her a careless glare. I didn't approach him. He just happened to walk into the same restaurant I was eating at. We talked for a little bit. He's different than I expected him to be. That's the same conclusion I reached. Amaterasu added. He interacts a lot with various beings that you wouldn't expect. As I told them earlier, it didn't look like wanted to join OPHIS when we arrived on the scene. I hear him coming back. We'll continue this conversation after he leaves. Thor announced before returning to the front of the restaurant. Roswitha looked to be panting, and her hair was clearly messed up from the high speed and wind flow. She shakily got off of Issei's motorcycle. That was scary. Thor finished for her. Fun. I didn't expect it to be. The Valkyrie finished her own sentence. Issei then waved at them before driving off with Ingvald. Take care guys. Nice meeting you. After Issei was gone, Thor looked at Roswitha. To the rooftop. There are goddesses there. There are. Roswitha gasped. He swiftly jumped back up there followed by the Valkyrie. Now with Issei gone, Thor looked over the 3 goddesses. So. I know Amaterasu, but who are you 2? Athena stood up and extended her hand respectfully. Athena, daughter of Zeus and goddess of war and wisdom. Thor gave her a forearm handshake and nodded. I've heard of you before. Hermod speaks highly of you and says you're strong and wise. Ooh, oh, that's Athena. I'm a huge fan. Roswitha exclaimed as she walked up and bowed to the Greek goddess. Athena rose a brow confused after finishing her handshake with Thor. You are? Yes. There aren't very many female deities outside of our own pantheon that embody our ideals nearly as much as you do. You're like a female Odin. Roswitha said approvingly. I appreciate the compliment. I didn't even realize the Valkyries knew who I was. I'm even more surprised Hermes would tell you about me. Forgive me if I don't know as much about your pantheon. Athena said, still surprised. And who are you? Thor asked Artemis as he looked down at her. Against good judgment, the huntress proudly walked closer to him and gave him a fierce glare. Artemis. The one and only. Goddess of the hunt and the moon. Protector of women. I haven't heard of you. My brother Tern knows the Greek gods better than I. Between him and Hermod I have only heard about the most noteworthy Olympians. Thor shrugged carelessly at her overdramatic introduction. The Greek goddess leered at him. Well, you should have. But I'm not surprised some barbarian god would be as dull as his worshippers. Athena cringed at her sister's antics. How can you expect him to know our pantheon when you don't even know his, Artemis? He means no disrespect, Lady Artemis. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. Roswitha tried to be the voice of reason. To Artemis's disgust, Thor held out his massive and sweaty hand. Well met then, huntress. Athena and Amaterasu both looked confused by his calmness. It seemed completely out of character and contradictory to Thor's reputation. Artemis backhanded Thor's hand away. Don't touch me. That seemed to be a terrible mistake on her part as Thor gave Artemis a deadly glare. He looked like he was trying to restrain himself as he cracked a fist. Watch your tone, girl. Girl. Why don't you watch how you talk to me? I'm not afraid of. Before Artemis could finish her sentence, Thor grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up off her feet. The weather began to change instantly upon Thor's mood shift as clouds immediately formed overhead. Darkness covered the skies, and a heavy rainfall soon descended upon the city. Thunder boomed across the sky as Thor began to squeeze even tighter. Artemis was now choking his grip. Thor breathed heavily through his nose as his eyes went a bit wild. It seems you've gone too long without getting a proper ass beating. You don't have to like me, little girl, but don't harbor some pathetic fantasy that I can't kill you and every god your pantheon. Lord Thor, please stop. This kind of weather shift is not good for our cover. Ross was tried to calm the thunder god. Thor. Let her go. We can't afford this type of petty infighting. Athena bellowed authoritatively. He briefly looked over at Athena before releasing his grip on Artemis. The huntress fell to her knees and began to gasp for air as she panted in pain. It continued to rain overhead, but no more thunder followed. Athena looked down at her sister and sighed. Don't pick fights with our allies, Artemis. Thor's right. He could kill you or anyone in our pantheon. Show some respect and quit embarrassing us. After finally catching her breath, Artemis stood up. Her pride looked a bit winded, but to everyone's shock, she immediately apologized to Thor. I'm sorry. Ross was half expected Thor to simply ignore her or do something mean, but remarkably he extended his hand again. You're brave, Artemis. Not many would have that kind of goal. You'll need that courage for Ragnarok. Artemis took his arm this time as they gave each other a warrior handshake. She looked at him a bit relieved and genuinely surprised that he gave her another chance. Thank you, Thor. Artemis trailed off. Let's go find out where the dragon is going. Thor immediately changed the subject. Do you want to ride with us? There's plenty of room in my chariot. Artemis offered. Thor shrugged. I suppose that'll do. I'll come with you guys as well. By the way, Thor, you look like you've lost a lot of weight. Amaterasu added, trying to lighten the mood. He glanced at her. Yeah, Sif has been coaching me in swimming lately. It burns a lot of calories, I guess. Athena could barely believe her sister's attitude. Change? Wow. Thor corrected her attitude just like that. I guess he's probably used to putting people in their place considering how mouthy those barbarian gods and goddesses are up north. Chapter 14. Primordial Truths. Issei. Where the fuck did all this rain come from? I didn't see a cloud in the sky earlier. Issei groaned after pulling over with Ingvild. The half-devil frowned. I've been wondering, Issei. You said the Shinto gods showed up when you met all those evil dragons, right? Do you think it's possible they're watching you? The dragon immediately snapped his head back at her. How could they? I have an illusion barrier up. People could only watch me directly. I'd be able to tell if they were at that range. Well, those people back there seemed off to me. You said you thought they were giants. What if gods are the same way? Ingvild asked. Yeah, but they weren't looking for me. We just ran into them. Honestly, I don't know what they are. But I thought they were giants or heroes. I'm typically good about sensing people if they're watching me. I can smell devils kilometers away after all. I mean, it's possible a kami could spy on us though. I've never encountered a god until the other night. Issei replied with a deeply concerned expression. It seemed apparent to Ingvild that he was now suspecting it to be true. Yeah, but what does a god or a giant smell like? She asked. The delinquent brushed some of the rainwater off his face as he thought for a minute. I don't know. Those Shinto gods just smelled like people to me. I sensed weird strength from them, but they didn't have a smell that stood out. That Magni guy had a foreign smell, but it was distinctly human. Do you think it's possible they could hide their presence like you can or in some other way? She asked quietly. Issei shook his head. Maybe, but it'd have to be a pretty damn good spell. I don't know that much about gods, so it's not impossible one might be able to slip past my senses. Gods have many special abilities, Issei. They are rivals to dragons after all. Over the years they've gotten very good at masking themselves from us. Mostly out of fear. Considering those people back there only seemed like humans at first, it's entirely possible the Shinto gods or other deities might be able to hide themselves at a decent range. My last host wasn't able to track gods very well. I wish I could help you more, but I never dealt with pantheon gods to the same extent a lot of the evil dragons did. Vritra's insight would certainly help on this matter. We should get him after his host leaves school. Ddraig added. You have Great Red's powers though, don't you? Doesn't that help? Ingvild whispered in his ear. The dragon sighed as he whispered back. Yeah, I do. But it works under the condition of the illusion magic cues. I can't wholly block someone out unless I put up a barrier like I did at the house. Plus I can't track down and cancel who's doing it unless I know what I'm looking for. It's a dream power. Imagination essentially. I have to imagine what I'm looking for, and right now I don't know what we're looking for. I can only keep up a basic illusion barrier to stop scrying, but something more advanced could probably watch me if I wasn't aware of it. Red told me people have tried to spy on him a lot in the past and that he couldn't block it out until he was aware of where it was coming from or who was doing it. If he has that issue, then I guess it's a problem for me too. I suppose at the very least I should focus on blocking out those Shinto gods. We should definitely be more careful then. Gods aren't a joke, Issei. Some are even more powerful than the evil dragons are. Plus if OPHIS or one of them kills a god, it will be full-scale war. Ddraig noted. Maybe they're watching me because they know OPHIS is going to come back for us. That's a cheery thought. Just how many motherfucking people are going to get involved in this mess? Issei thought, annoyed. The next time we encounter someone suspicious, you should try to call them out and see what happens. You could try one of Great Red's spellbreaks too. Ddraig suggested. Good idea. I'd prefer to tell them off now rather than later. I don't want any damn Shinto gods trying to get in my way when OPHIS comes back. Those dumbasses would probably instigate a fight. I mean, that Susanoo guy was itching to fight Irachi. Issei nodded. We should be more careful in public from now on, Ingvald. I don't know if I trust my illusion spells right now. Let's go back to the house real quick and we'll figure something out. Issei whispered. Looking around to make sure no humans were watching, Issei opened up a portal and drove his motorcycle through it, taking him directly back home. Further away. By the time the gods caught up follow Issei, they only arrived in time to see him opening a portal. Amaterasu stared at it, surprised. Portals. So that's how he's getting around the city. He's probably going home. Unfortunate. He probably got suspicious when the weather drastically changed for no reason. Athena sighed as she glanced over at Thor and Artemis. Now what are we supposed to do? There's no telling where that portal leads. Amaterasu sighed. Wait. He and that girl were looking for someone at an apartment earlier, remember? We should go find their friend. Artemis suggested. Amaterasu's eyes lit up. Of course. Vritra's host. They'll probably come back for him later. Where did Vritra's host go? Roswis asked curiously. I think he went to school. At least that's what they thought. At any rate, we can just stake out the apartment. I'd prefer not to go near the devil territory if we can avoid it. We don't need them getting involved. From the way Uncle Hades describes devils, they're nothing but a nuisance. Artemis answered. Thor frowned. Yes, but how does that deal with the portal issue? We can't. Just follow him through one even if we do wait for their friend. What if Issei Haidu opens a portal in this guy's apartment? All we can do right now is wait. I would be quite interested in studying the dragon a bit further. If we can discover his intentions, maybe we can approach him. Athena suggested. You want to approach him? Artemis asked, surprised. Athena nodded. I don't fancy deception in this instance. If we can confirm he's opposed to joining OPHIS, then he might be willing to hear us out. Are you sure that's a good idea? If he finds out we've been watching him, his defenses will be extra high and we might lose any future opportunities to learn valuable information. Amaterasu said disapprovingly. Well, we can't do anything until he returns. I guess we should just wait close to the devil school and keep an eye on his friend until he comes back to the city. Athena responded. Artemis crossed her arms. You don't want to look around and see if we can find his lair? No. If he has illusion magic and the ability to open portals, it could be anywhere. It might not even be near the city for all we know. Athena replied logically. Well, this is going to be boring. Guess we should find some way to pass the time. Artemis groaned. Thor, your children are all grown up now, right? Do you have any pictures of them? Amaterasu asked as she sat next to him. He nodded. Yeah, I carry a little book with their pictures for my travels. I can show you if you care to see it. You haven't seen them since they were young. Artemis and Amaterasu watched curiously as Thor pulled a small flipbook out of his pack and opened it up. There's Magni, Modi, Thrud, and Ulr. Magni's the oldest, his mom's a giant and he's almost bigger than me these days. Modi's the boy there. Classic middle child right there. He and Magni used to fight all the time, but they're pretty much inseparable these days. Modi's not as strong as Magni is, but he's better at using lightning spells. That's my little girl, Thrud. She's the baby of the bunch and definitely my favorite kid. The boys are always fighting over who'll get to inherit Mjolnir, but honestly, I think she's the worthiest to wield it. That last one is my stepson Ulr. Good kid and definitely smart too, unlike my other sons. I think his real dad was some Vanir god that died in the Aesir Vanir War. He's my favorite one to take traveling though. The kid's a great archer and he always does right by me. He gets on pretty well with Modi and taught him a lot of magic. Is that your wife right there then? She's beautiful. Artemis remarked as she looked at Sif. Sif had honey gold hair and was a perfect balance of warrior and wife. She was wearing a dress in the picture and had a soft smile. She still had a sword sheathed at her side though. Yeah, that's her. She's been good to me over the years. Plus she's a great cook. Prettiest woman in Asgard too. That's saying something considering how pretty Freya and Idun are. Plus all the Valkyries too. Thor said as he stared at the picture. Roswis perked up. You actually think all the Valkyries are pretty, Lord Thor? Well, most of you are like teenagers to me, so in an aesthetic kind of way I think they are. He laughed. Wow, your daughter looks the most like you. She looks more like you than any of them. Amaterasu said, surprised. Thor's daughter Thrud had her father's same golden orange hair, icy eyes, and intense facial expression. If Thor were a 20-year-old girl, she's exactly what he would look like. Thor nodded. She acts the most like me, too much to her mother's concern. Her name thread means strength. Don't let her size fool ya. She's beaten up Magni and Modi before in fights. She has my fiery temper and isn't into all that lady stuff like her mother. She wants to be like me and become the strongest god in Asgard one day. Thrud is stronger than all the Valkyries and is definitely Lord Thor's most powerful child. Freya asked her if she wanted to become a Valkyrie recently, since all my shield sisters like her. Roswus added. She sounds like a strong woman then. I find it odd a god like you would favor your daughter. Artemis remarked. Honestly, you remind me of her a little bit. You two would probably get along. Thor chuckled. Issei, back at the house. Upon passing through the portal, Issei pulled up outside of his estate. To his absolute shock, the place looked completely different. Everything now had a stylistic overhaul, and the house was even larger than before. A huge garage was in place of where the old one was, and the house looked to be twice the size. It looked like a cross between a Yakuza mansion and a European castle now. Dragon statues decorated the area, and the entire house had been repainted red, gold and a bit of green. He saw the top of the house now had a Japanese flag at the tower and a Welsh flag right next to it. Issei recognized the Welsh flag because it had Ddraig on it. Issei looked around shocked. What the hell? Ugh. It always makes me cringe when I look at the Welsh flag. They could have drawn me better than that. I still can't believe those people put me on a flag. Ddraig said gruffly. This had to be Red's doing. Nobody else would have done all this. Issei replied. The house looks different. Someone altered it. How did they get past the barrier though? Ingvild asked worried. It had to be Red. I mean, look at that damn garage over there. Issei pointed at the garage with amazement as he drove the bike over towards it. Upon doing so, his jaw dropped at an unbelievable sight. Parked inside of the garage was what looked to be Issei's motorcycle. It was vastly different than before. His bike was now painted red, green, and gold. There was a dragon head shaped to the front that matched Draig's head. The front wheel had two dragon legs clutched onto the side, and the back wheel had the back legs. Sticking past it, 4 exhausts came out the back with one above and one below each back leg. The exhausts connected to the unique-looking engine. What also stood out were small wing-like extensions folded in over the side to match the same position Red made before flying into a dimensional portal for an explosion stunt. The metal on the motorcycle reminded Issei of Red's Apocalypse Mail in a way. The most surprising part of all was the motorcycle looked modified to have more seat room on the back as well. Issei almost laughed when he saw that the license plate was a custom Japanese one. With its 5-character limit, it simply said his name. Issei. Upon staring at it for a few seconds, he quickly noticed a note was attached to the bike. He eagerly grabbed it and began to read. Sup kid, I finished upgrading your bike finally. It looks more like mine now, but I made sure to put in some aesthetic parts to match Ddraig too. Since you always got bitches riding on the back, I gave you some more seat room for your groupies. Don't worry about the wind drag either. I put Apocalypse Mail on that thing, so it's fucking indestructible and way faster now. See those wings on the side? They can pop out and turn that thing into a jetpack. Air, land, sea, space. Ain't none of that shit too much for this bad boy. The best part of all is I put in a badass stereo system with all the best music. It even plays in a vacuum. I'm gonna make mine the same way when I get it back. I also upgraded your house too while I was here. Enjoy all baddest shit dad got you, son. PS I finished that obstacle course and training area. Feel free to use it and don't worry about the time dilation. The training area is in a pocket dimension and it mirrors Earth's time. The bottom of your pool leads to it. I was going to stay and train with you, but something important came up that I have to take care of. I'll be gone for a little while and won't be around. Sorry kid. You're on your own with Goth Girl, but I know you can deal with her. Make me proud, Issei. Red. Issei blinked several times as he lowered the letter. He thinks I can deal with OPHIS. Does that mean he doesn't think she'll try to kill me? I don't know whether to find his statement reassuring or troubling. Ddraig added. Where do you think he went? I mean, Red taking care of something important sounds even more dire than this battle we're about to be in. Issei thought concerned. Ddraig sighed. I couldn't say, but that is worrisome to me. What does that note say, Issei? Ingvild asked. He handed it to her. Red fixed up the house for me and gave my bike back. He also said the training course he was building is done and that he's going to be busy with something for a while. After skimming through the note, Ingvild looked up concerned. Busy? What do you think he's doing? I have no idea, but we don't have time to waste finding out. We need to train. But we need to go back out to get Saji. First. I'll go pull his ass out of school if necessary. Issei stated seriously. She nodded. I just wonder about Saji-san. If anyone's watching us, they would definitely keep an eye on him until we go back. Abducting him at Kuoh would certainly arouse suspicion from the devils there too. I don't know if we're being watched by gods or giants, but from now on we should be careful about what we say in public. I don't want any gods showing back up in the middle of my confrontation with OPHIS. I especially don't want an army of devils and angels flooding the battlefield and trying to start shit with the dragons. The less people that know about this, the better. Issei sighed. Honestly, Issei-kun, I don't think we're going to be able to keep this a secret from them. You said Gabriel knows you're the Sekiryuite now. It wouldn't be surprising to me if everyone in Japan found out about the dragons and about you soon. I mean, if you start fighting OPHIS's followers, it's certainly going to alert a lot of people. She noted. He sighed. Yeah, but I was hoping they wouldn't find out until after the fact. The last thing I want is someone like Seraphol trying to help me and getting killed. Seraphol Leviathan. You two are rather close, aren't you? Ingvild asked carefully. Issei looked away. Yes and no. She's alright for a devil, but she's also a Mau. Being friends with her is a problem in this situation. People around me are going to get hurt if they try to help. I mean, that's why I sent the rest of them away. Saji has Vritra now, so he is pretty much involved in this mess, and you. What about me? Are you saying I'll get in the way? I mean, if you don't want a Mau or an Archangel's help, you certainly wouldn't want me there. She asked sadly. He frowned. The difference between them and you is you aren't part of some big faction. Your help doesn't have any weird strings attached, and you have a longinus. I'm not sure how helpful it will be, but considering you could avoid OPHIS's detection at a decent range, I have a feeling you're going to be good support. Plus, unlike someone like Seraphol, you know when to run and hide if things go bad. You're considering that, aren't you? But you can't win. She asked insightfully. Issei sighed. I'm very powerful, Ingvild, but I don't know how I can stop OPHIS if she tries to fight me herself. Beating all those evil dragons is a tough feat in and of itself. You don't think Great Red can help us if things get that bad? She asked hopefully. No. If he showed up on Earth to fight OPHIS, it would destroy the world. He purposely left at the parent-teacher night just so he wouldn't. Great Red doesn't care much about the Earth, but he did it for me. He knows I don't want my human parents to die, and he's cool like that. I'd feel like a total pussy if I asked him to come fight my battle for me. Besides, Red's busy with something important anyways. He already helped us by building that training core so I can practice nightmare mode. If I can master that, then I might be strong enough to at least beat OPHIS's generals and make her retreat. I doubt she'll go all out to try and destroy the world. She needs her allies to fight Great Red. If we take them away from her, then she might give up on it. Red isn't scared of her or her army. I had a dream about them hunting him down and he saw it. He laughed at the idea and isn't worried about them. I don't think he's in any danger. So all we have to do is stop OPHIS's generals. Issei explained heavily. A moment later Ddraig spoke up. Your plan isn't a bad one, Issei. OPHIS will doubtfully fight anyone herself. She's too powerful and it would destroy the Earth. The main issue is her infinity snakes powering her followers up. If we can find a way to disrupt those, you'll have the advantage against her Klepeth dragon generals. Is that the Red Dragon Emperor? Ingvild asked as she stared at the green light on Issei's arm. He nodded. Yeah, it's Ddraig. Nice to meet you, Ddraig-sama. Ingvild addressed him respectfully. Well met, Ingvild Leviathan. From what I've seen of you, you're the least annoying companion Issei has had so far. We both appreciate your ability to keep secrets. I hope your longinus proves beneficial in the battle. Issei remarked it was bard-like. Perhaps you can enhance or weaken dragons with it. Ddraig replied to her. She tilted her head. You really think I'm Issei-kun's least annoying companion? Do you not like his other friends? They're tolerable. But they remind me a lot of the companions previous hosts of mine have had. I've seen it time and time again where good-intentioned people get my hosts involved in pointless wars. It's even more annoying when my host is some self-righteous hero or power-hungry asshole. I grew tired of being used for people's petty politics or personal crusades. After my last host died overusing Juggernaut Drive, I swore I would try to avoid it this time around by encouraging my new wielder to keep a low profile. Ddraig explained. Ingvild looked confused. Who was your last host? How did he die, exactly? Issei tilted his head. The last one was the chick, right, Ddraig? She was the hero one from China. The half-devil's eyes lit up. I know we're pressed for time, but can you please tell me about her? Ddraig sighed. Yeah. She was a hero-born human from China named Jia Hanju. Her surname means Red Jade or something like that. A lot of her underlings just called her the Red Jade Dragon. I'm probably still known by that name in China. Considering red and green are my colors, it kind of works, I guess. Her parents were monster hunters from some ancient clan whose name I don't care enough to remember. This was like 140 years ago. She manifested the boosted gear at 17 or something like that, so she kind of had a weird identity crisis about the whole thing. She hated everything that wasn't human, and her clan was pretty bloodthirsty and self-righteous in their desire to kill non-humans. Well, I didn't care about that, their clan worshipped some gods, and they considered all dragons evil too. Ingvold looked at Issei curiously. Have you heard about her before? The delinquent shrugged. Not the whole story, but it really made me understand why Ddraig wanted me to avoid revealing myself for a long time. Like something out of a movie, her mom got killed by a devil, and she used my power to get revenge when her own proved to be too weak. It scared her clan when she accidentally killed people in the crossfire, and it turned her into a self-pitying hypocrite since she thought she was a monster. Her clan exiled her for being a dragon. Eventually, when her self-pity was too much for me to tolerate, I tried to convince her that she needed to get over it. I told her that as a dragon and my host, she had no choice but to master my power or eventually die when Albion's host found her. She agreed but said she would only use it to protect humans and to destroy evil creatures with it. Boy, do I regret that one. She went on some self-righteous crusade to kill off all the non-humans she could in China and would purposely just instigate fights with various factions for no reason. As you can imagine, it quickly made us a ton of enemies. The girl went nuts and power-hungry in her obsession to beat more and more noteworthy challengers. She killed everyone from devils, angels, yokai, to even other dragons. She defeated the Dragon King Yulong pretty badly one time too. He's actually kind of nice, but she didn't care. For a while, she had everything she wanted and everyone was afraid of her. She got a little boyfriend and a team of friends that helped her out. The girl thought she was invincible and didn't care enough to be cautious or pick her fights and allies wisely. I told her multiple times that even I got beaten and that she should be more aware of her limitations. Well, she ignored me as usual and eventually bit off more than she could chew. After purging China of enemies, she decided she would go to India to do the same. Her warpath was stopped by a dragon named Pakangba. He sought to protect various dragons around India that she was hunting down. Well, she killed him. Despite me telling her that Pakangba was not an evil dragon. This pissed off a lot of people, including his most powerful friend, the god Vishnu. Well, needless to say, she tried to fight Vishnu and that ended very poorly. Jia just couldn't match him with the boosted gear. Even at my full power, I don't know if I could beat Vishnu, but she was determined to win. She pushed herself beyond Juggernaut Drive and it killed her. Ingvold looked both sad and amazed by the story. Wow. So is that why you encouraged Issei to not reveal himself? I convinced Issei when he first manifested the boosted gear that we should avoid politics and keep our identity a secret. I knew it would one day become inevitable, but I hoped the isolation would temper him with wisdom. Too many of my hosts have done stupid things and made me look bad. Some have become underlings to angels, devils, or whatever else. I just wanted him to see things the way I did and learn from my mistakes and the mistakes of his predecessors. It's a shame that despite my best efforts and his own, that we are destined for a life in pointless fighting and drama. Nevertheless, Issei has always valued my advice unlike most of my other hosts, and I am grateful for that. Ddraig elaborated with a heavy sigh. Ingvold nodded. That makes sense to me. From the history I've studied, Sekiryuites are usually power-hungry conquerors. I was amazed when I first found out about Issei. For someone like him to be so down to earth is quite commendable. For what it's worth, I think you did the right thing. Sorry if I'm a burden to you guys and I'm sorry this keeps happening to you, Ddraig-sama. It's not your fault. Nor is it Issei's. It's just bad luck. Or fate. Whatever the hell you want to call it. Maybe a curse from the stupid Bible god. Regardless, Issei has been my favorite wielder thus far. He understands what it means to be a true dragon more than any of the others and he heeds my wisdom and advice. I'm not a tool to him. I'm his friend. He's one of the few in this world I would consider my friend. Through him I have also come to understand Great Red a lot more as well. The time we spent with Great Red has been quite refreshing and enlightening. He is a true dragon. And I am happy that I can join Issei on this path to be like the greatest of our kind. If we have to check some arrogant fools on the way to that path, then I'm all for doing it this time around. Ddraig responded reassuringly. So you and Issei thought those people back at the cafe were giants, Ddraig-sama? Ingvold changed the subject after a brief silence. I just speculated on it. The man said his mother was from Iceland and his surname sounded like a giant's name. I am not too familiar on northern deities, so I couldn't confirm anything sadly. Nevertheless, I expect we will be seeing them again. As well as everyone else under the sun. They're in for a real humility check whenever Issei and I unleash our full power. Ddraig announced almost eagerly. Issei chuckled. You're looking forward to it now, Ddraig. Yeah. It's finally time, Issei. This is a battle worth fighting and we have our pride to defend. We're going to show these people what a true dragon is, and all our kin are going to learn that the Red Dragon Emperor is someone never again to be tested. Albion will finally give up on trying to fight me, and the rest of these annoying factions can stop flexing on us. He grunted in approval. Ha. Great Red has been rubbing off on more than just me it seems. Issei smirked in approval. Well, how should we start with our training then once we get Saji and go to the dimensional gap? Ingvald asked. Issei thought for a moment. We'll figure that out once we're there. I want you to test the limits of your longiness while I'm teaching Saji dragon stuff. After that, Ddraig and I will be working on nightmare mode. What is nightmare mode exactly? She wondered. Issei looked away for a moment. It's difficult to explain. You'll see what it's like firsthand when I practice with it later. I've never combined it with boosted gear successfully, so that's my main goal in my own training. The half-devil widened her eyes with amazement. So, is it like a reality warping power? Sort of. You'll understand when you see it. He concluded. Well, we've already wasted enough time. Let's go get Saji-san. Do you want me to come with you? Ingvald said anxiously. Yeah, let's hurry up. He nodded as he opened the portal. She looked over at the motorcycles. You don't want to take your bikes? Not for this. We're slipping in and out. Besides, I'd be too tempted to go joyriding on it. He shook his head. Kuoh Academy. After passing through the portal to reach school, Issei locked onto Saji sent right away. The newly added Vritra smell was only detectable by him thanks to the spell he put on the Citri pawn. As he passed into the hallways of the school with Ingvald, he realized Saji was in the student council room, much to his annoyance. He's with the others right now. Well, shit. Issei sighed. Ingvald looked up at him concerned. Are we going to wait to get him then? No. We don't have time to wait. Saji needs to learn how to use Vritra's powers. He needs the training more than either one of us. Fuck it. I'm just going to get him. Issei shook his head. As they walked through the school together, they got a few weird looks from other students. Most of them were probably wondering why Issei wasn't in his school uniform and why Ingvald was with him. Should I wait by the front, Issei? Ingvald asked him. Yeah. The less questions they ask, the better. I won't be long. He nodded as the two parted ways. On his way to the student council room, he unfortunately passed by Riaz and Akeno who were on their way out. Both of them had somber expressions and appeared very distraught about something. The two devils looked at him completely shocked by his presence at school as he passed by them. Riaz immediately voiced her confusion. Issei-kun. Why aren't you in your uniform? Kiba told me you weren't in class earlier. Your human friends didn't come to school either. Is something wrong? I'm busy with something. He said without giving any explanation. Are you looking for Sona? Riaz asked as she and Akeno began to follow behind him much to his annoyance. He ignored them as he finally reached the door. Without even knocking he pushed the door open and glanced around the room. Most of the Citri devils were in there and they appeared to be having a meeting or something like that. They all perked up with confusion at Issei's presence. Judging by the tension in the room, he guessed that Saji might have told them something. The blonde devil himself looked a bit spooked by Issei's sudden appearance. Sona was quick to address him. Hi Dukun. Is there something you need? Glancing at Saji now, Issei jerked his head motioning for the devil to follow him. Without hesitation, Saji got up and walked over towards him. Saji. Where are you going? Tsubaki asked confused. He and I business to take care of. Issei finally answered. Sona looked concerned now. Wait. You're not going to hurt him, are you? I'll be fine, President. Saji said without explaining anything. Sona immediately stood up. Issei-sen, please. Tell us what's going on. He didn't acknowledge her as he glanced at Saji now. What's with the somber mood in here? It's just politics, Issei. The fallen angel Cadre Kakabiel recently launched an attack on our territory in the underworld. He had a bunch of allies from the old Satan faction helping him as well. He hunted down and killed the 9 guardians that hold the key fragments to Cocytus. The Mayu are concerned and it sounds like we're going to war with them. The fallen angel leader Azazel contacted us afterwards and said that the Grimory and Citri heirs are in danger now too from Kakabiel. Saji explained. Issei gave Saji a dangerous look. I see. Well, let's go then. Saji, what is this? What's going on? Are you in trouble? Where is Issei-sen taking you? Sona asked with a worried face. Looking over all of his worried friends, Saji sighed. I'm sorry, President. I can't tell you. Don't worry about Kakabiel though. Issei is going to deal with him. You are? Sona asked disbelievingly as she stared at the delinquent. He nodded. Yeah. Just lay low and don't get involved. Why do you need Saji, though? Tsubaki interjected with confusion. Let's go. Issei commanded as he walked out of the room. Riaz and Akeno were blocking the doorway out, but Issei simply walked through them without a care. Saji followed behind him without looking back despite all of his friends voicing their concern. As the two made it a few more steps down the hallway, Akeno called out to them. Please just tell us this, Issei. Is Vali Lucifer involved in all of this? He stopped in his tracks and glanced back at her. Don't get involved or you'll die. I won't be able to protect you guys if you get in the way. This is dragon business. Akeno and Rias traded horrified expressions as Issei pretty much indirectly confirmed their suspicions. Without another word, the two of them continued onwards. After they were gone, Rias and Akeno walked back into the student council room. The red-haired devil princess shook her head. What the hell is going on? Tsubaki adjusted her glasses and sighed heavily. I don't know, but Haidu-san getting involved like this is genuinely concerning. His friends didn't come to school. And he just took Saji without any explanation. He told us not to get involved. If that's the case, what does he need Genshiro-kun for? Akeno wondered. Sona thought for a moment. Saji's sacred gear had something to do with the evil dragon Vritra. I think he said it was one of the 5 pieces. Well, considering Issei said it was dragon Business, that would make sense. Rias nodded. Momo spoke up confused. I thought he didn't like Saji-kun. Haidu-san is super powerful. What would he want him for? I don't know, but we have to report this to the Mao. I know he doesn't want us involved, but I can't rightfully ignore this problem. Sona said solemnly. It's that Vali girl. I'll bet she's with the old Satan faction too. It's no coincidence that the Cocytus Guardians were attacked the same night those girls disappeared. Akeno said distastefully. Sona frowned. I hope not. She's the White Dragon Empress. It'll be extremely difficult to fight a heavenly dragon wielder if she's with them. What's even worse is that would imply Tiamat is with them too. Do you think Issei-kun plans on fighting them? He knows who the Sekiryu is. Maybe he wants to protect him from them? Tsubasa suggested. Rias sighed. I don't know, but I agree with Sona. We have to report this. Outside of Kuoh Academy. After intercepting Ingvald, the 3 of them walked outside of the school's front gate. Issei looked around briefly to make sure nobody was looking before addressing Saji. Just so we're clear, you didn't tell them anything, right? No, Issei, you were right. They would definitely get hurt if they got involved. They don't know about OPHIS or about me. Saji nodded. Why the fuck did you come to school today? Issei growled. I didn't have a choice. If I didn't show up for our peerage meeting, they would have assumed I got abducted, and that would only put them in more danger. He tried to defend his actions. Issei shook his head. Well, there's some stuff we should talk about when we get back to my house. Saji nodded. Alright, sorry Issei. Let's go find some cover so I can open a portal. Issei sighed as they walked towards a side street. As they progressed along a few blocks from the school, they were soon met by a stranger who looked completely out of place. All 3 of them stared at the man curiously. He seemed extremely familiar and had a familiar draconic scent. Issei's defenses were raised high as he stared at the approaching threat. He had medium-length dark brownish hair. His eyes were a fiery red color, and he had a tanner complexion than most people. His clothes looked about as normal as one could expect, but they were definitely foreign-looking. His shirt had an unusual language written on it. Issei had no idea what the language was, but it looked Middle Eastern in origin. Do you recognize this guy or that language, Ddraig? He smells like a dragon I've met before. Issei asked. Yes. That's Ozzy Dahaka. I had almost forgotten what his human form looked like under the mask. Don't let its lack of intimidation fool you though. Ozzy is very mentally unstable and immensely powerful. Ddraig answered. Issei immediately tensed up. Wait. This guy's is the same Ozzy Dahaka we saw the other night. He looks like a teenager. So is that language on his shirt Persian then? Can you read it? What do you think he's here for? It technically is Persian, but that language isn't a modern one. It's Avestan, I think. It is an incredibly old Persian language. One of the oldest in the world in fact. I can barely understand what all of it says, but I do know those characters in the middle. It says Angraminyu. He replied. What is Angraminyu? The delinquent wondered. Who? And it's Ozzy Dahaka's father. Angraminyu or Ahriman as some called him was a god of darkness, chaos, and all that fun stuff. I don't know that much beyond that, but I heard he was pretty evil. Tiamat could probably write volumes on the topic. I scarcely remember her rambling on about it back when we were friends, but I wasn't really paying attention. Ddraig explained. He walked closer towards them and stopped a mere meter's length away. Saji looked even more anxious now. There was no doubt in Issei's mind that Vritra had probably already told Saji who he was. I would like to speak with you, Issei Haidu. Ozzy finally spoke as he took a few steps closer. Saji and Ingvald both twitched in response, but Issei remained calm and unfazed as the two locked stares. If you're here, does that mean OPHIS is too? The delinquent asked seriously. The evil dragon shook his head. No. I came alone. The others have gone to retrieve the Midgard serpent Jormungandr from Loki. I simply wanted to ask my fellow dragon some questions and tell you both some things that you should probably be aware of. Is this some selling point to convince us to join you guys? Issei sighed. The dragon shook his head. No. It's more personal than that. You deserve answers and I would like to know more about you as well. I am simply here for a conversation. I'm kind of amazed how civil he's being right now. Ddraig is not known for being rational or calm like this. This might actually be worth listening to. Granted, it could drastically backfire if he says the wrong thing. Ddraig noted. At this point I don't even care if someone's watching us. They can see firsthand that I'm not rolling with OPHIS. Issei thought to himself. Alright, well, ask your questions then. Ddraig. The Secretary nodded. Tell me. Crimson Nightmare Dragon. What is your origin? I asked Tiamat and Vali. To my confusion, neither one of them knew. They mentioned you had a dragon father. Who is he? Ozzy asked with a calm curiosity. Does that really matter? What is my father to you anyways? He shot back defensively. Ozzy stared at him for a moment before looking away distantly. I suppose it doesn't matter, but I wanted to understand your origin. You're Japanese like Irachi, but he and I have not identified many powerful dragons from the Far East that could have been your father. He speculated your father could have been the dragon of Enoshima. Gazuryu. Tiamat speculated your dragon father was from the Americas, and that was why she did not recognize him. She believes he could be a Meru from the Incan religion. From what I know of him, a Meru could go between worlds and open portals anywhere he wished. Judging by your battle against the devils in the underworld, I can see that being a possibility with your similar power. OPHIS and I both came up with another possibility though. We think your father is the horned dragon Pakangba from India. It seemed to match the red and gold colors that Tiamat described from your father's attire and the advanced illusionary powers that you also possess. Pakangba was also known to protect weaker beings, and I would consider him decently powerful enough to have produced a son like you. Pakangba is also missing. It seems quite convenient. I guess he didn't hear about my former wielder killing him. I hope OPHIS doesn't revive him. Pakangba is actually as strong as a dragon king. Ddraig commented. Maybe he is one of those and maybe he isn't. Do you really think I'd tell you regardless of whether it's true or not? Issei scoffed. I suppose you wouldn't. But it seems likely he is one of them. All three of those dragons were missing during our recruitment. The evil dragon stated with certainty. Right. Issei said blankly, not confirming or denying anything. The evil dragon looked back at him now. My next question is. What are your goals? What do you aspire for as a dragon? I see that you keep interesting company. Are you like Tiamat then? Trying to befriend everyone you can? Seeking out shields and allies so you don't end up in a sacred gear? I'm not like Tiamat. I'm just a dragon that wants to live my life without people telling me what to do. I deal with people appropriately when they cross the line, but I have no ambitions for fighting anyone that doesn't bother me. I really don't care about the politics of the mythological world. Tiamat seems to think OPHIS gives a shit about helping dragonkind. She's delusional. As are the rest of you if you think the dragon gods give a shit about the mundane affairs of this world. Issei replied sternly. Ozzy's mouth twisted into a light smile of approval. You're smart. I too have noticed that OPHIS isn't really interested in us. There's more to her than any of us truly know. Then why do you follow her? What did OPHIS give you in exchange for your allegiance? Power. A promise of vengeance. What are your goals? They call you an evil dragon. Is that true? Issei asked his own question now. Evil dragon. It's a pretty damning title, but I won't deny it's true. However, if you condemn someone or something as a monster enough times, then it eventually becomes true. The gods made us evil, and many of us were bitter and hateful about being hunted for sport or slain for being amalgamations of chaotic power. Very few of us have grown past our old grudges. Nidhogre, Grendel, and especially Layden are the same as they ever were. Others like OPHIS, Irachi, and Tiamat have tempered their malicious nature. But they now buy into a cause that OPHIS can give them purpose. Crom Cruach only follows OPHIS because she's more powerful than him. We had to force him and Vali to both join us. As for myself, I am different. I did request vengeance and power from OPHIS, but not for the reason you might think. My aspirations for retribution are connected to something more important that I want from her. I wanted her to help me free my father from Cocytus. Ddraig said slowly. Your father? Why is he in Cocytus? Issei couldn't help but ask. Saji looked horrified at the mention of this as his head slowly turned towards Issei. He remained silent despite his obvious concern though. My father is the evil god in the Zoroastrian pantheon, Angra mind you. He is better known as Ahriman to other religions and pantheons. As you probably know, Cocytus is the worst prison in hell reserved for powerful beings that are too strong to kill and too dangerous to leave anywhere else. Ozzy explained. So you want to free an evil god from the worst prison in hell? Why? That seems like a bad idea. Unless you intend on destroying the world or something. Issei shrugged. Ozzy sighed. He is not as evil as many believe. That is only what the zealots of Ahura Mazda proclaimed. My father is brother to Ahura Mazda, the supreme god of their pantheon. They represent duality and balance, at least that is what Angraminyu told me. Complete order or complete chaos are both unreasonable forms of existence. Both must exist in unison for life to be possible. The Zoroastrian religion disagreed. It painted him as the force of all evil, darkness, and negativity. But these things are required. A perfect world does not exist, and while many would proclaim Angraminyu to be the great liar, the truth is the opposite. He knows many things about this universe. Truths I wish to spread. My goals go far beyond getting petty vengeance against ignorant gods. I seek to clear my father's name and to destroy this great lie that all deities have been living in. So, your father is a god then, but you're a dragon. What does that make you? Issei asked. I am also a god. In a manner of speaking. Like OPHIS, I am half god and half dragon. How do you think we were so powerful compared to the rest of our kin? How do you think the heavenly dragons were so powerful? Those variations are ultimately irrelevant though. We're all the same thing. Just a different manifestation of powers. Think of it as how all atoms in the material universe form different variations of elements on a periodic table. Most gods are born from principalities of order and divine energy. Most dragons are born from chaos, entropy, and residual fragments of creation. Some are born with mixtures of both. Ozzy stated. What does that make giants then? He followed up. Ozzy tilted his head. It depends on what kind of giant you mean. Certain giants are godlike beings. They are another race of deities like gods and dragons. Grendel, for example, is half giant. As is Jormungandr. There are many such outliers and mixtures throughout the world and all pantheons. All of the Norse gods came from a giant, and dragons like me came from a god. The truth is we all originated from the same thing. We have a common ancestor, so to speak. Which would be? Issei narrowed his gaze, confused. The true god of our reality. I do not know his or its name, but it was the real creator of this existence we live in. It was split asunder by unknown means long ago into various deities. The most powerful ones were the rulers and progenitors of the various pantheons across this world. All of these gods are aspects of the true god. Fragments of the sundering. Ozzy explained. So all gods, dragons, and giants come from the true god. Issei cocked his head disbelievingly. Does that include the dragon gods? How did you learn this weird shit? Why should I believe it? The dragon gods are unique beings, and they originate outside of our creation from their own dimensions. They are true gods just like the creator. I originally learned of this from my father, and OPHIS confirmed it to me after we met. She told me the original god was a dragon god like her in Great Red. And according to OPHIS, it was more powerful than both of them. Ozzy continued. Ddraig, does this sound as crazy to you as it does to me? Issei asked his longtime friend and companion. Yeah, it sounds insane. Ozzy Dahaka is pretty insane, but this sounds about as unbelievable as half the corny infomercials your parents watch. I have a hard time believing the original creator was a dragon. That sounds absolutely ridiculous. Plus he claimed it was stronger than OPHIS and Great Red. That's even more ludicrous. Ddraig replied. How was this true god split apart then? Issei shook his head. Nobody knows, not even OPHIS does. Or so she says. OPHIS would not tell me much about it, but she did say that Great Red tried to battle the creator several times and lost all of them. It could be possible Great Red killed it, but Great Red was not as powerful as the creator. My father had two theories on the matter. One was that the contrasting powers within the creator eventually caused it to split apart naturally into beings of order and chaos. The other theory, which my father believed was more likely, suggested that our true god was killed by something else. Something more powerful than Great Red, OPHIS, and itself. My father was obsessed with discovering this truth, and I would see him freed so we could unravel it. It is a mystery that must be solved. For the sake of every living being in our reality. I don't pretend like I'm some saint, but saving this world is my ultimate goal. Call me evil if you wish, but that is why I follow OPHIS. Ozzy Dahaka elaborated with deadly serious eyes. Issei had no idea how to comprehend or believe this information. It sounded like some crazy conspiracy theory or the ravings of a doomsday lunatic. He finally responded after a long silence. That's insane. How can you actually believe that nonsense? Do you have any proof? Your reaction does not surprise me. It goes against all known doctrines, creeds, and religions in the world. It also minimizes every powerful being's own feelings of self-worth and importance. It is this great lie that I wish to shatter. These gods on earth, in the heavens, or in the underworld aren't true gods. And we're not true dragons. Think about this before you dismiss my logic, Issei Haidu. Why do you think so many pantheons around the world have their own creation stories? Why do gods like Brahma, Ahura Mazda, or Allah think they were the creator of the world? Because they all are. Simultaneously. Born from the death of our creator. Why are gods, giants, and dragons so similar and yet so different? Why are gods, giants, and dragons found all over this world? How could any of these so-called creator deities have made them all? Why are some more chaotic like me and others more virtuous and divine like Ahura Mazda? It comes down to a spectrum of variations. Ozzy replied seriously. He looked almost angry declaring this statement. Okay, I'll humor your delusions for a minute then. Let's say this shit is true. What gods around the world are the most powerful fragments of this true god? Issei asked. The Abrahamic Bible God is probably the largest fragment. He is also the same being as Allah and Yahweh. Humans just had different interpretations and religions of him. He was killed in a weakened state by Albion and Ddraig after sealing the beast. They stole his power as well, which is why they are both the greatest of our kind, excluding the dragon gods. Having divine and draconic power makes them the closest thing to the original god. That's why OPHIS, Kuoh and I are also close in power to the heavenly dragons as well. The three great Hindu gods Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva were other powerful fragments. Had they been one being, they would have been the most powerful being in the world. The original giant Ymir was another one of the largest shards. He was the progenitor deity of the Norse pantheon and all Jotnar. The primordial chaos which eventually spawned the Greek pantheon was a powerful shard. It spawned variations of deities, and it also explains why the Greek gods are cruel and chaotic beings. The Egyptian progenitor Nun was also remarkably similar to Ymir. My uncle and father, Ahura Mazda and Angra Mainyu, were also large shards. They are brothers, but they are completely contrasting gods. Among all deities, some embodied different traits or aspects of the original god. My father's ultimate goal before his imprisonment in Cocytus was to unravel the mystery of the true god. He told me that as a dragon, the true god was not a being of light and virtue like most religions like to believe. It was a being of order and chaos. Stasis and change. Life and death. A being of duality and balance. It was everything that made up our creation. It was man, god, giant, dragon, and so much more. My father's beliefs were heretical to many pantheons. That is what led to his great war with my uncle Ahura Mazda. After his imprisonment all of his writings were destroyed and only Ahura Mazda remembers them. As do I. This is the truth dragon kin. Great Red and OPHIS are the only true gods and the only true dragons just like our creator was. Ozzy ranted almost obsessively. So you're helping OPHIS and in exchange she'll free your father? What is your opinion of killing Great Red then? By your logic, wouldn't doing that cause gods and other things to be born of his flesh and blood like the original god? Issei wondered. Possibly. I was curious at what the result would be. Whether he dies or not is beneficial to my goals either way. If he does die it proves my father's beliefs, and if he lives, then we might be able to convince him to tell us about the creator. Ultimately, I do not wish for Great Red's death. He is a true god, just like the mighty OPHIS. Such beings of greatness should be respected and venerated. OPHIS only aspires to reclaim the dimensional gap from him, but I'm hoping that after bringing him to heel, we could possibly ask him questions. She told us a bit about Great Red and said he is a very prideful and apathetic being. He doesn't talk to anyone and he has no interest in OPHIS herself or in this world. What's curious though is OPHIS claimed he knew the creator better than she did. Great Red knows what happened to our creator. Ozzy answered seriously. I told OPHIS it was a bad idea to kill him. Assuming it was even possible, it would just give other forces the idea that they can kill her and the rest of us as well. What do you think will happen if you kill Great Red? You'll all be weakened and they'll betray you. It's like the most predictable plotline ever. Issei shook his head disapprovingly. She told us about your request. OPHIS seemed receptive to your logic about not killing Great Red. I am certain she knows a lot more than what she's willing to tell us, but your point about how it would cause others to wipe out the rest of us dragons was a valid argument. I agree with your logic, but to be honest, I don't think killing Great Red was her true intent to begin with. She likely knows that killing him will spawn a new reality. I think this has less to do with Great Red and more to do with the dimensional gap itself. OPHIS has a hidden agenda involving the dimensional gap, but none of us know what it is. None of the others seem to care either. Except for myself and Kuoh. Ozzy Dahaka concluded. I find this theory of yours preposterous, Ozzy Dahaka. Ahriman is a great liar, and even we dragons acknowledged he was evil. You can't expect us to believe that dragons and gods are the same thing, or that we were born from a dragon god. Even as a dragon myself, I could not believe such a delusion. Vritra spoke through Saji's arm interrupting the conversation. Ozzy Dahaka narrowed his gaze with hostility at Saji. My father is certainly not benevolent, but this is the truth about our creation. What else would explain why all these pantheons exist? In all my years, nobody has ever had an answer for that. Other than this one. If it is true, then why has nobody else ever reached this conclusion across all the known worlds except for Ahriman? Vritra countered. Others did learn this truth. And they were slaughtered for it. The Jotnar discovered it and were slain for knowing. Ahriman discovered it and was imprisoned. Where do you think the ancient stigma between dragons, gods, and giants originated? The gods craved control and power. They sought to eliminate the so-called darker aspects of our true god and sought to usurp creation and control over everything. I won't let some power-hungry god decide how others get to live in this world. Ozzy declared angrily. How can you be so sure Ahriman wasn't after the same thing? Vritra countered. Ozzy looked taken aback by Vritra's comment and hissed. He wasn't. So all the gods are in on this big lie then, and you're just a righteous crusader? Vritra asked skeptically. Ozzy shook his head. No, you fool. Very few of them know about it. The ones that do have done their best to silence the truth. I seek to expose it. I seek to dismantle the lies of these so-called creator deities who masquerade as the progenitors of our reality. Ahura Mazda will be exposed for the fraud he is. As will all gods. Balance must be restored. Even if you're right and you do expose the supposed truth, then what will that accomplish? It won't change their minds about wanting to wipe out or subjugate us if we're the product of the chaotic aspects of the original god. They will see us as undesirable aspects that should be removed for their ideal paradises. Also, how do you know OPHIS is even telling the truth? She could be manipulating you with this twisted knowledge. You said it yourself that she was hiding something. It seems clear to me that she knew a lot more than what she wanted to tell you. Issei is right when he says that OPHIS doesn't care about any of us. Vritra countered. Then why has OPHIS been deliberately avoiding killing everyone? Why does Great Red avoid this world? The dragon gods know things about us and about our creator. And we need to discover what it is. This isn't just about my petty vengeance, Vritra. I am trying to save men, gods, and dragons. I seek to free the world of tyranny and lies. Ozzy declared seriously. My head hurts. This. I is a self-righteous nutjob. Issei pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes. Still. It's interesting that he agreed with your point to OPHIS about not killing Great Red. I am concerned that she has a hidden agenda though. That makes this much more complicated. Ddraig groaned. This is weird. I really want to ask Red about this shit, but he's gone for a while. Issei sighed mentally. Maybe it's connected. He might know what OPHIS is after. Ddraig assumed. Don't tell me you believe all of this. The brunette dismissed. Ddraig was quick to respond. I don't believe it entirely. But certain things do seem more than a little coincidental. Mostly the parts about OPHIS being after something. So. Why can't OPHIS just go somewhere besides the dimensional gap? By your logic she's a true god, so she could just make her own reality, couldn't she? What the hell is in there that she wants so badly? She told me she desired silence. But that didn't make sense to me. Issei asked. Ozzy shrugged. I don't know why she's so obsessed with the dimensional gap specifically. I think there's more to her goals than she's telling us. It could be possible she's afraid of whatever killed our creator and wants to hide there. Something I find unusual about OPHIS is she doesn't want to kill anything in this world. It's quite possible she restrains herself out of respect for us beings born of the creator. Or out of fear that she'll be noticed by something else. Okay man, now you've lost me. You think OPHIS is scared of something? OPHIS? She's not even scared of Great Red and he's more powerful than her. Like, do you have any idea how stupid this all sounds? Miss me with your whack-job conspiracy theories. Until I see some proof, I am not going to believe this shit. Issei shook his head. Upon finishing his sentence, Issei saw a golden barrier cover the sky. Ozzy Dahaka looked up at it alertly. We have company. Before Issei could respond, a massive golden boar appeared out of nowhere and blindsided all of them. Saji and Ingvild barely managed to avoid it as the godly golden boar smashed both Issei and Ozzy Dahaka into a wall, collapsing half a building in the process. The boar immediately transformed into a man by the looks of it. He was adorned in golden battle armor and had a sword and shield in hand. His eyes were golden color and he had black hair and a beard from what Issei could see beneath his helmet, though they were filled with patches of white and silver. You made a mistake coming here, Ozzy Dahaka. I will send you back to the abyss that spawned you, fiend. He announced angrily to the Persian dragon. Issei looked over at his companions as he opened a portal. Go. I'll be right behind you. Saji and Ingvild didn't protest at all, much to his relief, as they immediately ran through the portal. After it closed behind them, Issei stared down the newly arrived attacker. Who the fuck are you? He is Varithragna. Dragonkin. A god servant of Ahura Mazda. Ozzy Dahaka answered his question. Another individual appeared nearby a moment later. Issei recognized it was Susanoo. The god drew one of his swords and charged in at Ozzy Dahaka to attack him. Before he could reach the dragon, Ozzy Dahaka blasted him back with a wave of shadow magic. He snarled fiercely. I had a feeling you gods were lurking around in the city. I'll give this warning only once. Get in our way and you'll die. As for you, Issei Haidu. Consider what I've told you and think carefully before challenging us. I doubt you're anywhere near as powerful as Kuoh Vali, and we forced both of them to join us. You and Vrita will join us whether you wish it or not. You can go to hell. I'm not following OPHIS. Issei shot back. Without another word, the evil dragon then summoned an infinity sign over his hand. The purple and black magic engulfed him, and he disappeared shortly afterward. Damn it. He got away. Susanoo growled angrily before refocusing his anger towards Issei. Issei glanced over Varithragna and Susanoo. I figured some assholes were watching me, but I didn't expect you had the balls to show yourselves. Susanoo clutched his sword tighter. Show some respect, dragon. We are gods. To their shock, all four of Issei's wings shot out of his back a moment later. His normally brown eyes turned golden and sharp as the draconic slits formed. Scales began to form up Issei's arms and legs now as he released a dangerous surge of apocalyptic red magic. Normally he wouldn't do this, but the golden barrier around them seemed to be blocking out the rest of the city. Issei said nothing as he began to inhale deeply. Even though he was in the middle of Kuoh, he didn't care right now. Varithragna raised his shield to block the incoming dragon breath, but both gods were surprised when they saw a portal open up in front of Issei, the second it left his mouth. A split second later, another four opened up around them in all directions, incinerating them in apocalyptic red fire. Despite its fearsome power, they were still gods, and it only managed to damage their armor and burn them slightly. They seemed to take him a lot more seriously now as a tail emerged from Issei's lower back and horns sprouted from his head. He spoke darkly. You're gonna regret picking this fight with me. Charging in with burning fury, Issei brutalized both warriors in a melee skirmish. After knocking down Varithragna, he caught Susanoo's sword with one hand and snatched his throat with the other. Issei squeezed as hard as he possibly could, causing the god to spasm in his grip and drop to his knees. You'll regret the day you ever fucking looked in my direction. Issei hissed as a dark red surge of power flooded from his hand. Before he could kill Susanoo, Varithragna transformed into a massive golden boar again and charged at him. As he charged, a portal opened above his head. Chains rained down attached to spikes as they brutally impaled the god's boar form. Issei then swung Susanoo at it by the neck, hurling both gods through a building. They took their time to recover and jump back out as Issei slowly walked over towards the two gods. He's powerful. A lot more powerful than I thought. Varithragna stated the obvious. Before either side could make another move, an owl flew in between them and transformed into a woman. Staring at the woman curiously, Issei found her appearance very bizarre. She was obviously foreign. She had a complexion between fair and tan with long brown hair. It was long and free-flowing from beneath her helmet. Her face was very aesthetic and beautiful, but had the shape of a warrior as well as a lady. Her eyes were a bright teal color that had a piercing gaze to them. She was wearing some type of short white dress with golden armor covering the chest and shoulders. A golden shield with a gorgon likeness was fastened to her back with a leather strap, as well as a golden spear. On her head, the full-face golden helmet had a massive red plume that looked distinguishably Greek or Roman. Issei clearly recognized it as some type of Spartan helmet. It had incredible decorations on it, from the laurel wreath on the front, the teal gems along the side, and many amazing designs. Her legs here fairly exposed minus 2 golden shin guard plates and warrior sandals. Her forearms had matching bracers, and to his surprise, they had serpents and owls on their designs. Enough. Varithragna, Susanoo. Stand down. Athena commanded. Issei paused as he saw the two gods reluctantly listen to her. She then turned towards Issei. We mean you no harm, Crimson Nightmare Dragon. Without saying a word, Issei simply turned around and opened a portal. He was about to pass inside until Athena called out to him. Wait. We are not your enemies. This was a misunderstanding. Slowly turning around, he glared at her. I didn't misunderstand a thing. These two assholes thought they could talk down to me. I don't know how many of you gods are in Japan watching me, and I don't know what you've heard. But you should mind your own damn business. I apologize for their actions, Issei Haidu. Please, we mean you no harm. It's clear to me now that you're not an evil dragon, and you're not interested in joining OPHIS. If you have any questions, you're welcome to ask. I would prefer we not be enemies. Athena tried to be diplomatic as she stabbed her spear into the ground before walking closer towards him. Varithragna and Susanoo didn't know how to react to the situation and remained still and quiet as they watched the scene unfold. Issei reluctantly allowed Athena to approach him. When she was within arm's length, she raised her hand. I am the Greek goddess Athena. Susanoo looked at Varithragna surprised. That's Athena. The Persian god nodded. Yes. Athena. What the hell's a Greek god doing in Japan? Ddraig groaned. Those Shinto gods talked about warning other pantheons. I guess they did. Fuck. We were being spied on earlier. She smells completely human too. Issei confirmed. The dragon stared at her hand before rudely crossing his arms. And what the hell do you people want? We seek to stop OPHIS's plan. We overheard everything Ddraig said to you. Forgive our deception, but we were under orders by our pantheons to watch you until OPHIS's return. Athena explained as she finally lowered her arm reluctantly. Why are you getting involved here? OPHIS could easily kill any god in the world. I almost killed those two assholes over there and I'm barely using my power. You guys are just like devils and angels. Arrogant morons who think they need to be involved in everything. Issei scoffed. Athena frowned. I wouldn't be here if I had a choice. The idea of dying in this foreign land is not appealing to me, but my father Zeus ordered me to help the Shinto gods. Listen, Issei Haidu. You're clearly opposed to OPHIS just as we are. Would you consider helping us? Athena, you can't be serious. Ragnar protested. This dragon is dangerous and you're the one that attacked him for no reason. You and Susanoo. You also blew our cover and ruined his impression of gods now. Athena interrupted him fiercely. Issei shook his head. Don't get involved. This is my fight. If OPHIS is a danger to us, then what are you going to do? Ddraig said he would force you into their ranks even if you resisted. I would not let that happen if I could stop it. Please, reconsider. You're clearly powerful, and I would welcome your aid. Despite what these proud fools say, we need all the help we can get. And no offense, but I think you need to too. Athena responded sincerely. I would normally advise against accepting an offer like this, Issei, but they're going to be there regardless. We have nothing to lose letting them help us. I mean, even if they can take a few of the evil dragons off of you, it would vastly improve our chances of success. If they pull some underhanded tactics afterwards, we'll deal with them accordingly. Ddraig suggested. Is that Magni guy with you gods? Issei asked Athena after a long and awkward silence. Yes. Athena nodded. Issei sighed. Fine. If you want to die helping me fight OPHIS and her dragon army, then be my guests. Don't blame me if you get killed in the crossfire. She's coming back in 2 days. Thank you, Issei Haidu. I promise that you will have my favor for this. Athena said gratefully. I have a question for you guys. Is that shit Ddraig said true? Issei asked Athena. Honestly, I don't know. But his father Ahriman is a very evil god. He was imprisoned in Cocytus long ago. Parts could be true, but like every great lie it is probably filled with half-truths. Wait. Didn't the devil say Cacabeal was trying to get into Cocytus? Is that what he has planned for me? Issei. Thought about Saji's earlier fear. In that case, we definitely want their help. Ddraig replied. This is so lame. Why did this have to turn into such a giant clusterfuck? Issei groaned mentally. I know it hurts your pride, Issei, but we should be smart about this. Plus if they're present to see your full power it would send a strong message to gods across the world. Ddraig tried to reassure him. May I ask you a question, Issei Haidu? Athena broke the silence. What? He almost spat. She looked at him a bit concerned. You attacked the underworld recently. Why? Some devil punk kidnapped my friends and was going to violate them. I sent a message to the devils that I wasn't afraid of the Mayu and that they weren't untouchable. Issei answered her. He didn't know why he was being this civil with Athena despite how pissed off he had been a minute prior. Really? I had no idea. I'm sorry. Athena responded with genuine empathy. He finally unfolded his hands. Yeah. Well, I'm leaving now. If you're serious about helping me, be ready in 2 nights. If you get any ideas about betraying me. We won't. I swear upon Olympus. Athena interrupted urgently. I'll kill you all. Issei finished his declaration before walking into the portal finally. Once he was finally gone, Athena let out a sigh of relief. Well, that went better than I expected. No thanks to you fools. She turned around and glared at Ragnar and Susanoo. What were you thinking, attacking him? Moments later, all of the gods who had been watching the scene came down to group up with the 3 of them. Athena glanced at Artemis right away. I'm surprised you didn't jump into the fray either, sister. I was going to, but Thor told us to stay back. He said too many gods might have agitated the dragon more. Plus, you look like you had it handled. I can't believe you convinced him to help us. Artemis remarked. He specifically asked if you were with us, Thor, and called you by your son's name. You might have been able to help convince him as well. Athena addressed the Norse god of thunder. Thor sighed. Yeah, but I stayed back to make sure Amaterasu and Artemis didn't jump in. Unlike her usual serene self, Amaterasu looked angry. She glared at Susanoo disbelievingly. I can't believe you blew our cover, Susanoo. You're lucky Athena Dono was here to salvage your screw-up. It was my fault, Amaterasu. I saw Ddraig, and I assumed that the dragons had all returned. Ragnar bowed his head shamefully. We didn't know you guys were here watching them. Ragnar sensed Ddraig, and we came running up to catch him. Susanoo defended himself. Athena cocked her head at them. So you didn't overhear their conversation? No, we did not. Ragnar answered. Did you seriously make an alliance with that dragon? How do we know we can trust him? He threatened to kill us just a moment ago. Susanoo protested. Athena rolled her eyes at him. He threatened to kill us if we betrayed him. Well, at least we know he's not our enemy. Artemis broke the following silence and tension. Those things Ozzy Dahaka said were quite strange. What do you all make of that? Roswis asked the nearby gods. Thor shook his head. The dragon's theory does seem possible. I mean, the Norse gods all did originate from Ymir. What did he say exactly? Verith spoke up in protest. He pretty much said that all gods, dragons, and giants come from an original god. Which was a dragon god like OPHIS and Great Red. Roswis answered, the Persian war god. Susanoo looked alarmed by her answer. Don't tell me you believe that nonsense. Ozzy Dahaka is the son of Angraminyu. The great liar. He can't be trusted to tell the truth. Verith dismissed the idea outright. Thor shrugged. I'm not saying all of it is true, but there are parts that seem believable. It seems more likely Ahriman twisted the narrative and parts of the truth to suit his goals. As Athena said, the greatest lies are usually half-truths anyways. The part that seems believable to me is that Ahriman might be after the power of creation himself. That aside, the stuff about OPHIS was useful information. She wants the dimensional gap for something specific. What though? Could she really be afraid of something? Artemis interjected. Susanoo growled. You cannot trust the words of serpents. Verith is right. Ozzy Dahaka is the evil serpent spawn of an evil god. He is also crazy and delusional. That just sounds like a justification for his evil. You two weren't there to hear their conversation, so your dismissal can't be taken seriously. Athena countered. I'm just glad that the Crimson Nightmare Dragon saw reason. He didn't believe Ozzy Dahaka, and he's blatantly opposed to the evil dragons. We owe you a debt, Athena. I shudder to think how poorly this would have turned out had you not been here. Amaterasu bowed respectfully to the Greek goddess. From what I've seen so far, this Issei Haidu has done no harm to people here, and he's resisting the idea of following OPHIS. He seems like a thug, but considering how easily he manhandled two gods, I'm not opposed to having his help. Artemis added. The Shinto storm god crossed his arms. We were not manhandled. Yeah, you were. But there's no shame in that. Issei Haidu is a lot more powerful than I thought he'd be. Thor spoke back. I can't believe you're all for this making friends with dragons shit, Thor. You're nothing like your reputation. Susanoo shook his head. That's a good thing. Artemis defended Thor. We'll see how serious this dragon is about helping us when OPHIS shows back up. Until then, I have no intention of trusting him. The Shinto storm god spat. What do you think about Ozzy Dahaka's theory, Lady Athena? Have any wisdom to share? Roswis asked the silent Greek goddess. Athena glanced over. All of the other gods and Roswis. Like I told Issei Haidu, I honestly don't know what to think. Ozzy Dahaka's story is something that could theoretically be possible, but it seems like some crazy conspiracy. I agree with Thor's take on this. Parts of it could be true, but the rest is a lie that Ahriman fabricated. It is fortunate that Issei Haidu does not believe it. If you even humor anything from the Ozzy Dahaka's lies, it implies you believe Ahura Mazda is a liar. He is a benevolent lord. Verith protested. We never implied he wasn't a benevolent god, Verith. It could be possible that Ahura Mazda imprisoned his brother for a selfless reason, and for Angraminyu and Ozzy Dahaka to be somewhat honest about this. Perhaps Angraminyu sought to reclaim lost pieces of the original god and take the mantle of ultimate power from every other god, dragon, or giant. Ahura Mazda could have kept it a secret to prevent more wars. Also, if we consider the various origins of our pantheons and realms, they can all be simultaneously true and fit this narrative. Brahma, Ahura Mazda, Yahweh, and other gods could have been creators of the world all simultaneously from the flesh of this original god. It would also make sense for some of the older beings such as ancient giants or evil gods to have originally warred with our ancestors because they sought to reclaim the mantle of true divinity. Thor's own account about the ancient giants warring with the gods fits this narrative quite well. Athena responded logically. So you're saying that Angraminyu could possibly have been trying to usurp the divinity of all other beings and remake the universe in his image, then? Verith asked. He seemed more receptive to Athena's logic now. This is insane. I can't believe any of you are even considering this idea. Susanoo grunted. I am simply being objective and considering all possibilities. A wise person doesn't dismiss an inconvenient truth simply because it contrasts with their worldviews. I'm not saying I believe it, but I'm also not going to dismiss it until we prove it false with legitimate evidence. The truth is, we don't know, and only a blind zealous fool would wholly dismiss all possibilities without disproving them. Athena replied curtly. Amaterasu frowned. I wonder if mother and father know anything about this. Hey Thor, what did your pantheon call the world tree that connects all the realms? Artemis interjected. Yggdrasil. The thunder god answered slowly. Artemis put a hand to her chin for a moment. If we're looking at the dragon's theroi literally, then could Yggdrasil be the original creator's corpse? Thor looked confused. How could a tree be a corpse? What is Yggdrasil exactly? Ragnar asked. It's what the Norse gods and the Jotnar called the collective of realms and worlds that make up our existence. It makes up a spiritually connected cosmic tree where various realms are separated by branches and roots. In their pantheon, they acknowledge 9 realms, but there are of course more than that if we look at other pantheons and other realms. Athena replied. Ragnar stroked his beard for a moment. So what could the dimensional gap be? I thought that was the space between worlds. Not exactly. The heavens, earth, and the underworld are all connected to each other in some way as are other realms. My theory is that the dimensional gap exists outside of Yggdrasil or whatever else people call it. Athena added. The Persian war god glanced at Thor now. I find your pantheon's take on this Yggdrasil interesting. In our pantheon we have a similar thing called the cosmic tree of life. It connects the universe. The Kabbalah is what the Hebrews called it. That can't be coincidental. Many of our creation stories revolve around trees, and they all have a similar association with knowledge and enlightenment. Roswis's eyes lit up urgently. I would be curious to see what the Egyptians would have to say about all of this. Ra is one of the oldest gods in the world, and he did know the progenitor of their pantheon, Nun. From what I understand, Nun was born of primeval water. Ozzy Dahaka was right in that he seems remarkably similar to Ymir, who was born of ice. Plus then there's the primordials to consider as well. Athena speculated. Lord Thor said that King Odin was going to see Mimir. The Allfather took Mimir to the Norns at the Well of Erd a few centuries ago so they could remake his body after the Vanir decapitated him. If anyone could decipher this mystery, it's definitely Mimir. He's the smartest god we know. Roswis noted. Thor nodded. Mimir also knows a lot about the dragon gods. His expertise on this information could confirm or denounce it. He might also know how we can stop OPHIS or about what she's after in the dimensional gap. Lord Ragnar, I would be interested in speaking with Ormuzd about this at some point. His input about this matter would be invaluable. Especially since it regard Ahriman. Is he going to join us? Athena asked. That's an issue. Ahura Mazda can't exactly leave his current location. Ragnar trailed off. Athena looked at him confused. Why not? He's connected to the Tree of Life. He had to bind himself to it in the heavens to keep Angra powers from seeping out of Cocytus and corrupting the underworld. It also allows him to use his own power to nourish and shield the earth on a broader spectrum. Ragnar explained. I had no idea. Athena said, surprised as she looked away. I'm sorry. It is alright. We can still speak to him, but it requires a trip there. That is where Mithra went. Ragnar explained. I am curious about something, Lady Athena. Hermod said something about Zeus consorting with the Fates. I don't know that much about them. Do they have any beneficial knowledge on this matter? Roswis interjected after an awkward silence. Athena nodded. Yes, the Fates are similar to the Norns from what I understand. I don't know much about them, but they usually only talk to my father. Hera thinks they're his daughters, but none of us really know for certain. I'm feral positive that they're primordials though. Enough of this. What's the plan now? Susanoo interrupted. Athena sighed. I suppose we just have to wait for 2 days. I'll send a message to Olympus and notify them of OPHIS's impending arrival. Do the same for Asgard, Roswis. Thor commanded. Yes, my lord. The Valkyrie nodded. Beyond the firmament of Earth, the journey of the 4 Olympians to seek out the Sisters of Fate had been rather uneventful since their departure. Zeus along with his brother Poseidon and his 2 sisters Demeter and Hera ventured past the boundaries of the world's firmament into an island realm between realms. Other than Zeus, none of them had ever been out here before. Poseidon, Hera and Demeter were currently riding on the back of Zeus, who was in the form of a giant eagle. Hera had made her annoyance clear as the Olympians finally approached the island over an abyssal void past the edges of the spiritual world. Zeus, why couldn't we just teleport here? I already told you earlier. You can't just teleport to the island of fate. It's beyond the world in the branches of the cosmos. We had to physically enter the spiritual plane between worlds from the Hyperion Gate, and now we have to go across this void to their realm. Zeus answered her despite being in eagle form. Demeter looked out over the horizon behind them with fascination. I've never been out here before. But I can see the threads of creation. It looks like a tree. Yes, according to Hermes, the Norse pantheon calls it Yggdrasil. The world tree. Gaia once told me about it, though she called it by a different name. I never saw it for myself until the first time I visited the Morai. Zeus explained without looking back. So these Sisters of Fate. Are they your daughters, husband? You never really told any of us what the Fates were. Hera spoke up with obvious contempt. Zeus sighed. No, they are not my daughters, though I can see how you would think so. Lachesis, Atropos and Clotho are the daughters of Nyx and Erebus. They are primordial beings who seek to unravel the mysteries of creation and control the flow of time and fate. They have been my allies for a long time. Poseidon glanced at the island in the distance ahead. Are they the ones who told you how to free us from our father? Among others, yes. They have told me a lot about the world, and their knowledge about other pantheons is quite invaluable. I owe a lot of my early successes to them. Zeus replied. The sound of a horse neighing soon caught all of the Olympians off guard as they saw a flying 8-legged horse running through the air next to them. On its back was a gray-haired man with one eye and a winged helm. He had a spear mounted on his back and was looking over at them from his flank. Hermod told us you sought the fates, King Zeus. I thought I would try to catch you before you arrived. It would seem Ragnarok has destined our crossing of paths. I imagine we are expected. The man spoke with a deep and cryptic voice. King Odin. I haven't seen you in over 1,000 years. I take it Hermes has convinced you to help deal with the dragon issue. Zeus replied. King Odin, as in the leader of the Norse gods. Hera asked surprised. Your son Tyr and our Hermes have both told us about you, Allfather Odin. It's nice to finally meet you, though I wish it were under more pleasant circumstances. Demeter addressed him kindly. Poseidon stared at the Norse god curiously before addressing Zeus. How do you know him, brother? You two have met before. Zeus and I met long ago beyond the boundaries of Yggdrasil. Like me, he too sought the knowledge of creation and to know of his fate. King Zeus, do you have any objections to me coming along on your journey to the Morai? Odin responded. The eagle's head turned towards Odin. Our crossing of paths seems fated. You're welcome to join us, Odin. I hope the fates know more about OPHIS. Their wisdom should prove invaluable, but I am also on my way to see Mimir and speak with the Norns at the Well of Erd. I would welcome you all as my guests once we're done here. The Norse god replied. Demeter and Hera traded confused looks before the former spoke up. What are the Norns? They are primordials just like the Fates. They live beneath the roots of the world tree. Mimir is the smartest god in all the realms. And I left him with the Norns so that they might remake his body. They along with him will have the knowledge we seek about the dragon gods. Odin explained. Dragon gods. I thought we were just concerned about OPHIS though. Poseidon shook his head. Odin frowned. There are recent events you should all be aware of. Asgard was attacked by 4 dragons shortly after Hermod arrived to warn us. They were after the Midgard serpent Jormungandr to join their dragon army. The White Dragon Empress was among them as were the dragons Tiamat, OPHIS, and Nidhogr. They told us what OPHIS was after. She seeks to battle the great red dragon of the apocalypse. The dragon god of dreams. Zeus immediately slowed down forcing Odin to match his speed. He turned his eagle head towards Odin disbelievingly. She's building an army of dragons to battle another dragon god. Yes. Such a battle is bound to destroy Yggdrasil and all the beings that reside across all our realms. It is Ragnarok. But nothing like my prophecies or the prophecies others have foretold. This dragon issue is stemmed in an even greater problem. Odin answered grimly. Hera's eyes widened in horror. Wait. What is Great Red? I've heard of OPHIS, but I don't know anything about this great red dragon of the apocalypse. It's another dragon. Odd. Not a reader of the Bible then. Odin mused. Great Red is the dragon foretold in Revelation. The greatest of all their kind. The ancient Jotnar worshipped him, and all dragons know him as the god emperor of dragons. OPHIS has power over the infinite void, and Great Red has power over dreams. Though I know little of him myself, Mimir once told me that Great Red was the most powerful being known in existence. OPHIS gathering an army to challenge him is proof enough of that. Zeus sighed heavily. Well, this just got a lot more complicated. Why though? Why not let them kill each other? Demeter asked. Odin shook his head. They are ancient and powerful beings easily capable of destroying all of Yggdrasil in the crossfire of battle. Even if one could kill the other, the power it would take to do so would be staggering and apocalyptic. Poseidon stared at Odin disbelievingly. So, OPHIS seeks to battle this Great Red. Why? What could 2 dragon gods possibly have to fight over? Is it a matter of pride or dominance? It has something to do with the dimensional gap. Apparently, the Great Red stole it from OPHIS. I do not know why beings of such power crave the dimensional gap, but it is vital that we find out. The Allfather replied. It is a realm of chaos. I'm sure to a dragon it would feel like home. Zeus pointed out. Hera looked a bit disturbed as she shook her head. I have a wonder. If any of you know the answer. I understand that OPHIS is one of the most powerful beings we know of, but just how powerful is she exactly? Multiple pantheons uniting like this is unheard of. Is she more powerful than every god in our world? If so, then by how much? OPHIS is called the infinite Ouroboros dragon for a reason. The disparity between her and us gods is as vast as we gods compared to mortal humans. Even the most powerful gods like the great destroyer Shiva would only be like a demigod in comparison to the dragon gods. They are undeniably the most powerful beings known to exist. Odin answered distantly. Hera looked appalled. I knew she was powerful. But she's that much stronger than all of us. Plus with that dragon army. Fighting her would be suicidal. Why are we even getting involved in this then? Surely, you're exaggerating, King Odin. You're saying we're like mortals in comparison to OPHIS. I can accept she's more powerful than all the gods in our world, but that kind of disparity is absurd. Poseidon protested the idea. Zeus was quick to interject. He's not exaggerating. The Titans and the Primordials were all terrified of OPHIS. Nyx is the only being I have ever feared other than Tiphon. And she too feared OPHIS. Demeter gave Zeus a confused look. Wait. So you knew more than you said back at Olympus. Why didn't you mention it during our assembly? It serves no purpose to frighten the children with doom and gloom. As the king of Olympus I was entrusted with hidden knowledge. But I was also trusted to only tell others what they need to know. They do not need distractions. They need to confidently perform their duties until we find a solution. Zeus countered. So why did you send Athena to the vanguard? Your favorite daughter is the most danger of dying if OPHIS is as powerful as you say she is. Hera asked. Zeus's eagle head turned back so that an eye could see her. Athena alone is the only child I would truly trust with the truth about what we're up against. She is also highly respected by many pantheons and is smart enough to gather intel that we need. Athena didn't seem too thrilled about going. Poseidon pointed out. Zeus turned his head forward again. That's because she knows the other reason I sent her there. Knowing Athena, she will try to be diplomatic and honorable. She will undoubtedly talk to the Crimson Nightmare Dragon. She sees in the best in other people and will gauge this half-dragon's intentions. I am not opposed to joining forces with him. If he stands opposed to OPHIS, then he would make a good ally. Wait. You expect Athena to talk to the dragon? You want to ally with him? Hera said surprised. It is something I know Athena will attempt. Her hesitation was likely because she knows how dangerous OPHIS and her dragon generals are. With Artemis there though, it's hard to say if she'll accomplish this task. At the very least she is powerful enough to help the vanguard and has the diplomatic skills to work with the other pantheons until then. Zeus noted. Well that Issei Haidu is half-human according to Hades. Athena would definitely give him a chance knowing that. Demeter nodded in acknowledgement. You seriously think this dragon could be an ally for us? Poseidon said doubtfully. Possibly. Any dragon that the angels would trust is certainly not an evil dragon. Apollo and Helios were both friends to the angels of heaven. They have both told me a lot about how angels are. They are lawfully good creatures. Sometimes extreme enforcers of order, but generally a good judge of character. If they trust this Issei Haidu, then it's short-sighted to think he's like other dragons. I've seen dragons ally with devils and fallen angels, but I've never known one to be allied with the angels of heaven. Zeus explained. Odin nodded. Quite insightful, King Zeus. I agree that not all dragons are evil. Having the trust of angels is certainly a good sign of the Crimson Nightmare Dragon's character. Hera glanced over at Odin now. I almost forgot to ask, but did Hermes tell you Norse gods to send a vanguard to Japan as well? Odin nodded at her. He did. My son Thor volunteered to go. Thor expects a battle and he wanted to be there to protect Midgard. It puts me at ease knowing Thor will be there with the girls. Zeus said with approval. Though I question his surveillance skills and his diplomacy. If his reputation is anything to consider, he might instigate a conflict sooner. You would be surprised, Zeus. Thor isn't quite the short-sighted berserker he used to be. Odin commented. I don't know that much about Thor. He is your oldest son, right? Poseidon asked. My oldest and most powerful son. He's even more powerful than I am. In fact he's the strongest god in our pantheon. Thor is the protector of Asgard and champion of the Aesir. Odin nodded. Poseidon looked a bit bewildered by that news. So, your son is more powerful than you, but he doesn't rule your pantheon? He might one day. Especially if he outlives me. The original prophecy of Ragnarok stated we would both die. Thor is powerful yes, but he lacks wisdom and isn't very suited for ruling. At least not yet. He has matured much over the centuries though. He listens to my counsel, he trusts his brothers, and he doesn't see everything as black and white like he once did. If I survive, then in time I will step down and give the throne to him. Odin stated. Demeter seemed surprised. It's curious to see how different your pantheon is to ours. We had to imprison our father. I can't imagine him giving any of us the throne by choice. He was afraid of us usurping him. Your pantheon has a nasty reputation. It is one steeped in cycles of betrayal and usurpation. Among other immoral things. I don't blame you for it though. My father didn't swallow me whole like Cronus did to you Olympians. Odin said shaking his head. You probably think we're all petty and power hungry, don't you? We've had quite a few foreign gods try to shame our unions too. Hera crossed her arms defensively. You're speaking of the incestual unions I assume? That is quite common in many pantheons from what I've seen. We Aesir gods don't do that, but it was prevalent among the Vanir. In times past I might have shunned it, but it is not my place to judge what other gods choose to do. My duty is to protect the 9 realms and to safeguard mankind. Odin replied diplomatically. What are Vanir and Aesir? Poseidon asked. The Vanir were another pantheon of gods that joined our pantheon after a great war between us. We were quite different culturally and we did not get along in the beginning. We eventually settled our differences and became united. Our pantheon is certainly not perfect though. We committed some terrible deeds ourselves in the old wars with the Vanir and against the Jotnar. We gained much joining forces with the Vanir, and I imagine we will gain even more becoming allies of Olympus. We have come to accept cultural differences since then. Odin answered deeply. Hera crossed her arms. HMPH. Well, at least you're honest. I can respect that, King Odin. So do you think your son will be able to work with Athena and Artemis? Thor is uncultured, but he respects the strong and the wise. All I can say with certainty is I trust my son will defend Midgard with his life. I hope he gains wisdom from working with other gods. Should we all survive this impending doom, he will be one step closer to proving himself worthy to be king. Odin replied. Zeus sighed. None of my sons are worthy enough to replace me. I would never entrust my children to rule Olympus. Athena is the only one even remotely worthy, but she is not as powerful as I am, and until such a time, I would not trust her to do better than I can. I would sooner give my throne to Hestia or my brothers before I gave it to any of the children. You would name Hestia your heir over me too? Poseidon said surprised. I would trust you, Poseidon, but the line of succession should be respected. Hestia gave me the throne. If she would not want it after I was gone, then it would rightfully be Hera's. She is the queen of Olympus after all. Zeus answered. Good point, brother. I hope you don't get the wrong impression here though. I have no desire for you to perish. Poseidon said with acknowledgement. What makes Hestia so worthy other than simply being our big sister? Hera asked uncertainly. She is wise and her power rivals my own. Our older sister would have been the ruler of Olympus had she wished it. We spoke about it once, and she told me that I was better suited and that I deserved it for freeing you all from Cronus. If I perished, I doubt she would even want the throne though. She would probably prefer to simply do as she always has and help her younger siblings. You are technically still my heir, Hera, and that won't change anytime soon. I would not see the throne passed to any of the children unless all 6 of us siblings died. Zeus answered. Hera frowned. Well, I don't like the idea of you dying, so let's not talk about it any further. Poseidon was quick to change the subject in the brief silence that followed. So you said Thor is the most powerful Norse god, King Odin. How powerful would you say he is compared to our pantheon? Before Odin could answer, Zeus did. Odin and I are quite relative in our power if that gives you any indication of how strong his son is. Hera looked shocked. Wait. His son is more powerful than you are? I had no idea the Norse gods were stronger than our pantheon. Poseidon said equally shocked. Odin shook his head. They're not. God for God I would say your pantheon is more powerful than the Aesir and Vanir combined. Thor is just an outlier. He also has many magical artifacts that enhance him beyond most gods in terms of power. His hammer Mjolnir for instance is part of the reason for this disparity. You Olympians are all more powerful than most of the other Norse gods if I had to judge. Your goddesses are especially more powerful than ours. Athena for example is probably stronger than all of my sons except for Thor. She might be around Vidar's level. By Hermod's account Demeter is more powerful than Freya, Hera is more powerful than my wife Frigg, and Ares and Tyr are relative in power. It would be interesting to find out if his theory is correct, but ultimately it's irrelevant. We in Asgard respect you Olympians for your power. That's interesting. How exactly did Hermes become so friendly with you guys? Also, why do you call him Hermod? Poseidon asked. That's a long story that I would prefer he tell you himself. We call him Hermod out of respect. We consider him an honorary member of our pantheon and gave him a Norse name as proof of it. His ability to travel between realms without the Bifrost is quite useful. He even rode to the underworld to try and free my son Baldur's soul once. The Allfather replied. Demeter nodded in approval. I am pleased to know that Hermes has represented us well to you. I hope when this is all over more pantheons can come together and share cultures with each other. From what I saw of your son Tyr and of you, King Odin, your pantheon seems quite interesting. Yes, Tyr has told me much of the world and of other pantheons in his travels. He was particularly fond of you Greeks and the Hindu gods. Though I think the Egyptians were his favorite foreign pantheon. Tyr even asked me what I would think if he married a foreign goddess. Odin noted. We've always been on good terms with the Egyptian gods. Our brother Hades even rules the underworld with Osiris and Anubis helping him out. It's a shame we don't get along with Persia though. I didn't even know they were still around with all those monotheistic religions springing up in the Middle East. It will be interesting to see if this repairs our relations. Demeter sighed. I am certain it will. The Zoroastrian gods are quite noble from what I've seen of them. Their leader in particular is very respectable. Ahura Mazda is one of the most selfless gods I've ever met. I encountered him on my journeys through Yggdrasil. Odin said with a distant look in his eye. What was that like? Poseidon asked. Odin frowned. Sad. Honestly. He made a terrible and thankless sacrifice to safeguard Yggdrasil by binding his own body to the tree. Wait, he's bound to the world tree? Demeter asked confused. The Norse god nodded. Yes. He poured his own life essence into the tree to keep it alive and to safeguard Midgard from darkness. He also did it to keep his evil brother Angraminyu forever imprisoned within Cocytus. I have never seen a god make a nobler sacrifice than that. I respect Ahura Mazda greatly. Angraminyu. You mean Ahriman, right? I didn't know he was in Cocytus. Come to think of it, he did just up and disappear, didn't he? I always assumed the Bible god killed him. Poseidon said surprised. We're almost there. Zeus conveniently interrupted the conversation as he swooped in to land on the island. After the gods descended, Zeus quickly returned to normal form. Odin dismounted Sleipnir and began to walk alongside the horse as the gods continued onward to the Temple of the Fates. Upon reaching its doors, they opened automatically. One of the sisters presumably came out to greet them a moment later. She had wings and Greek-looking armor and clothes on. The woman stood tall and beautiful but was clearly otherworldly. Come, we've been expecting you gods. She motioned them inside immediately. Hera looked around at the temple curiously as the 5 gods ventured inside behind the sister. Sleipnir came in as well, but the sister didn't seem to care. After a short walk, they found themselves in a grand chamber surrounded on all sides with mirrors. Each mirror was connected by threads to various magical looms. A large pool was in the middle of the chamber as well. Waiting inside for them were the other 2 sisters of fate who seemed just as beautiful as the first one. They all had white hair and golden eyes. Odin spoke what was going through Hera's mind a moment later. The fates are certainly more attractive than I expected. All-Father, your coming was foretold, but I'm sure you know that. You seek an answer to Ragnarok. One of them stated cryptically. So if you know why we're here, then do you have an answer for us? What should we do about OPHIS? What does she want? How can we stop her? Hera tried to get to the point immediately. Quick to question, but slow to listen. The path will not always glisten. The looms vibrate bright and hot. Insight we have, but truths we do not. A glimpse we can show you of the future we see. It is a dark and twisted reality. Another one spoke up. Poseidon sighed. This is going to be annoying if they speak in rhymes and riddles. What are your names, fates? An introduction you seek, god of the sea? Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos are we. You come seeking answers to a frightening foe. To see what knowledge we can bestow. They creepily spoke in unison. That's Clotho, the youngest. Lachesis, the middle sister, and Atropos, the eldest. Zeus pointed them out for the others. Enough with the damn rhyming and riddles. We need to know about OPHIS. If you don't know anything, then we're wasting time here. Poseidon said disapprovingly. The middle sister Lachesis then stepped forward. To everyone's surprise, she spoke normally. We know a bit. There is a prophecy regarding this that we once told the Titans. Gaze into the reflecting pool and hear our words. The gods all perked up as Lachesis guided them to the large reflecting pool in the middle of the chamber. Clotho went to weave a thread from the loom, Lachesis drew it out, and Atropos cut a shred of it out before throwing it in the pool. It began to play out a vision much to their interest. The scene was hazy and difficult to understand, but the fate spoke along with it in unison as it played out. The coming doom cannot be undone. There is no way to fight and nowhere to run. Beings older than time and more powerful than fate will enter this world through the dimensional gate. The dragon gods will clash in a battle for the ages. A story older than time in a book with no pages. Your efforts are admirable, but you'll struggle in vain. As the red dragon flies into Earth's domain, all will perish and all will burn. Unless the sun's favor you seek to earn. The fallen brings darkness and the world's end. To free his new master does he intend. He ventures now to the frozen domain. Answering the call to break the chain. A word of caution for this tale. Should they find the blue heart, you will fail. Only one thing can save you from their dark schemes. The great red dragon of dreams. The fates all spoke in unison as the vision played out. The vision showed many strange things to them that they could not make sense of, but the sight of Issei in the vision was shocking to them. They also saw a fallen angel in the vision and a frozen landscape. The end of the vision showed Great Red angrily flying through the dimensional gap as he opened a portal. The gods had a difficult time understanding what they were looking at, and after it was over they all turned towards the fates hopelessly confused. Is the Crimson Nightmare Dragon the son you spoke of? Is he the son of Great Red? Zeus asked shocked. You were wise to send Athena to watch him, King Zeus. The years have granted you great wisdom. Clotho nodded. He looked at the others now to take in their reactions. Odin looked almost horrified as he spoke next. This vision is disturbing. Is there anything more you can tell us about this, Morai? Seek out Mimir. He will guide you next. Atropos dismissed them with a wave of her hand. Hera didn't take kindly to it and glared at them. You're not going to tell us what this blue heart is or what any of that nonsense about a master and a chain meant. What was with the fallen angel? Answering you will only bring more questions. Time is short and you cannot delay. Mimir will show you the way. Lachesis concluded before all three sisters disappeared. Once they were gone, the Olympians looked around at each other. Poseidon shook his head. So, what I got from that prophecy is that the Great Red can't save us from OPHIS. It would seem that way. And that earning his son's favor is the only way to get him to help us. Hera added. Demeter frowned. I really want to know what this blue heart is. I've never heard of such a thing. Mimir has. Come, we cannot delay. We are now bound to this path. Odin stated as he remounted Sleipnir and headed for the door. Poseidon glanced at Zeus. I guess it was a good idea to send Athena after all. Hopefully, she can reason with the Crimson Nightmare Dragon. I can't believe he's the son of a dragon god. I mean, he's half human. Why would the Great Red have a child with a human? Neither one of you has any reason to ask that considering how many half-breed kids you've both fathered. Hera sassed as she walked by the brothers. Hades, the underworld. Upon their return to the underworld, Hades called for a gathering of certain gods to join him with his fellow Olympians in going to Tartarus. Thanatos said he wouldn't be able to come due to increasing hostility with devils, but luckily Osiris had returned and brought Anubis with him. Ares, Hestia, Persephone, and Hades all stood in the middle of the throne room and greeted the two Egyptian gods as they came inside. Anubis was in his anthropomorphic jackal form, but Osiris was in a humanoid form. I appreciate you answering my request, Osiris. Did you send word to Ra about the dragons? Hades asked. Osiris nodded. Yes, he was genuinely concerned about it. He was starting to enjoy retirement, but now he's fixing up his solar barge. He says it will be ready for battle when OPHIS reappears. Will that be enough? You got my message about all of the other dragons involved now, right? Hades asked. Osiris nodded. I did, but luckily Hathor had already been contacted by Tsukiyomi. She filled them in on a lot. Our pantheon agreed to send aid against the dragons. Set, Hathor, and Bastet will be accompanying Ra on the solar barge whenever he's ready. Set. Didn't he practically kill you? I thought he turned against your pantheon. Hades said surprised. The Egyptian god nodded. Yes. But part of his punishment is to forever accompany Ra and serve at his side. According to Bastet, however, Set has been quite penitent since those days. The three of them were actually the gods that killed Apophis previously. They will have the experience necessary to fight the chaotic serpents. Hathor wanted to join them since she was the one who brought Ra news from Tsukiyomi. As for us, Anubis and I will assist you down here in the underworld. Most of the other Egyptian gods want to remain in our lands and protect it in case of an attack. Horus will be remaining to watch over Egypt and most of the surrounding region. He has Thoth and Jeb looking for better solutions to ward off dragons and other threats. My wife Isis is also with Horus at the moment. I don't blame you for wanting to safeguard your lands. 6 Egyptian gods will be quite a substantial contribution to our forces, nonetheless. I appreciate your cooperation, Osiris. Hades nodded in approval. Osiris gave a nod of acknowledgement to Hades and then smiled at Hestia. Forgive me for not addressing you yet, my lady. It is a pleasure to see you again after all these centuries, Queen Hestia. Your red hair is as beautiful as ever. It's just Hestia. I'm not a queen. Thank you though. The goddess said modestly with a polite smile. I see, well, it is nice to see you again. I wish it were under better circumstances, but I am relieved to have you joining us. Have you met my son Anubis before? Osiris introduced the jackal god. Ares seemed confused by it and spoke up bluntly. I thought Anubis was Set's son. Anubis didn't say anything and simply shook his head. Osiris was quick to clarify. A common misconception. He does look a lot like his uncle Set though. Wasn't his mother Nephthys? I thought that was Set's wife. Ares replied uncertainly. Hestia sighed heavily at Ares' comment. Don't be rude, Ares. Oh. Ares realized what that implied finally. Luckily for them, Osiris took it well. It is alright, Ares, god of war. No offense taken. I am hardly perfect and I will be the first to admit that. Neither are our parents. I have more half-siblings than I can count. Ares nodded in response. But whatever. It's nice to meet you in person. You guys are famous even in Greece. Likewise Olympians. Anubis only spoke 2 words before returning to stoic silence. He's not much of a talker. But Anubis has great respect for the Olympians and for Lord Hades as well. Osiris said with a chuckle. Hades let out an audible sigh. Enough with all the introductions. We should get a move on. The sooner we get this done, the sooner we can help the others. Osiris nodded. Ah yes, forgive me. We should definitely make haste. I was under the impression Lady Hel would be joining us on this journey to Tartarus. Has that changed? Persephone looked at Hades concerned. I'm surprised Hel hasn't arrived yet. She got your message, I hope. It's been too long. Something might have happened. Hestia said, assuming the worst right off the bat. There's no point in waiting around for her. Let's go this Helheim place and see what's going on there. Ares suggested. Dionysus, who had been sitting unseen in the corner, drunkenly stood up. Wait, don't you guys want to introduce me? Ares facepalmed at his half-brother's drunken state as he walked up and almost tripped onto Anubis. The jackal god looked at him curiously and actually spoke again. Why is he intoxicated? He's always intoxicated. Persephone sighed. I'm Dionysus. You guys know me, right? He stopped his slurring briefly as he stood up straight. Osiris stared at him confused. Is that another one of Zeus's sons? I'm not familiar with him. Hestia nodded. Yeah, he wanted to help out and Zeus told him to come with us. So, I got a question. Is this hell chick like really hot? I need to know for research purposes. Dionysus asked, slurring at the end of his sentence. Hades facepalmed at the question, but Osiris actually smirked at it. It depends on what angle you're looking from, I suppose. Ha. Let's go find her then. He said, eagerly charging out the door. Ares sighed. Why did father send him? He might prove more useful than you think, Ares. Hestia said as the gods all followed him out. He turned towards his aunt skeptically. If you say so. By the way, Hestia, do you really think Nyx would tell us anything? I certainly can't imagine Tiffin or any of the Titans cooperating. They might if they know how dire the situation is. Hestia replied. And they might even offer to directly help us. Ares gave her a disbelieving stare. Do you really think that's a good idea? We can't trust the Titans. Zeus would not approve of that. Technically we can trust some of them. Zeus allows Helios to roam free. I would only consider it for a few. Like my mother Ray. Don't stress over it, Ares. Your job here is to just back me up. Hestia replied optimistically. Helheim. Chained to the throne room of Hel's mansion palace, the Norse god of light Baldur stared blankly at the wall. Long had he been imprisoned here ever since his death. Though since he couldn't truly die, he was now bound to Helheim. A shining light and a trophy for the underworld god and goddess Hel. He was drawn from his eternal depression when Hel returned to the throne room. She greeted him warmly as she always did. Hello Baldur, how are you feeling today? PFFT. He scoffed at her bitterly. For some reason she was uncomfortably kind to him despite keeping him imprisoned. He stubbornly refused to look at her as she walked up to him. I got you an Iden apple. They're your favorite, aren't they? She asked as she handed him a magical apple. He refused to take it and look at her still. She frowned at his denial but set the apple in front of him, nonetheless. The goddess walked over to take a seat on her throne before speaking again. You should eat. That apple came all the way from Asgard. I can rarely get them down here. Baldur finally spoke. How did you get one of Iden's apples? The god's question was answered a moment later as another individual came walking into the room. To Baldur's absolute shock, it was Loki. He was catching an apple up and down in his hand as he came strutting in. I brought some for you guys. How have you been down here, Baldur? Has my daughter been kind to you? Loki asked. He cracked a fist and angrily stood up. The Norse god tested the limits of his chains as he tried to pounce in Loki's direction. He unfortunately came up half a meter short as the chains bound him back. They magically and slowly pulled him back despite his struggling. Baldur growled at Loki. I know it was you who put me here. Does my father know? Loki smirked. What sounds like a worse scenario? The fact that he does know it was me and hasn't done anything, or the fact that he's not all-knowing and he has no power here. He knows I'm here. He sent Hermod to ask Hel for my freedom. Baldur growled. Then it would seem he's powerless to free you. Loki said condescendingly. The Norse god of light shook his head. I always knew you were a mischievous asshole, but why would you betray us? The Aesir have been nothing but good to you, Loki. Your fall was foretold in the coming of Ragnarok. And we all have our parts to play in it. Nobody can stop fate, god of light. Besides, you're needed here. Loki said as he took a bite out of his apple. Baldur cracked a fist angrily. How is fulfilling that stupid prophecy beneficial to you? A new world will be reborn from the ashes of the old. A better world. The diseased corpse of Yggdrasil must be purified of its evil, so that we can all be saved. You may think me a villain, Baldur Odinson, but I do what I must for the greater good. Loki replied more seriously now. Whose greater good? What gives you the right to decide that? He shot back. Loki sighed. There's a reason I put you here, Baldur. Only your light could stave off his darkness. You being here has bought many centuries for us to prepare for his arrival. What? He asked confused. Angra Mainyu. Hel interjected. Baldur looked at Loki confused. Who is that? He is a god of darkness in the Zoroastrian pantheon. One of the strongest gods in the world in fact. He was imprisoned deep within Cocytus many ages past. Hel warned me that his prison was weakening and that she needed help. I put you here so that the power of your light could weaken his darkness and delay his freedom. You have done the world a great service with your sacrifice. Loki explained. You never thought to mention that to my father or to anyone. You didn't think to ask me? He denounced angrily. Loki shook his head. Asking them to deliver the most beloved god in Asgard to Hel is certainly not something they would agree to. I can't imagine you would willingly choose to be here either. It saddens me to see that Hel still has to keep you chained up. Why did that dragon office come here for Nidhogger? Does that have anything to do with this? You're working for her, aren't you? He demanded. Only the dragon gods know where the heart is. Through them we will have the power to remake this world. Loki said vaguely. Balder squinted curiously. The heart? What heart? This is the only way to find it. Had I done nothing, it would have already been found and used against us. Trust in me, Balder. Loki responded without answering the question. He was silent for a moment before turning to Hel. So the reason I'm here is to ward off some god of darkness? Yes. I thank you for protecting me all these years. Hel replied with a smile. He scoffed at her as he held up his chains. If this is your idea of thanks, then I say fuck the next world. You guys are insane. Wait till Thor hears about this. He'll kill you both. We'll see about that. Loki said dismissively. So tell me this then. Does OPHIS know you're plotting against her to find this heart thing? I'd sure like to see your arrogant Jotun ass test her vengeance when she finds out. Balder spat. Loki shook his head. It's all going exactly as planned. Hel warned Hades about OPHIS already, and as we speak an army of gods is mustering for OPHIS's return. They will all die, and then once the location of the heart is revealed to me, I will take it and banish both of the dragon gods from our universe forever. With the power of the heart I can save Yggdrasil, and the new world can be reborn. You better hope I don't get free since you told me your entire evil plan. The Norse god said, shaking his head. Nothing is going to free you from your fate. But you will walk again in the new world, and Hel shall be your bride. Loki said definitively. My what? Bride? He said, shocked as he looked over at her. She took his reaction a bit sadly. I take it you don't like that idea, Balder. Why would I marry Hel after you crazy Jotnar fucking kill my whole family and the world? He shouted. The world is doomed regardless, Balder. At least this way we can be the ones to shape the new one and not an evil god like Angraminyu. Odin wouldn't understand. It has to be this way. Loki countered. Father. I have company arriving in Helhelm. Hel announced. Loki nodded. Ah yes. No doubt your allies. Make sure they discover what they're looking for, Hel. And bring Balder with you. His light will weaken Nyx's powers in Tartarus. You're kidding me, right? What makes you think I'm not going to tell them you're both deceiving them? Balder laughed. A parting gift before I go. Loki responded as he cast a bewitchment spell on Balder. Try as you might, you will not be able to tell them anything now. Issei. Upon returning home, Issei saw Saji and Ingvild there pacing around with worried expressions. They seemed relieved at his return, but a bit alarmed by his draconic features. The dragon receded his features as he walked out of the closing portal. He sighed heavily. Well, I sort of have good news I guess. The gods said they would help us fight against OPHIS. They did. But they attacked you though. And they hate dragons, don't they? That's what Vritra kept telling me. Saji said, surprised. A moment later Ddraig spoke up. I convinced Issei to accept their offer. It might go against his pride, but I see nothing wrong with a few gods distracting some of the dragons. Even as powerful as Issei and I are, we would not fare very well fighting all of them at once. I am not opposed to it, Ddraig, but I was hoping Great Red might help us. Vritra joined the conversation. Issei shook his head. No, Red left me a note saying he had to go do something. We can't count on him to fight our battle for us. I wouldn't even want him to. Ingvild Leviathan mentioned something about you having a training area in the dimensional gap. Vritra asked. Yes, we should probably head there soon. Before we go though, I wanted to know more about your opinion on Ozzy Dahaka's theory, Vritra. Issei asked. I think he was right about one thing. OPHIS definitely has some ulterior motive. I would not imagine her to be the cunning type, but her actions are bizarre. She must be desperate if she's trying to challenge Great Red. I would certainly be interested in asking the dragon gods about this. The dragon spoke from Saji's arm. OPHIS told me she desired silence above all else and that she hated all the noise Great Red and everything else made. Her logic about wanting the dimensional gap back for silence also seemed dumb, since she could just make her own realm or kill everything in this one. OPHIS is definitely up to something. That much is true. That also means she'll probably go through with her plan to take it from Great Red. We're going to have to fight. That much is clear to me now. I don't like the idea of these gods helping us, but Ddraig had a point. I'm not invincible. Issei said, shaking his head. Vritra sighed. Well, I don't believe Ozzy Dahaka's ridiculous story. It does seem oddly coincidental that OPHIS would desire silence if she was afraid of being heard or noticed by a greater power. But Great Red isn't afraid of anything. He flies around the dimensional gap and is loud according to OPHIS. Not to mention, OPHIS isn't afraid of Great Red and he's more powerful than she is. Issei shook his head. Yes, that is a huge hole in Ozzy Dahaka's theory. I can't imagine the God Emperor of Dragons fearing anything. Vritra agreed. Ingvild frowned as she spoke up. Why did Great Red take the dimensional gap from OPHIS though? He could have made his own realm too if he's a dragon god, couldn't he? You'll understand when you see it. The dimensional gap is fucking awesome. Issei announced as he opened another portal. Hey, Issei-kun. Are you sure we can trust those gods? They did attack you after all. What if they try to kill us too? Ingvild seemed concerned. I gave them the warning in advance that if they tried any shady crap that I'd kill them all. Issei replied. Even if they do have such aspirations, they will be afraid when they see that Issei Haidu also wields Ddraig's power. It will be amusing to see these gods and the other dragons reacting to Ddraig. He's pretty infamous to most of the evil dragons, and especially to Albion and Tiamat. Vritra gave a quick chuckle. Ddraig sighed. Yeah, and that also means most of them will want to fight Issei, and I specifically. You can expect Vali, Tiamat, Nidhogger and Grendel to all come gunning for us. Crom Cruach probably will too. Well, let's not waste any more time. We need to cram in a day and a half of training and then get some sleep before this calamity happens. Issei waved the others to follow him through the portal. That's it, guys. That was the full stuff. Until the author add more chapters. Take care.